Hello everyone and welcome to today's session on Python Basics. Do you know friends that this language was ranked first on the IEEE spectrum of the list of programming language, the most versatile and widely used programming language. Let me tell you a cool fact about it. This language wasn't named after snakes. It was named after a famous British comedy troupe of the late 1970s called Monty's Python. Guru Van Rossum was a very big fan of Monty's Python Flying Circus, so he named it Python. So before we dig much more deeper, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So let's discuss our today's agenda. So first, we are going to start with installation of Python. Then we are going to learn about introduction to Python. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about features of Python and token in Python. Then we are going to learn about identifiers and comparison operators. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about data types and dictionary. Then we are going to learn about condition statement and types of loops. Moving ahead, we are going to learn about oops concepts and constructor. Then we are going to learn about inheritance and polymorphism concepts. And at the end, we are going to end up with complete hands-on session.
Hello everyone. So for installation of Python, we have to install a package named Anaconda. Okay. So for Anaconda installation, what you have to do, just simply click Anaconda, go to Anaconda distribution, the first link. So what you have to do basically, just go to this Anaconda for Windows and just click on 64-bit graphical installer and just click over there. Guys, if it is your office laptop or something like this, then it might be some restriction over there. That's why sometimes it was not able to open. But if it is your personal laptop, then no issue. Okay, then I agree. Term condition. Okay, then just me and next and just save. Okay, because I have already Anaconda installed in my software, so that's why it is showing error. I'm just canceling it. I'll show you guys like the steps. Okay, so after this, it will save. In this file, it will save. And after this, click on next. Okay, then after, just click on install. It will get installed. Then after, click on next. And it will show you something like this, successfully installation. Just finish it. Okay, so installation part has been done. Then what after, there are basically two processes. Okay, so what you have to do, just click on Anaconda. It will show something like this. Just click on Anaconda Navigator. Just click on it. It will open and it will take some time to open. Just wait a moment, guys. It is opening. Okay, so Anaconda basically a package. In this package, you can get what you can get, like Jupyter Notebook, Spider, and RStudio. Everything you will get. Okay, PyCharm also you get. So you can do your coding part in this field, but basically Jupyter Notebook is more preferable to do the coding part. So that's why I'll suggest you to go for but for data science, we are using Jupyter. Yes. For data science, basically nowadays, Jupyter is generally everyone is using. So just launch it. Just click on launch and it will start launching. For data science, R is also we are using. Okay.
Those who didn't install the Anaconda, they can use Google Colab. So that for Google Colab, I'm just giving you the little bit introduction about the Google Colab. Okay. So for that, what we can do, just search Google Colab here. Search Google Colab here. Google Colab. Okay. In that, for Google Colab, always remember that Jupyter and Google Colab, they both are same. But the difference between the Jupyter and Google Colab, the difference between the Jupyter and Google Colab, in Google Colab will access by the internet. Okay, we don't have to install Google Colab. If we have Google account, then we can access our Google Colab. So let's see how we can access. Just go and here, just click on new notebook. Okay, in new notebook, you can see those who are using Jupyter. Let's see the Python screen, the Google Colab screen. Here you can see everything is same as Google Colab, like Jupyter Notebook. But the one disadvantage of Google Colab is you have to connect with the internet every time. Okay, while you are using the Google Colab, that means you have to connect with the internet. And in Google Colab, everything will be stored into your Google Drive. Okay, so clear? Is it clear, guys? Yeah. So now we'll start with Jupyter Notebook. So guys, why we are using Jupyter Notebook? Because like we have PyCharm, we have Visual Studio, we have so many things, but why we are preferring to use Jupyter Notebook? Because for data science, in Jupyter Notebook, it gives us best tools for operating the data. Okay, for performing the data science work, it gives us the best tools like Google Colab and Jupyter Notebook. It gives us the best tool for performing the operation in data science. But when we are talking about the PyCharm, Visual Studio, those are using for the development purpose. Okay, but in data science, what we are doing in data science, we are analyzing the data, we are predicting the data. That's why Google Colab and Jupyter Notebook give us the best tools for doing those type of work. Clear? That's why the data scientists are preferred to use Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook, but we are using Jupyter Notebook here. So yeah, now just click on launch. Now let's start with Python. So yes, guys, before we're moving on, let's talk about the Python. So what is Python, guys, and why we are using Python? Is there anyone? For now, you can write the answer. Is Python purely object-oriented programming language? No, it's not purely object-oriented programming language. It is based on object-oriented programming language, but we can use Python for scripting language also. Okay, so let's start with Python. What is Python? Python is object-oriented programming language. Yeah, object-oriented programming, general purpose language. Okay, general purpose, object-oriented programming, general purpose, and interpreted, we can say also interpreted language. So what do we mean by object-oriented, general purpose, and interpreted language? So Python is based on object-oriented. That means in Python we are just focusing on our task. Instead of logic or instead of anything, we are just focusing on the task here. Like for addition, in other language, we have to perform, like we have to define variable, we have to define the syntax, we have to import the library. But in Python, for addition, what we can do is 10 plus 20. It can give me the answer. That's why we are saying it as a general purpose language. That means we can use it as a general purpose also. And when we are talking about the object oriented, that means we have a topic of object oriented. This is approach, okay, where my programming language is focusing on the object only, object and the classes. Okay, so we'll get to know about the object oriented programming language. And here interpreted. So what do we mean by interpreted here? Because Python is an interpreted language, we used to say that, but do we need do you know the meaning of that particular interpreted, guys? So the interpreted means it will execute the code line by line. Okay, it will execute the code line by line. Okay, no, it's not already compiled, it will also compile. So what do we mean by interpreted? So I'm just giving you I'm just giving you one thing, like one example. Suppose I'm from North India and you're from South India, and I don't know English and you don't know Hindi or South Indian language, or you also don't know. I don't know Hindi. Sorry, I know Hindi only. I don't know English and I don't know about the South Indian language. But you're from South India, you know only the South Indian language. In that case, I have to communicate with you. So in that case, is it possible to communicate with you? Guys, just answer me. Is it possible? No, it's not possible. In that case, what I have to do? I have to hire a person who is able to understand your language and who is understand my language also, so that he can interpret. That means he can translate my language into your language and to your language into my language. So that I need the translator for understanding. Am I right? For that, I'll hire a person. Am I right, guys? For that, I'll hire a person for understanding the both language and in the computer also, because we know that computer only understand the language that is 0 and 1. Computer only understand the language 0 and 1. We know. Are you guys aware of this thing? But here I am writing Imran. So is it possible to understand by the computer? So what I write it here. Computer doesn't know the meaning of Imran here. Computer only understand 0 and 1. Computer is not able to understand. That's why we need a translator. Okay, that's why we need a translator which can translate our local language into the machine language. Like here machine language, here when we are talking about the machine language, that means binary language. Okay, binary. In binary language we have only two things. First one is 0 and second thing is 1. Like we can say it bits. Okay, by bits. Here bits is from binary. Now let's talk about the interpreter. So what will do, like what is the job of interpreter here? Interpreter will translate my Imran to the machine code, okay, to the binary code, in the format of 0 and 1. Got it? Now machine will understand, yeah, in the format of 0 and 1, and he wrote the Imran. Now machine gave me the answer. Now what is the meaning of Imran here? Machine gave me the answer. In that case, machine also do the same thing. Machine will give the answer into the format of binary language. It will give the answer to interpreter, and interpreter will again convert it into my local language. Clear? Like what our translator is doing in the case of like South India and North India. Clear, guys? I hope it is clear why you are using interpreter. So always remember that interpreter is a translator which will execute the code line by line. Okay, interpreter is a translator which will execute the code line by line. Clear? Here we are using Jupyter Notebook as an interpreter. Yeah, Python is not supporting in the compiler. So yeah, at first we are talking about the compiler. Okay, so in compiler, the code will be execute like at once. Okay, the whole code will be execute at once. But when we're talking about the interpreter, it will execute line by line. Suppose, yeah, some guys have question, we have to use interpreter. No, like Jupyter Notebook is the interpreter for Python. If we are using interpreter, Jupyter Notebook, that means you are using an interpreter for Python. How Python interpreter? Let's see how Python interpreter. That means when I am writing, suppose I'm writing multiple lines here. Okay, in a multiple lines in Python, what will happen? It will execute the code line by line. So if suppose I'm writing like 100 lines of code and it is in interpreter and I have error in my 50th line, that means my 50th line I have error. Okay, in Python what will happen? It will ask me to resolve that particular error, then it will follow the next task. But in compiler, in the case of compiler, it will execute the whole code, then ask me to solve that particular error. But in the case of Python, we have to, what we have to do? We have to solve that particular error. Then the interpreter can read the next line. Okay, is it clear, guys? Now tell me, who is the developer of Python? Yeah, Guido Rum Van Rossum. Okay, that is Guido Van Rossum, 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 in 19. Yeah, okay, interpreted, compile. Yeah, guys, like when we are talking about the compiler, the whole code it will run at once. Okay, suppose we have 100 lines of code here. Suppose this is my code, and in the case of compiler, it will execute the whole code, and if there is any error, it will tell me that in the last. But when we are talking about the interpreter, suppose this is my Python code. Okay, these are my Python code. Here I have just all are my Python code. But remember that Python is not a compiler. Python supports only interpreter. Okay, Python is a language which is only supports the interpreter. But I'm just giving the difference between compiler and translator. Okay, now interpreter. Compiler also doing the same thing. It is also translating. But in the case of like, suppose I'm checking that, but like that example which we have used for as a North Indian and South Indian. So in that case, when if I hired a compiler, what he will do? He will listen everything from me. Okay, he will listen everything from me, and he'll go back to that person, that South Indian person. Then he will give him every report. Okay, now he'll come to him and he will give him everything, and he will check every report, like what I have told him, what is the result of that particular, then he will come back to me and give the result, all result. Okay, from me he will take everything what I have concern with him. He will come to him, he will try to resolve that. Okay, then he will come to me. This is the work of here translate the compiler. But when we are talking about the interpreter, this is my first line, this is my first work, he will go to there, he will ask him to do this work. Okay, when he have done this work, he will come there and tell me, yeah, now he will tell me, yeah, I have done this work. Again he will come here, then ask the computer to perform this work. If it is like he will perform, then he will come to me and tell me like, yeah, I have done this work. Suppose in the case of interpreter, in the third line I have error. Okay, here I have error, that means computer cannot perform this particular task. In that case, what will happen? In the case of interpreter, it cannot go to this line. Okay, it cannot go to this line. It will say me that, like, translator will say me, that person which I have had, he will say me, so kindly resolve this query. Okay, at first resolve this query, then give me the next task. But in the case of compiler, he will not take care of what, like, he will not care about the error. He will just do everything, and at the last he will tell me, sir, you have error on this particular line, and I have not done this particular line also. Is it clear, guys? So this is all about the compiler and translator. So now we'll talk about like why we are using Python and what is the features of Python here. Anyone? What is the features of Python? Features of Python. Yeah, it is case sensitive. So what do we mean by case sensitive here? First point is case sensitive. Okay. So what do we mean by case sensitive here, guys? Here the case sensitive means here small a and capital A is a different value. It is different from each other. How it is different from each other? Because of that particular American ASCII code. Okay. ASCII. ASCII code. Because of the ASCII code, it is different from each other. Clear? And guys, the next features we have, what we have next feature? Next feature we have, like, Python is the interpreted object-oriented programming language. We can say that. And why we are using Python? It is open source. Yeah, it is open source. So what do we mean by open source here? For it is a license free. License free. That means you don't have to pay anything for using the Python. The full form of ASCII code is American Standard Code for Information Interchange. That means for capital A, like in binary, for small a, we have, what is the value of small a, guys? In ASCII code, what is the value of small a? No, we have 61. For small a, in a binary language, we have 61. And for capital A, we have 41. Okay. And for capital A, we have 41 value in binary language. Okay. So this is all about the features of Python. And second thing, like how we can use Python. Python can be used for developing the software. It can be used for developing. For data science, we can use data science. For app developing, yes, for app developing. And for making the games, prediction, for automation, for web app, for anything, like we can use Python. Okay. So we show that the features of Python also. Now we'll start with what is variable. Okay, in machine language, yeah, in machine language, in ML, in AI, in automation, Python can be used. Okay. So now, guys, we'll see what is variable. So guys, tell me, what do you mean by variable here? Variables. What is variables? Yeah, guys. So what is variable? Yeah, variable, we can say this. Variable is a container. It is a container which can contain any kind of data. That means any kind of data. That means like it can store any kind of data. Okay. It can hold the data. So how we'll understand what is the syntax for defining the variable? For syntax is for defining the variable. That is your variable name, and after that you can give the value. You can assign the variable to the, okay, you can assign the value to the variable. So this is the syntax. Okay, syntax is variable name, where name is equal to what you want to just give the value. What is the use of variable here? So don't be confused. Just use variable is a container which can contain any value. That means it can store any value. Okay, can store any kind of data. That means value. When we are talking about the data, that means we are talking about the some value. Okay. Yeah, in Python we don't have to give the type of the variable. Okay, you don't have to give the data types of the variable. It is understandable. That's why we are using Python. Python is very intelligent. Python knows that what we have to do. Okay, Python knows that what we have to do. Yeah, so how we can define the variable? So for defining the variable, what we have the first syntax is variable name. Here we have the variable name and is equal to a value. Okay guys, so this is what I'm doing here. This is my variable name is a, and what I'm doing here, by the using of this operator, I'm just giving 10 value to that particular a. Now if I'll print a, so the value of the a will be, guys, so the value of the a will be 10 here. That means a works as a container or not. Here a is a container. A contains the value that is 10. Am I right? No, we don't have to declare the type of the variable. Okay, here Python is very intelligent to understand it. So if I want to check the type of the variable, so what I can do type of a. So here what I'll get, I'm getting the integer data type. Guys, we'll talk about the data type also, but for now just focus on the variable. So yes guys, now how we can assign the variable. Okay, how we can assign the variable, assign the variables. So yes, how we can assign the variable, let's see. For assigning the variable, we can assign it in a different way. The first one is for single way. A single way, how we can, here a is equal to 10. This is for the single way. Okay, but if I'm assigning the variable in a multiple way, that means that is like multiple assigning or single assigning, you can write it assigning or single assign. So for how is it possible to assign the variable in a multiple assigning? Yes, is it a comma b comma c is equal to 10, 20, 30. So what I'm doing here, I'm just assigning my multiple variables at once by using the comma. Here the comma, what is the what comma does here? Comma does the separation. That means a, the value of a will be 10, the value of b will be 20, and the value of c will be 30. Guys, do you know about the swapping? In a multiple assigning of the variable, we can perform the swapping operation. Do you know about the swapping? Yeah. What about other? In any other programming language, suppose the swapping means suppose I have 20 rupees and you have 10 rupees, and we just want to swipe it, we just want to exchange the value. Okay, we just want to exchange the rupees 20 to 10 and 10 to 20. In any other programming language, we need an extra variable, but in Python what we can do, suppose here a is equal to b, a is equal to 10 and b is equal to, let's support a is 10, b is equal to 20. And if I want to, that is swapping. If I want to exchange the value of a and b, so what I can do, a comma b is equal to b comma a. Will it work or not? Try here. Now just search the value of b. It is 10 now. It will work. This is the tricky things. I think this is new for you. Are you guys aware of this thing? So how to check this? This is the profit of Python. Here a, and instead of we're assigning the multiple, we're assigning the new value, but here in the place of b we have 10. Am I right? In the place of b we have 10, and in the 20, and in the place of b here, from here here we have a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, and c is equal to 30. But here what I'm doing, here in the place of a I'm just passing b, and in the place of b I'm just passing a. That means I'm just exchanging the value to each other. Is it clear? This b will assign for a now, na? You can do one thing. Okay, you can do one thing. If it is not able to understand, you can do one thing. Just 40, here, just change the value. Okay, here, if you are difficult in this, try this. Instead of this, you can do b is equal to 20. Now a is equal to 10 and b is equal to 20, na? So here what I'm doing, I'm just passing the value as b is equal to 10. That means what I'm doing here, the first step, what I'm doing, A is equal to B and B. That means what we have A is equal to 20, A is equal to 10, and B is equal to 20. B is equal to 20. But what I'm doing here, I'm just assigning this 20 to A, and I'm just assigning this 20 to A, and here I'm just assigning this 1 to the 10 to B. We have done this. Now if I'll find the value of B, that is 10, B comma A. So yeah guys, this is the concept of swapping. Okay, this is the concept of swapping. Suppose you're working as a data science. Okay, you're working as a data scientist, and your boss and your manager is saying you, I just need this value to this and this value to this. In that case, you have just mistaken. No, suppose you have mistaken, and your manager is saying, no, you have done the wrong thing. I need, instead of X, I need this value, and instead of Y, I need this value. So in that case, what you will do? In that case, you will assign the value to X or Y. You will write the code for the again. Will you prefer it, guys? No, nobody will prefer to write the code again. So that what we'll do, we'll just swap it. Yeah, in money exchange, like if you are writing the program for money exchange, it is also working. It is also helpful. Okay guys, so I hope it is clear. So how we can assign the variable? So we have two ways for assigning the variable. The first one is single assigning, the single value assigning. The second one is for just try. It will also work. No need to worry. No, assigning is a cannot assign a literals. Here I'm trying to define the literals here. Okay, is equal to 10. So for assigning the multiple values, it is not possible. Okay, let's try it. If it is possible, just try it. A is equal to 10, comma, B is equal to 20. But it will be a literals. That why we are not able to assign it. Okay, that means here what we are doing. Here A is equal to 10. That means we are not separating it. Okay, and B is equal to also B. Like here A is equal to 10 and B, but we cannot assign multiple value. No? Here if I do like this, it will be now it will work. But if I'm giving it as a is equal to, that means it will be not work. That means we are just trying to define a literals. We'll get to know what is literals also. So guys, are we clear till assigning the variables? Guys, are you enjoying the class or not? Everyone, be interactive. Okay, now we'll talk about the tokens. Okay, what is the token in Python? So guys, yeah, Python in what is the token in Python? Token means every token. That means when we are talking about the tokens, that means every logical line of the code divided into the tokens. Yeah, how we can say that? So here, if I'm talking about the 10 A is equal to 20. So this is my code. Am I right? This is my logical code. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, this is my logical code. And what is the meaning of token here? Every logical line of the code divided into the token. So here for variable, A is a token. This is operator. This is also a token. And here value 10, 20. 20 is also a token. So always remember that when we're talking about the tokens, that means every code has divided into tokens. Clear? There we have 3 tokens. Am I right? Am I right, guys? There we have 3 tokens. The first one is A, and here also space is also a token. We have divided into tokens. Every logical code has been divided into tokens. So here space is also token. Here is equal to. That means we are assigning it. It is also a token. Here if I'm this is also a token. No, so we cannot say it as a variable. In the token it can be value, in the token it can be identifier, in the token it can be literals, it can be anything. Okay, yeah, space is also included as a token. Yeah, each character, that means each element will be token here. If I'm writing A is equal to 10, 20, 30, this will be the token here. Okay, that means there is A is a token, the comma is also token, there B is also token, there's this comma is also token, C is also token. That means every line of code has been divided into the tokens. Are we clear about this, guys? Everyone, are we clear about this? Now we'll talk about the keywords. What's the use of this? What's the use of this? Let's see. If I'm doing this now, so I'm dividing into the tokens. Am I right? This is we're dividing. It's not usable, but for understanding, if someone will ask you, suppose you are going to give the interview, and interviewer asks you, what is token? In that case, what you will say? You have to say something. So we have the definition of tokens now. Like every logical line of code has been divided into tokens. Now we'll talk about the keywords. So what is keywords here? Yeah, why Python has tokens? Because every language has tokens. Every language has like tokens. When we are talking about the C, when we are talking about Java, when we are talking about like Python, it is token. It is like a line of the code. But suppose I just give you an example. I'm just giving you an example. You have to write a sentence. For writing a sentence, what you have to do? You have to write the word. Sentence is the combination of word. Am I right? No, we are not doing the counting. Suppose I'm just saying, just write a sentence. In that case, sentence is the combination of word. No? If I'll ask you what is sentence, so what you will say? What you will say? The answer will be the sentence is the combination of words. And what is words? Words is the combination of character. Here also, when you're talking about the tokens, that means every line of code has been divided into the small tokens. Tokens is the main thing to perform the task. Like if I'm performing, suppose.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
A is equal to, I'm performing the addition here, okay? A is equal to 20 and B is equal to 30. So I can assume it, na? Like here there are like tokens. There we can understand. Yeah, like for the particular line, we can say it. Yes. Now, if we don't have token, because these are the token. If you don't have token, then is it possible to write the code? Is it? My code is divided into the tokens, and we can say it as a, like the combination of tokens is the logical line of code. Am I right? So are we clear about the tokens? Now we'll talk about the keywords. So what do we mean by keywords, guys? So keyword here we can say these are the words which is already defined into the Python and which have some meaning. That means it is a predefined word which has some meaning, special meaning. That means it is performing some special task. Okay, let's see how, like what kind of keyword we have. For example, we have import keyword. These are the keyword, you will get to know about this also. Okay, and we have if. These all are the keyword. We have lambda, we have while, we have break, we have else. Yes, guys, we have def, we have is, we have not. So these are the, like we have multiple keyword here. That means, so for now, just understand these are the keyword. That means those keyword have a special meaning into the Python. That means those keyword can perform the special task. Got it? So are we clear about that keyword also? Are we clear about the keyword also? So we can say it, Python keyword is a predefined word, or you can say like predefined is the special word which is already defined into the system. And so this is the keyword, guys. Now we'll talk about the identifier. So what is identifier, guys? I mean, we are just giving the example here. We'll see about the like list of the keyword also, but no need to take pressure now. Okay, we'll just go through the follow of the class. So what is identifier, guys? It is a name. We can say it is a name which is used to identify the variables, functions, classes. It is a name which is used to identify the variable, functions, classes, or object. Okay, now we'll see how like we can identify. Suppose here I'm just giving it as a 10. A is equal to 10. That means, and one more thing, guys, just note it. Okay, just note it. This is the very tricky, and this is like everybody will ask you in the interviewer also. Keywords cannot be used as a identifier. So here, no, identifier is not a predefined. Okay, identifier is not a predefined. Keyword is only a predefined. Identifier is not a predefined. Identifier we are defining for identifying the like variables. Suppose here what is A is a variable, but it is also identifier. Na? Here 10 is identified by A. Am I right? Here my value that is 10. We are identify that value A by 10. Guys, Are you listening me, everyone? So here what we are doing here, we are identifying my variable by a now. So this is the name now for this particular variable. For this particular value, we have a name that is a, like identifier. What is identifier? So when we are talking about the identifier, no, these are not, we can say it, but these are not same. This is at first, this is a variable. Okay, and identifier, that means variables will be only for the assigning the value. And identifier, suppose, yeah, I'm just giving you a real example. Okay, suppose you have some name, am I right? So people are identifying you by your name, no? Am I right? This is variable, but it is also identifier, no? How I can identify this? By the use of name. This is only a this. I'm just defining a function. Suppose name is equal to Intel. So in that case, I'm identifying my, like it is variable. At first, this is the variable, but I'm identifying my Intel by using name. That is the variable. We can say it, I mean, it's a very good thing. All variables is identifier, but all identifiers cannot be a variable. So that means, guys, identifier is basically used to identify, okay, identify the variable. It can be function, it can be classes, it can be anything. But the most of the useful thing is, and most of the tricky thing is, keywords cannot be used as an identifier. That means if you have import here, I cannot use import here. It will give us error. Okay, just try it. It will give us error. That means we cannot use keyword as an identifier. Class, that is Python, Python. So here the class, the name of the class is Python. No? I'm identifying this particular class as a Python by the name. Is it clear? That means I can check an example of your name only. No? Like how I'm identifying you. I'm identifying you by your name for everyone. Is it clear? Here class keyword is for defining the class. No? Here class keyword, like class is like when we're talking about the class, that means this is the combination. Suppose we are going to school, and it, like in that school, we are having a class so that we can sit there and study. Am I right? So we can take it, for now we can take it like this. This is the class, and the class name is, like if I'm reading in class 9, that means the class name will be 9. And how the people will understand my class, like identify my class, guys, how the people will identify my class? By the class name, and my class name is 9. Now is it clear how people will understand me? My name is Imran, so people will identify me by my name, na? So guys, what we'll do, the next thing, that is boolean. So guys, what do we mean by boolean here? So yes guys, when we're talking about the boolean, na, that means there will be only two value, that is true and false, or there will be yes or no. True, false, yes, no, 1, 0. Okay, that means this is the boolean value. It can be either true or it can be either false. Here, instead of like I'm using s for the true, I'm using 1 for the true. So always remember that. Okay, here the 1 is in Python, 1 is used for true and 0 is used for false. Got it? So boolean will be, it can be either true or false. So when we are talking about the boolean, we'll having two things only. One is true and second is false. That means it can be yes, no, 1, 0. Suppose I'm telling you, I'm asking you, are you joining the class? There will be two answer only. Am I right? Yes or no? If I'll ask you, will you join the class? So how many answer it can be happen? Guys, if I'm asking you, will you join the class? How many answer? So what will be the answer? Yes or no? If you will join, you can say yes. If you will not join, then you will say no. Am I right? That means if you will join that class, that it will be true. And if you will not join the class, it will be false. Is it clear? So guys, till now we're clear. Now we'll talk about the operators. Okay, operator. So yeah, what is operator here? Operator, it is a special symbol. Okay, when we're talking about the operator, that means we're talking about the special symbol which is used to perform some operation. Okay, so guys, I'm using like local language. Okay, I'm not using the technical language. I'm just using the normal language so that everyone can able to understand. Is it fine? Or should I have to use the technical language? Guys, yeah, I'm using the both. But basically, like when I'm like including the local and not like normal and technical, now it's fine. So this is the like when we're talking about the operators, that means we are talking about the special symbol which is used to perform some operation, perform some task. Suppose here a plus 10 plus 20, 10 plus 20. So here what I'm trying to do, guys, I'm trying to add, but here add, this is my operator here. Okay, this is my operator. By using this operator, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to perform the task. I'm trying to perform an operation that is an addition. Okay, so here 10 plus 20 is equal to 10 plus 20 is equal to 30. So this is my operator here. So understand why I'm using operator, guys. For not addition, like we are having different operator for different operation. But for example, I just gave you this example of operator. So we are using operator for performing some operation, for performing different operator. Now we'll talk like we're having some different kinds of operator. Am I right? For performing the mathematical task, we're having mathematical operator. For performing any kind like any other types, we're having like those type of operator. Am I right? So yes, our first operator is arithmetic operator. Arithmetic operator. So guys, what do we mean by arithmetic operator here? So what do we mean by arithmetic operators here? So basically, we're using the arithmetic operator. We're using it for performing mathematical task. Okay, perform mathematical operation or task. Is it fine? Now, what kind of operators we have in mathematical and arithmetic operator? What kind of operator we have? We have first one is addition. Okay, we're calling it as a addition. So let's see how addition is working. Addition can be work in a normal object and it can be work as a variable also. Let's see if I'm trying to add a is equal to 10 and b is equal to, here b is equal to 20. So in that case, I can do one thing, c is equal to a plus b. That means what I'm doing here, I'm just adding this a into a plus b. Then what I can do, then I'm storing it into c. Yeah, I'm just assigning, that means I'm storing into c. Just now what I'll do, if I want to give the answer of this particular c, what I have to do, I just have to call or print this c. So for calling, I can use c only. So what I'll get, yeah, if I'll not you print c na, I will get the answer. Print c, I'm getting. Or if I'll use only c here, so I'll get the answer. But here, what do we mean by c here? That means we are calling, we are not printing, we are calling that particular c only. Okay, by using the print function, we are printing that particular data, and by using only c, we are calling the c. Clear? No, c not work as a function here, but we are calling by creating the like, it is work as a like object. Can you say this as an object, c as an object? Yeah, so the answer will be 30 only. If I'll call it by, if I'll print by using c, it is like I'm printing the value of c, and if I'm using c only, the answer will be 30. But we're calling it, okay, we're calling the value of c by using only c. We're not printing the value, but it will print. Clear, guys? Is it clear? So our second operation is subtraction. Yeah, and one more thing, by calling the like object or variable, you can only print once. If here, if I'll try to type b, it will not print, it will print only c. Yes, it is also printing the b also, but c, it is also printing the c. So always remember that by using like calling or printing, like printing, we have to use the function that is print, so that inside it can be print everything. But if I'm calling my function or my variable, my class, I have to use only the variable name, that is my c only. Okay, is it clear? Yeah, the output will be the same, but the difference is only the thing we have to use print function, and you will get to know about the like print function, like what is the function and what is this. We'll get to know. Yeah. If we'll write, suppose, yeah, you guys are getting confused, na? Suppose I'm writing, before that I'm writing d is equal to 30 and e is equal to 40. Now if I'll call my f is equal to d plus e. Now I'll not print it. Okay, I'll not print. No, they cannot be a function here. For function, we'll having some syntax and rules. We have to follow it. But we can say df is a variable here. Okay, f is a variable here, and we are calling the variable. We are not printing, but we are calling the variable. Okay, this is the 70. If I'll print it by using, I can print. You'll get back like we'll get to know everything about the like difference between calling the function and printing the function. Okay, in function method. But for now, understand this is the calling the function. Okay, we're not using this function that is print. This is the particular function. Yeah, there is one difference you can hear. Like here I'm using print function, and here I'm just calling by using the only one. Okay, that fun, that f. Yeah, guys. Yeah, we can add the statement in here only. Okay, but when we are calling the function, when we are calling the variable, it is not possible. Clear? Yes, guys. And here only, like here also, like you can see the difference. Here I can give not output, like it is like just printing, and here I am getting the output here. Okay, here in means input and out means output, and here when I'm just printing it, it is not giving me the output here. It is just printing that particular thing, and here I'm getting the output. Clear, guys? Yeah, this is for printing only. Okay, here it is also like as an output, but here we are not saying it as an output. That means we are just printing the value. It is not working, like it is not processing. It is just printing the value. But here it is output. Okay, here you can see this is the output, and here we don't have option like output. Is it clear? So the difference between printing and calling, guys, is it clear for everyone? Just give me the chair up if it is clear, then we can continue with the next thing. So we have subtraction also. Why we are using subtraction? For subtracting the value. Yes, guys. Now what we are doing the subtraction. So we all are aware of the subtraction. By using the subtraction, we are just minus the value. So if I'm using f is equal to e minus d, can I use it like this? So by using what I'm doing here, I'm just subtracting the value. Just if I'm call my f here, just here I have called f. Here I can use print f. Okay, so the f here, the value of d is 40, and the value of e is 40, and the value of d is 30. So the answer will be 10. Is it right? And we have the next thing, that is multiplication. The multiplication will be the star sign here. Okay, we have the next thing, that is multiplication. So in multiplication, what we can do, we can write 10 into 12. So what should be the answer here, guys? What should be the answer? It will be 120. So by using the multiplication, I'm multiplying. Okay, we have next is, that is exponential. So why we are using exponential here? For powering the value. Okay, for powering. Suppose if I'm using exponential, we know the exponential like 2 power square. So if I'm using 2 power 2, so what should be the value? No, it is not only the square, it is for like we're calling it as the exponential. That means I can use here like star 4, like I can use here square, I can use here cube, I can use here like 5 power 5 power 6. It can be anything. That's why we are calling this operator as an exponential only. It will be 4 instead of 2. If I'll use 5, so what will happen here? It should print 32. Am I right, guys? Because like it will be like this, na? 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, 2. So we have 2 into 2, 4, 4 into 2, 8, 8 into 2, 16, 16 into 2, 32. Is it clear? Instead of 5, if I'll use 6 here, what we'll get? We'll get another 2. That is 64. So are we clear about the exponential? So basically exponential operator is used for giving the power to a object. Clear? Now we are having division. Okay, now we are having division. The sign of the division is this. So what is division here? It is used to divide the value. Division. So here if I'm giving 120 to 12, so what I'm doing here, I'm just performing the operation, that is division. And the division value, what will be the division value here? It will be 10. But always remember that it will be always a float value. Okay, we'll get to know about in data types what is float and what is integer, but for now it will be only a float value. Clear, guys? And we have next thing, that is modulus. So is there anyone who knows about the modulus, guys? So what do you mean by modulus here? It will be the remainder. Yes, it will be the remainder. Suppose I'm just trying to divide it by like this. So what will be the remainder here? Is 5 divisible by 2? Guys, is 5 totally divisible by 2? No. So we'll have remainder, no? We'll have remainder. So our remainder, by using the modulus, I'll get about the remainder. Okay, let's see. I'm getting 1 here. Is it clear? So here, guys, by division, we know that by the what is the use of division? We're dividing, and by the use of modulus. So why we are using modulus here? We're trying to suppose we're trying to divide 5 by 2. We're trying to divide 5 by 2, but is 5 totally divisible by 2? Is 5 totally divisible by 2?
No.
No. So in that case, we'll having a remainder, na? We'll having a remainder. So by the use of modulus, we'll get that particular remainder only. Yeah. And in the case of division, it will totally divide that. Suppose if I'm using 5 by 2, in the case of division, na, if I'm using 5 by 2, it will totally divisible. That means it will be in the form of a float. It is 2.5, but it is not totally divisible. Remainder here. So till now we are clear about the arithmetical operator. We have this arithmetical operator only. Okay. Now we're talking about the next, that is assignment operator. Assignment operator. Yeah, where it might be useful. Suppose you are working in a project. Okay, you're working in a project and you want to find the number is even or not. In that case, what you will use, Subramaniam? You'll find the remainder, na? That remainder is 1. If it is totally divisible by 2, that means it is an even number. And if it's not divisible by 2, if it's not totally divisible by 2, this will be an odd number. So in that case, will you use division? You have to find the remainder. Subramaniam, you have to find the remainder. Will you use division? Because if you'll use division, it will totally divisible. So in that case, we have to use the modulus concept, so that we'll get to know, is it totally divisible by is it giving any remainder or not? If it is giving remainder, that means this is not an even number. And if it is giving us, if it is not giving us any remainder, that means this is totally even number. Okay. No, we are not prefer to combine it. If we'll combine, no, it will be just try what I'm getting. I can, but will not prefer to use it. I can combine more than one operator. I can combine it. If I'm adding 3, so what will happen? At first it will give the modulus, then add 3. That means the modulus is 1 and the 3. But we are not prefer to use combine the modulus and division. Yeah, it will follow the board mass. Just see, is it following board mass or not? Here I am writing 1 plus 2 and writing 2. What it is doing? It is following the board mass. Yeah. Guys, you are asking about the board mass. This is the concept of math. Bracket of divide, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. This is the concept of math from 2 class or 3 class, I think, na? So guys, till now we are clear, na? We are clear about the modulus, like, yeah, till modulus, that means assignment operator. Okay, no worry, let's just talk about the assignment operator. Okay, so why we are using assignment operator? It is used to assign to the value to the variables. Okay, so guys, assignment operator is used to assign value to the variables. Now at first, like, why you are using assigning value? The first operator we have this assignment operator. Here we are calling, don't be confused, it is not a is equal to, okay, it is not equal to operator, it is a assignment operator. This is the assignment, this is the first assignment operator. Assignment operators, okay. Yeah, how we can use it? So here a is equal to 30. So here guys, what I am doing here, I am assigning the value that is 30 to my a variable, and what I have write it, I have using it now. What I have write it is used to assign value to the variables. And what I'm doing here, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just assigning my 30, that is my value, to my variable, that is my a. Is it clear? Yeah. So what I'm doing here, I'm just assigning, now the value of the a will be 30. Am I right? This will be 30 because I have assigned the 30 to a, isn't it? Now we have the second operator, that is plus assignment. That means addition and assignment. So what do we mean by this? Add plus assignment. Add plus assign. So what do we mean by this assignment, like add plus assign? So here the meaning of the add plus assign is, if I'm using a is equal to a plus is equal to 1. So what do we mean by this a plus is equal to 1? That means I'm writing a is equal to a plus 1. No, it's not an increment. It's like I'm adding a into my 1. Okay, increment, we have another operator. When we're talking about the increment and decrement, we're having another operator. But here I'm just adding 1 to my a. Okay, this is, here we can write it like this. Okay guys, here we can write it like this. So what will happen if I'll do like this, a plus is equal to, so now the value of the a will be, can you please tell me what will be the value of a? No, here we have 30, na? Yes, here we have 30. Now we are having a 31. So what I'm doing here, at first I'm adding 1 into a and I'm just assigning a into a. Okay, that means the value of a, here it is work like this. We have a is equal to 30. Am I right? And we are just adding a plus 1. That's 31. Now the value of the a will be 31 only. Is it clear? Guys, suppose if I'm writing a plus is equal to 1. Here, what I'm doing here, you can see the value of the a is 30 here. So now what I'm doing here, I'm just adding 1 into my a. So here it will be like this. A is equal to a plus 1. That means if I'm taking a is equal to a plus 1, that means a is equal to, we already have a, and here instead of a we have 30 now. The value of the a is 30, and here 1, we have 1. Am I right? And now what will be the value of a? The value of a will be 31. Yeah guys, so I can assume I'm able to clear your concern. I can assume it now. So now we have subtraction and assign. So I will not explain it. Okay, I'll not explain it, I'll just perform the operation, because I have explained the same thing for the addition. What I can do, I'll just do this, a minus is equal to 1. So the answer will be like this. Just call a now. What will be the answer here? The answer will be 31. No, it will be, because I have run it again and again. Yeah, just from here. It will be a 31. Execute this. Now it will be 30. That means what I'm doing? I'm doing the simple thing, that is a is equal to a minus 1. A minus 1. Okay guys, is it clear? So now I'll use the multiplication and assign. the multiplication and the assignment operator. So what will happen here if I'm adding a into is equal to 2? What should happen? It will be 56 because here the value of a, no, here the value of a will be 28. Okay, it will be, yeah, it should, the concept should be clear. Okay guys, the concept is like this. Yeah, subtraction. For subtraction, what we're doing here, we're doing the same thing. Pratik, we are doing the same thing what we have done for addition. For addition, we have added 1 to a, and for subtraction, we have subtract 1 from the a. Is it clear, Pratik? Yeah. So for the subtract, for the multiplication, what we are doing, this can be, we can define it like this: a is equal to a into 2. That means a into 2, what we are doing, we are assigning a into 2 into to my a. So what should be the very, like what should be the answer here? The answer will be 122. How? Let's see. From here, just execute the code line by line. It will be 60 here. Okay. So don't like confuse with the answer. Here we have like how much time we will execute now. It will deduct or it will add. Okay, so don't confuse with the answer. Just just focus on the concept here.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
And we have like this also is equal to, for that what I can do, I can use minus is equal to 2. Now guys, tell me, now you will tell me how I can write it into my comment. If you'll get this, then you can tell me how I can write this. Yes, a is equal to a divided by 2. Here what I'll get 30. If I'll call my a here, so I'll get 30 only. Okay, yes, you guys are getting me. And for the modulus also, we have this is equal to, so that here what we can do, here we can use like this, na, this by 2. Just call a. Why we are getting a? Why we are getting 0? Because while I am trying to divide 2 by like 30 by 2, it will give us remainder as 0. That means we are giving, like we are taking it as a 0 only. Okay. So till now we are clear about the assignment operator, guys. So can we go for the next operator, that is our comparison operators. So yes guys, why we are using comparison operator? We're using comparison operator to compare the value. Okay, compare the two value. Suppose why we are using, let's see why we are using comparison operator. So who is best? Suppose I am just comparison between the two students. One student who is already like in the class, he's resulting first, and the second one who is second. Between them, I should have to compare now who is the best, why he is getting first and why he is getting second. So in that case, what I'll use the concept of comparison. The marks I can assume is the marks. I'm getting 80 in maths and you're getting 60 in maths. So who is the best and whose marks is more? In that case, what I have to use? I have to use the comparison. I have to compare it. 80 is big or 60 is big. Am I right? Guys, for everyone, is it clear or not? Yeah, now we'll see what kind of comparison operator we have. First one we have, that is equal to. Okay, first one we have equal to. Yes guys, now this is equal to operator. Okay, equal to. So don't be confused with assignment operator and equal to operator. This is my equal to operator here. Clear? So yeah, let's see what is equal to. Suppose here if I'm, so what will be the answer here? The answer, it will return, it will compare and return either true or false. Okay, yeah, it can be like more value also, it can be more value also, we'll see. Okay, it can be, but it will return, it will compare the value and it will return either true or false and return and return either true or false. Suppose if I'm doing like this, in that case, is 1 actually is equal to 1, guys? So in that case, what should I get? Now I should get true. I'm getting true. If I'm trying to do now this like this, in that case, what should I get? I should get false. Yeah, it will return but for now it will return the boolean value, like boolean value only. Okay, Bridges? It will return the boolean value. That means it will check it. It will compare it. Is it actually equal or not? In that case, it will be a false. Okay. If I'm checking like this, in that case, what should I get? I should get true. That means everything is true here. Okay. Now just move to clear. Till now, equal to operator, we have clear. Now just move to the not equal to. So for not equal to, we have this symbol. Exclamation mark, in English, exclamation mark, and assignment operators. This is the not equal to. Not equal to. Now let's see how it is working. So what will you, if it is, it will return. If it is not, it is equal to. Okay. So if I will check like this, in that case, what should I get? Guys, in that case, what should I get? I should get false, because it is actually equal to, but I'm checking it is not equal to. I'm getting false. And instead of this 1 not is equal to 2. In that case, what should I get? It will return true. One more thing. You guys are getting me, okay? One more thing. And not is equal to 2. In that case, what should I get? Guys, don't be confused here. In that case, what should I get? I'm getting false, because this condition is true. Okay, this is not true, but this is not false, na? This is not true. That's why I'm getting false. If I'm using not is equal to 2 and not is equal to 3, in that case, what should I get? I should get true. I'm getting true only. So we are clear about the equal to and not equal to. Now let's talk about the greater than and less than. Okay. So at first we have less than. This is my less than operator. So here how we can like use the less than. 10 is less than 12. In that case, what should I get? Less than we know now. We're comparing which value is greater or less. I should get true, na? I'm getting true. If I'm using 10 greater than 5, sorry, less than 5. Now tell me, I should get false. Let's try. Yeah, I'm getting false. So why we are using less than? For comparing two operator which is smaller. Okay. Comparing which is smaller. Clear? Now let's talk about the greater than. Greater than. So now what we are doing here? Yeah. So greater than, by using greater than, we're comparing which is greater. That means which is the largest one, which is the greater one. Now let's try. The symbol is like this. Okay, this is the greater than symbol. Now just try it. 10 is greater than 9. Am I right? Everyone, the answer will be true. If I'm trying to do like this, 10 is greater than 11. In that case, what should I get? In that case, I should get false, na? Let's see. I'll get false only. I'm getting false because 10 is not actually smaller than, greater than 11. That's why I'm getting false here. Okay. Now we have the second operation, that is smaller than is equal to. Okay. Smaller than equal to. So here what I will check? It will check if it is smaller than, okay, it's fine. Otherwise, if it is equal then it's fine. It will return as true. If it is actually smaller than, or it is equal to that particular object, it will give us true. But if it is not is smaller than or not is equal to, it will give us false. So guys, if I'm using trying, in that case, what should I get? I should get true or false. Just a minute. It is an indentation error. Okay, no need to use space here. I'm getting true. But one thing, now what should I get? I'll get false because I'm checking the smaller than and it is actually not a smaller than. So we are getting it, na? Suppose here I'm using 15 and here I'm using smaller than 10. In that case, what should I get? I should get false. Why I'm getting false? Because 15 is greater than 10. It is not even equal to 10. Now we'll talk about the greater than. The symbol of greater than is equal to is like this. And always remember that no need to give a space here. If you'll give the space, na, it will give you the error. So when we are performing the operation not is equal to or like smaller than equal to, so always remember that between them no need to give space. If you'll give the space, it will be false, it will be error. Okay, now we're talking about the greater than equal to. Okay, equal to. Okay guys, let's talk about the greater than equal to. So what is greater than equal to here? How we can, it will check, it will compare a particular value is greater than this or not. If it is greater than, then it's fine. Again, it will check if it is equal to or not. If it is equal to, then it's fine. Then it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. Just check. Suppose here greater than is equal to 12. In that case, what should I get? What should be the answer? The answer will be false. Let's see why it is false. Because 10 is not even equal to or greater than 12. But in the case of here, if I'm using 15, greater than is equal to 15. Now, what should be the answer here? It will be true. No, Suresh, it will be true. Because 15 is equal to 15. No, it is not greater than, but it is equal to 15. Now, one more question. 17 is greater than equal to 15. Now tell me what should be the answer here? Yeah, any condition should be satisfied. That means it is actually greater than, it should be the true. One more question. If I'm using like this 17.1, now tell me what should be the answer? It will be the false only. Clear? Why false? Because where you here we are taking 17.1, then it is greater than 17, na? Bridges and Sheshu. Here we are taking 17.1. That means 1 point we are greater than, na? That's why. So don't be confused here. Guys, if I'm taking like this one, now tell me what should be the answer? Again, somebody is saying it's error. It will be not error. It will be false only because this is equal to. If I'm using like this, in that case, I'll get true only. Okay. In that case, I'll get true. Yeah, that's why we are getting. And here what we are checking, we're checking equal to and greater than. It is not greater than, but it is equal to. Here this is the equal to. This is greater than sign, and this is the is equal to sign. It is not greater than, but it is equal to, na? If I'm using here, if I'm using here 1.1, in that case, I should get true. Okay. Is it clear? But if I'll use here instead of this, in that case, I should get false. Why I'm getting false? This is because this is greater than this. And I'm checking greater than is equal to. But this is actually greater than the first value. The second value, my second value is greater than first value. That's why I'm getting error. Till now, yeah, we are combining here. Like this, we are combining here only. Till now, it's clear. So are we clear about the assignment operator also? Sorry, comparison. Yeah, greater than or equal to. We can say it. But by the combination, we can say it like greater than equal to. And can we continue for the next operator? Guys, yes. So let's talk about the logical operator. So logical operator, it is used to combine, okay, combine the conditional statement, okay. When we are talking about like logical operator, that means it will work on logical. That means what I'm saying you, a logical operator is, if I'm giving you two things, okay. The first one is, I'm just understanding what is logical operator. It will work on conditional and it is work on the condition, okay. Suppose 15 is greater than 13. Yeah. This is also this. If this thing happen, then that thing happen. Suppose in condition, like what I can say, if you will come, you will learn something. The condition for learn something, you have to come Am I right? Guys, am I right or wrong? I'm just giving a condition. If you will join the class, you will learn something. That means for learning something new, you have to join the class. So in logical operator, we just combine the conditional statement. That means that's my first statement. And another statement I can say, if you will not join the class, you will not wrong. You will not learn something new. That means there is my two statement. If you learn for learning something new, you have to join the class. If you will not learn the class, join the class. If you will not join the class, it will be like you will not learn anything. So here we have two conditions. By using logical operator, we are just combining two conditions. Okay, so this only. Now just understand what kind of logical operator we have. We have AND logical operator. Okay, the first one is AND. So that is the conditional statement, but here we are talking about the conditions. Here we are talking about those are the conditional statement, but here we are talking about the conditions only. Let's try it. In AND operator, what will happen? In operator and operator, the both should be the same. The both should be the same. Okay, for getting the true. Suppose we can just take it like this. In a logical AND, both should be the same. If I'm checking for 15 is greater than 13, this is my first condition, guys. And by using AND, we have AND operator. If I'm checking 15 is greater than 14 also, this is my second condition. Am I right or wrong, guys? So the both condition is true here or not? So here both condition should be same. That means both conditions should be true. Then I'll get true only. Let's see. I'm getting true. Here instead of this, what I'll use 16. So in that case, is the both condition satisfying this? In that case, I should get false. Is it clear for everyone? The first one is true and second one is false. So it should be, the both conditions should be same. But we are not getting the both condition as the same. That's why we are getting false. So here 15, 13, 14. This is true. And we have the second one, that is OR operator. Okay, OR operator. By using on OR operator, either both or one condition should be satisfied. That means one condition should be true. So here by using OR, what I can see, any condition here, either both or one condition should be true. If I'm using 12 greater than 14, is this condition right or wrong? Or 12 is smaller than 11, is my both condition right or wrong? The both is wrong, no? The both is false. So in that case, what should I get? I should get false. But if I'm using 12 is greater than 14 or 12 is less than 15, in that case, what should I get? I should get true, because here this condition is works as a true. Am I right? This is true. And if here 14 is greater than 12, or if I'm using 12 is greater than 16, in that case, what should I get? Yeah, one condition. This is, yes, Suresh, this is work as a OR. That means if the either one, both or one. Okay, either if there is one condition, it is satisfied. In that case, I'll get the true. That means you can assume it is a plus and into. Okay, you can assume it as a plus and into. This my first condition is true here, na? So I'll get true. But in the case of AND operator, the both should be true. No, in the case of AND operator, na, we should get both the true. But in the case of OR operator, we should have at least one condition as a true. If we are having one condition as a true, that means it will be a true. Okay, this is work like this. In that case, what should be the answer? The answer should be true. Now what I'm doing, 15 greater than 13 and the OR 14 greater than 15. In that case, what should I get? I should get true. But here if I'm doing like this, 11, Now, what should I get? The both the condition is true. Guys, the both the condition is true, na? So I should get true only. So are we clear about the till now? About the OR operator, I think we are clear. Now let's talk about the NOT operator. NOT. Okay, it like a inverse. It like a inverse or inverts. Okay, that means if you are having false, it will give us true, and if you are having true, it will give us false. Suppose I'm just trying 10, and if I'm doing not 10, I'm getting false. Then 10 is, instead of true, I can use false. Not true. So if I use not true, I'm getting false. So it will work as an inverse only. Okay, guys, is it clear? So not operator used to inverse only. Ritik, you can ask me. Yeah, if you suppose like here, it will give us the answer in the mode of, yeah, just try to execute like this. 13 greater than not, just try 14 greater than 12. In that case, I'll get error, because not operator, the condition of the not operator, we have to use only one thing, not 15. If I'll use not 15 here, I'll get false. That means here 15 is a true, na? Here if I'm using a is equal to 15. Okay, and if I'm using not 15, then a is true value. And if I'm using not a, so in that case I'm getting false. A is a true value here. If I'm using a, okay, if I'm using a is a true value here, 15, but in the not operator, what is happening? In the not operator, it will just inverse that. That means true value will change into the false value. Is it clear? So it is work on the binary only. Okay, guys? We're using not operator in binary only. Always remember that for true and false. Here, if I'm a is equal to false, so what should be the answer here? Should be true. Clear? Okay, not operator, basically like when we are performing some kind of operation, na? And when we are performing some kind of operation, and in that case you have to find the inverse of that particular. Suppose you are searching for S. Suppose you are working as a data science in a company, and your boss is saying like filter all the data which is no. Okay, like who's like this is the data sets of like you have the data sets for customer. Okay, and those customer who are not paying the rent or paying the not full telephone charge. In that case, your customer is saying, yeah, do one thing, just filter or find every person who is not paying. So in that case, what you'll use in a short form, you can use the word not. Okay, not operator you can use in a short form for finding the data. Clear, guys? You're not paying, you can find it. Is it clear for everyone? Yeah. So now let's talk about the second operator. Okay, that is our bitwise operator. So yes, guys, what do we understand by bitwise operator? It will perform the operation as individual bit. Okay, let's understand it. That means when we are talking about the bits, that means like it will only the binary language. That means when we are talking about the bits, na, that means we are talking about the binary language. So what we have binary language? We have binary language like 0 and 1. Am I right? 0 and 1. Here 0 is the individual bits and 1 is the individual bits. Is it clear? So the first bitwise operator, what we have AND operator. The first one we have AND operator. The first one we have AND operator and bitwise operator. Bitwise AND. Yes. So bitwise AND is like this. Now we are having bitwise AND. So now what is the bitwise AND? We can assume it as a multiplication. Okay. In a normal language, we can say it as a multiplication. So now let's understand by this code, by this column. If I'm using AND 0 and 1, now 0. So what should be the answer, guys? The answer should be 0. Am I right? Guys, am I right? The answer should be 0. So if I'm doing 0 and 1, in that case, what should I get? Okay, Vikas, we're talking about the bitwise operator. That means bitwise operator is only works in binary code. Okay, like we have binary code as a 0 and 1 binary code. We have binary code as a 0 and 1. So when we're talking about the binary code, okay, bitwise operator always work in binary code. That means individual bits. So here 0 is an individual, it is a separate bits, and 1 is also a separate, that means individual bits. And the first bitwise operator is, we have AND operator, okay. This is my first bitwise operator, that is AND. So in the simple form, we can understand it, AND is work as a into. That means what AND is work as a multiplication. So if I try to multiply 0 into 0, so what should be the answer? 0. And if you try to multiply 0 into 1, in that case, what should we get? We should get 0 again. And in that case, for now, just we are understanding as a multiplication, okay, but it is works as a AND operator bitwise. That means it works as a bit only. So if I'm talking about 1 into 0, in that case, what should I get? In that case, I should get 0. And again, if I'm talking about like 1 and 1, in that case, what should I get? I should get 1. Am I right? Let's perform this operation. 1 and 0, 1 and 1, okay, 1 and 1. So what should be the answer here, guys? The answer should be 1. So always remember that bitwise operator is working like works on bits, okay. It works on bit, and for that it works as a multiplication. The second one, what we have OR operator. For bitwise OR, we have this symbol, and we can take it as a plus sign, okay. We are saying it as a bitwise OR. So yes, guys, for bitwise OR, what we can say here, it can be used as a plus. So if I'm taking like this 0 not is equal to 0, like 0 or 0, what should be the answer? 0 or 1, what should be the answer? 0 and 0, 0 or 0, sorry, 0 or 1. Are you guys getting me or not? And here 1, 0, you will tell me the answer now. 1, 1. This is 0 plus 0. This is as a, we are assuming as a plus, but we are actually not doing it a plus, okay. We're assuming as a plus, that means it works as a plus. But in the case of OR operator, bitwise OR, it is like if the both will be the same, we'll get the same answer. And if one is true and one is false, we'll get false. Sorry, true. If the both will be the false, we're getting false. 1 instead of this 1, 1. So don't be confused here. Here it will not be a 2, it will be 1 only, okay. This is a plus operator, guys. This is like this. This is that one. I'm using it as a comment, but this is a that one. Here 1 or 1. This is for this, okay. Don't be confused here. That is not division. That is for that one OR operator. Here 1 is 1, and if I'm writing 1 is 0, so what should I get? I'm getting 1. Why I'm getting 1? Because here we have the first print value, the true value, and this is the false value. Yeah. So just if I'm using 0 and instead of 1, if I'm using 1 here, suppose you guys have used as a, like you guys have joined as a data scientist, na? For become a data scientist. Am I right or wrong? Everyone, for become a successful data scientist, suppose you are working as a data scientist. Here I am working as a data scientist, okay. And here what I have to do, in the case like my customer is like my manager is asking me, find the two value, okay. I have a data set. Suppose this is, I have this data, and from this data, this is the from the customer data, okay. And from this data, my manager is asking, like, because we have like lots of course, my manager is asking, find those person who are enrolled for data science, okay, data science, and also enroll for AWS. So in that case, what I can do, I have to find those person, like who is enrolled for data science and who is enrolled for AWS. If there is any person who is also enrolled for data science and who is also enrolled for AWS, So in the AND or operator, am I able to find that person by using, in that case, I will use the OR operator. I'll use OR operator like data science or AWS. So here what I'll get, I will get all those person who is enrolled for data science and who is enrolled for AWS. If there is any person who is enrolled for that, the both, I can get that. Is it clear? This is my data, okay? And from this data, we have like, suppose this is the name data, okay? And in this, we have name. The first one is name, address, this, and we have multiple column, this. And this is for name. This is for surname. Yeah. It works as a and or from the logical, but the difference between logical is work on a condition and bitwise work on a individual bits. Okay, that means bitwise work on a only 0 and 1 format. Just give me the example. And look, like this is the name, this is the primary name, okay? This is the secondary name, that is surname, address, DDRESS, address, and this is like phone number, and this is just zip code, and this is, you can assume anything, okay? It can be for email ID. Sorry for my handwriting, I'm using Google like virtual pen, that's why. But actually not, my writing is not that bad.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
Okay guys, so now we're taking the example like in the real scenario where we can use our OR operator, okay? Or AND. Yeah, Nupur, let's come to your point. Suppose your manager is telling you, find the person whose name is from A. No, your manager is telling you just the simple thing. Find the person name and telephone number. Find the person name and telephone number. So in that case, what you'll use? You'll just use the name, okay? Here name or telephone number from that particular phone, from that particular data sets, okay? If the name, I'm getting the name as a like same name, okay? Same name and telephone number is the same name. I have to filter it. I will resume it. So in that case, I can use those type of thing. Is it clear? Okay, guys. So in bitwise operator, we have and, plus, or not. In bitwise, we also have not. Okay, not operator. Not operator. The sign of the not operator is like this. Okay, so like this, it will work as a not, na? Bitwise not. Bitwise not. Not. Let's see how it is working. Suppose if I'm using here, it will also use as an inverse. Okay, but for using the like for bitwise not, we have a formula. The formula is like this: minus into the bracket, just go to the bracket, n plus 1. Okay, so here what will be the n here? N will be our number. N will be here. If I'm using 2, that means n is equal to 2. So if I'm trying to find the not operator, like not bitwise not by using 2, so what will be the value here, guys? Here n is equal to 2, and what should be the value? Guys, tell me what should be the value here? Minus 3. If I'm using n is equal to 2, I can get minus 3. So what I'll use? I'll use my n. I'll get minus 3. So the formula is minus n plus 1. So if I'll implement into the formula, I can implement like this, na? Here we'll having a minus, but inside the bracket, n is equal to 2 and plus 1. So now what it will be? N is equal to, it should be 3, na? And we have minus. So am I getting the same thing what I have written? Guys, are you getting it or not? Yeah. Instead of 2, if I'm writing it as a minus 2, now tell me what should be the answer? Okay, Sri Vargavi, I didn't get it. Okay, Sri Vargavi, like for bitwise not, na, we are having a formula, and that formula is working like this: minus, before the bracket we are having a minus, and n plus 1. So what will be the n here? So what should be the n here? N is working as a like number. So which number you are just writing? This is for the n. So here, if I'm trying to n is equal to 2, that means if I'm applying into that formula, so n here instead of n, we'll give it 2 n plus 1. So this is the rule of BODMAS. We have to calculate under the bracket. Am I right? We don't need to use the formula. Suppose if I want to find not of 15. In that case, I'll not use the formula here for understanding like how I'm getting here minus 16. That's why I gave you the formula. Okay, guys? So guys, tell me, if I'll write n is equal to minus 2, in that case, what should be the answer? Apply it. Yeah, just apply it into that formula, na? For everyone. Just apply it into that particular formula. How I'm getting this? And for minus 6, what should be the answer here? Just try to apply it into the formula. Yeah. So what is our formula? Minus n plus 1. Am I right? So in 1, n will be a minus. N we have, in the case, in the like place of n, we have minus 6 and plus 1. So in that case, what I can use? I can use, here we will be having a minus, and here minus 6 plus 1, it will be a 5. But in the minus, yeah, bitwise not have a predefined formula, but like it is working like this. Okay, Aman? It is working like this. It is not a like formula, but it is working like this. That's why we are giving it as a formula. But here minus plus minus will be plus. So what will be the answer? It will be the plus. Okay, plus 5. Is it clear, guys? What, Suresh? What are you saying? Like what for bitwise? Yeah, it is simply giving the answer only. Okay, like this is the operator, no? Like this is the operator, but yeah, this is the operator, and this is the operator. Yeah, if I'm talking about the bitwise, for bitwise the binary value will be the 6. For the 6, the binary value will be, what will be the binary value, guys? For 6, we'll having a binary value that is 0, 1, 1, 0. Am I right? So how it becomes like this? Just see how it, like 4, 6, 1, 1. Here I can use 8, 4, 2, 1. This is the bitwise not operator. Yeah, have to study the binary code. I think we should have knowledge about the binary code. For this, we are having this, na? The 4 and 2, it will be at the starting of the class. I just give you about the like what is binary code. I think I taught you here from the starting of the class, here only. So for 6, what I'm writing here, I can write it like this. It is work on the bits, and it is also as an inverse, but we have a formula, guys. So it is also as a inverse, so that it is working like this only. So don't be confused here. Okay, this is the minus, that is, this is the bitwise not operator. So till now I hope we're clear. And guys, in bitwise we have left shift and right shift. Okay, left shift and right shift. So what do we mean by left shift and right shift here? Just see, the mean of the left shift, it will shift the binary code into the left side or the right side. Let's just suppose if I'm trying to write the 9, just write it 7 only, 7. So the binary code of the 7 will be like this: 8421 0111. Am I right? The binary code of the 7 will be like this. Everyone, is it or not? Guys, are you getting me or not? Just answer me. The binary code of the 7 will be like this, na? So binary code, let's talk about the binary code. Okay, binary code. In binary code, what we have? In binary code, we have 2 numbers only, 0 and 1. Yeah, I'm just repeating, 0 and 1. Am I right? So base of this code is 2 only, na? The total number here, the 2. Am I right? The total number is 2 here. And if I want to convert, suppose if I want to convert the decimal code into the binary code, so what we'll use? We'll use this concept. Okay, at first 2 power 0. Here I am using as a 0. So if I am using 2 as a like 0 as a power in something, it will be 1. Am I right? Here I'll use, because we have base of 2 for that particular binary language, we have base as a 2. That's why we'll perform the task as like this, 2. And for this, I can use 2 power 3. For again, I can use 2 power 4. Till now, it is clear, guys. Why I'm using here like 2, 3, 4 for converting my decimal code into the binary code. So what is our binary code here? Our binary code is 7. So for 7, I can write it like this now. For 2 into 2 power 4, it will be 16. Am I right or wrong? But it will be in the right to left, Suresh. Okay. And for 2 power 3, it will be 8. And for 2 power 2, it will be 4. For 2 power 2, it will be 1. And for 2 power 0. So if we have 0 as a power, so we'll assume it as a 1. 1. Now just for 7. So for 7, do we need 16? Guys, for 7, do we need 16? No. So we'll give it as 0. That means we don't need 16. That means what the element we don't need, we'll give it as a 0. Now for 7, do we need 8? Everyone, do we need 8? I want the answer from everyone. Do we need 8? No. So what I'll do here, I'll just give 0 here also. Now in the 4. So for 7, do we need 4 or yes or not? So for if we need 4, that means we have to write 1 and 4. And do we need 2 also? Because like here only 4, but we have to make it as a 7. So we'll having a 2 also. For 2 now, 2 and 4 is 16, no, 6. No? And how much we need now? We need only 1. So here in the place of 1, do we need 1 for making it as 7? Yes. So I'll keep it like this. So this thing I have done here. Okay, guys, this thing I have done here. Is it clear? Guys, is it clear or not? This thing I have got like here, suppose like in having a small a, we have 61. For alphabet, like ASCII value is 61. We'll change that particular ASCII value into the binary. Okay, we'll change that particular ASCII value. What kind of example you want now? Sankla, we're working on a binary now. That means I have to give it as a binary. Yeah, for 9. Yeah, I can take it instead of 8, I can take it 9. Okay. Instead of 8, I can take it 9. Let's convert it into the line. Okay, I'll convert it into the 9. So for making it as a 9, do you need 16? No. Do you need 8? For making it as a 9, do you need 8? 4. Do you need 4? No. Do you need 2? No. And do you need 1? Because here 8 and 8 plus 1, it will be. And if I want to take 30, in that case, what should I use? Now you guys will allow me, like tell me how can I perform this task. For making it as a 30, should I use 16? Yes. Should I use 8? Guys, should I use 8? Yes. Should I use 1? Yes. Should I use 1? 2? Yes. 0. So now how it becomes 13? 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2. When we have 1, like we can assume it as a 2. It will be 50. Sorry, it will be 30 only. Okay, when you will give it as a power 5, here I'll get 32. Machine understand this as an alphabet only. Okay, if you're writing 1, that means machine convert it. But if you're writing 61, machine like understand it is a numeric value. Got it? Guys, is it clear? Till now, is it clear? I hope. For 51, just write here. For 51, we need 32 and 1 also. So what is 32 plus 16? What is 32 plus 16? We have 48 now. And what we need now? We need 2 only. So instead of 8, we'll use 0, 0, 1, 0. So it will be 50. Machine is very intelligent. It can understand like which power value he has to use and how it can translate. That's why we are using interpreter and compiler. Okay, students, I hope it is clear to you now. Everyone, is it clear? So now can we talk about the, guys, can we talk about the left set? Yeah, that's why we need interpreter. Python is an interpreter, that's why. Interpreter just translate everything into the machine code, and from machine code to like high level language. That means what we are able to understand. So can we move to the left shift? So guys, we know now how it becomes like 0 1 1 1 for 7, how it becomes 0 1 1 1. We got to know. Yeah, in left shift now, what for left shift I have used the wrong symbol. So the difference between interpreter and compiler. For compiler, we are using like for compiler, all the code will be run at once, and in interpreter, it will run the code line by line. Let me finish this topic, then we'll talk about the difference between interpreter and compiler. Okay. So we are using left shift. So what will happen here? It will shift the bits into the left side. So if I'm using like this here, 7 left shift 1. So what should happen, guys, here? Is there anyone who can tell me what should happen? So the binary value of 7 will be this. So what will happen? It will just shift this into 1, okay, by 1 bit. It will just shifted it by 1 bit. From here, it will shift there, and this will be shift here. This will be shift here, and at the last we'll add 0. So what will be the value now? Just take it. 1 will be shift here, 1 1 1, and the last 0. So what should be the answer? Answer will be 14. How 14? Because 8 plus 4 12, 12 plus 2 14. Is it clear, guys? Yeah. Instead of 1, if I'm using 2, in that case what I'll use, what it will happen, it will shift it into the 2 bits like this. Just let me use the annotation like this. This will be, now this will be shifted there, okay, and this will be shift there. So what should be the answer, guys? The answer should be 12. Yeah, the answer should be 12. Let's execute this. Just a minute. Okay, 48. Okay. It will be execute this now. I have to add 16 also, so that it will, in the place of 16 we have this. At the last we'll having a 0 0. Okay, we'll having a 0 0. It is right, it is just shifting into the 2 bits. So 16 plus 8 24, 24 plus 8 28. Okay, guys. So now tell me, if I'm using like this 7, okay, 7 only, just I'm shifting it into the right. Now tell me what will happen here. What will be the value? If you got the left shift, you will able to got it. No, minus not, no Praveen. We're just shifting into the right side, no? Okay, I have to explain it again to you. Okay, the binary value of this, am I right? If I'm using it like shifting it, so what will happen? So this will shift there, and this will also shift there, and this will be become 0. So answer should be 3. Just execute this. The answer should be 0. Sorry, 3. The answer should be 3. If I will just shift it by the 2, what will happen? Yeah, where do you use shift function? You have to use shift function as a data scientist everywhere, Sankla. Everywhere you have to use shift function. Suppose you are having multiple numbers and you have to shift a number from one place to another place. In that case, you are having like, you will not replace, na? You have to shift it. So by using this, we'll shift it. Okay. So if I'm just changing into like into the right shift by 2 shift, like 2 bitwise, 2 bits, it will give us 1. How? Let's see how it give us 1 here, because this shift will be shift here, this one, this 0 will be here, and instead of this there will be 0 0. Am I right? If I'm doing the shifting, that means I'm shifting 1 bit from another bit. That means if I'm doing the right shifting, that means this bit will be there and this will be nothing. Okay, in place of this bit, I'll just replace it by this and replace it by this, and this will be replaced. And here we're having nothing, that means it will be 0. And here we are having nothing, that means that 1 will be 0 here. Okay, are you getting? So if I replace it by this is for the 1. But if I'm replacing by 2, suppose if I'm replacing, I'm using this, so it will be for 2, it will be 0. We don't have anything. Suppose for 2, like this is the first thing. So it will replace here. Here is nothing and here is also nothing. It will be 2. It will be replaced with this 1 and this 0 will be replaced with this 1. And instead of this 0 and this 0, there will be 0. So it will be 1 only. Where? Yeah. This value, na? Just a minute. I'm just providing. 8421. Is it clear now? Yeah, for 2, what I'm doing now? For 2, what I'm doing? I'm just replacing, like I'm just shifting from this side. That means from here, we don't have anything now. It will be waste value. That means it will be 0 only. And for this also, this is the first. If I'll do the first, it will be shift here. And if I'll do the second, it will be like here. Okay. That means in the second value, we'll having also a 0. This will be replaced with this, and this one will be replaced with this. So what will be the answer? The final answer will be 0, 0, 0, 1 for the shifting 2, and for the shifting 1, we'll having an answer 0, 0, 1, 1. This is for 1. This is for 1 shifting, the 1 bit shifting, and this is for 2 bit shifting. Is it clear, guys? I hope it is clear to you. So can you please tell me what do you mean by data types here? Guys, what do you mean by data types here? What is data types? Suppose data, like we are known data is a raw facts and figure. And if I'm using data, it might be some type of data. No? Suppose I have a name and my name is Imran. And in that name, I am having a data. No? Like some kind of data is storing my name. Am I right or wrong? So my name is Imran. So this is a kind of data. It is actually data. No? So this is a kind of data. So by the use of data type, what we will see? We'll see what kind of data it is. Okay. We'll see. It is a collection of data. Yeah, collection. No, data is a raw facts and figure. Always remember that. Okay. Yeah. So data is telling us what kind of data we have. So I think everybody is able to understand my words. Am I right? For everyone. So now we'll see what is data types. Okay. So data types telling us what kind of data we have. So what kind of, basically in Python, data types is categorized into 2 parts. Okay. The first one is data types categorized into 2 parts. The first one is mutable data. Mutable, or that is called changeable data types. That means it can be changed. Okay. And the second one we have second one, what we have, that is unmutable. That is called unchangeable. Okay, let's see. We'll start with the unchangeable. Okay, then we'll see what is mutable data. At first, we'll start with the unmutable, that is unchangeable. Clear, guys? So what do we mean by unchangeable? That means we cannot update this data, we cannot iterate this data, we cannot add this data into this data. So those type of data we are calling as a unmutable. Okay, in unmutable, what we have the first data, that is numeric data. In unmutable, we have the first data, that is numeric data. A numerical data type. Okay, numerical data. In numerical data, what we have, the first one we have integer. So what do we know by integer here? Integer will be always a whole number. Okay, it is a whole number, can be positive or negative. In example, we'll see example. What kind of data we have? This is a whole number. Yes, so like integer, it will be always a whole number. That means it won't support any decimal. Okay, that means it won't support any decimal number. Suppose if I'll write 2 by 3, is it my integer data type? Guys, tell me, 2 by 3, is this integer data or what kind of data? Yes or no? Just reply me in yes or no. Who is telling no? It's a fractional. That means, so first one, what we have the first one, that is integer data type, and integer, that is whole. Okay, that is a whole number. It won't be a fractional number. So this is this is not a integer data type. Now just talk about this. Is this integer or not? Guys, yes or no? Everyone just reply yes or no. Yeah, this is integer data type. So are we clear about the integer data type? Integer data type always with whole number. Okay, it can be negative or positive. No. What about no? This is not, we are talk about this also, but 2 by 3. 2 by 3 is not a integer data type, because integer data type will be always a whole number. Okay, always a whole number. That means when we are talking about the whole number, there cannot be support decimal or fraction. There cannot be support decimal or fraction. So this will be, when we are talking about the integer, it will be always a whole number. Okay, 1.5 not, it is also not a integer. Integer will be always a whole number. It can be 9. If I'll give 9.0, it won't be a whole number. Okay, because there is a decimal. If there is a decimal, it cannot be integer, it will be a float. Okay guys, is it clear? So can we move for the second one for everyone? Yeah, now we'll talk about, just a minute. So are we clear about the integer? Now we'll see float. Float. So what is float, guys? Float is it will be a fractional number. Okay, it will be a decimal or fractional number. Fractional number or data. It can be a data also. Okay, so let's see the example. What will be the example? If I'll write 3 by 4, and it is also, it can be positive or negative. Okay, it can be positive or negative also. Negative also. It can be positive or negative also. So is this float or not? Because there is a fraction data, that's why this is a float data type. Okay, now just talk about this 4.7. Is this float? Is this float? Yeah, now just talk about this. Is this float? If I'll write 4 by 2, is this float? This is a float. Don't be confused, this is a float. When you'll divide it, no, when you'll divide it, we'll get 2.0. This will be a float. Yeah guys, so don't be confused. When you'll divide it, we'll get in the fractional number. 4 by 2, it is a float. If I want to check, suppose a is equal to 4 by 2, no? 4 by 2. Now just for checking the type of the data, now what do we have a function that is a type function. In type function, we'll just write a type a. Okay, type of that particular variable. This will be the float variable. Okay, here what I'm getting, if I'm printing a, I'm getting 2.0, and when there is a decimal, it will be a float only. But this is asking 1. If I'm writing 1 now, 1 will be only, if I'm writing 1, that means this is an integer. If I'm writing 1.0, this will be a float. So guys, are we clear about the float and integer? Everyone? So what will be that integer? Integer will always with the whole number, and float will be with a decimal and fractional number. The both either can be positive and negative. So we have first in unmutable data types, we have first is numerical. In numerical, we have integer and float. So we are clear about the integer and float. Now we have second type of data types in mutable, that is unmutable, that is string. So guys, tell me, what do you mean by string here? It is a character or set of a character. Yeah, it can be a character or sets of a character also. Okay, it is either a character or sets of the character within single quotes. Okay, this is single quotes or double quotes. Okay guys, so what is set? sorry, string is a character. It's either it will be a one character or either it will be a set of a character within these single quotes or double quotes. Let's see the example. Okay, if I'm writing here a, it will be string. Am I right? Because for the string, it should be inside the single quotes or double quotes. Clear? Guys, are you getting me or not? Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Suppose if I'll write this, is it a string or not? String. And if I'll write this also, A, B, C, D, E, F, will it be a string? Yeah, everything will be a string. If it is inside the single quotes or double quotes, it will be a string only. Okay. So don't be confused here. For a string, yeah, this is a string here. But like if you guys are aware of C and Java, this is for Java, this is a character. But in Python, just for your information, but in Python, we don't have data type as a character. Okay. A string can replace the Python. A without a string, it will be a variable only. If I'll write A only, it will be only a variable. Okay. Now this is the example. Suppose I'm writing A is equal to I am Imran. Okay. And I'm printing A. So what I'll get? I'm getting as a string here. Okay, Imran, I am getting as a string. If I'm checking the type of the variable, like what type of the variable it is. So for checking the type of the variable, I have a function that is type function. Okay.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
So checking the type of the variables. Okay. Type function is used to checking the types of the variable. So let's see, by using the type of the variable, this is a string. If I'll write, suppose here, if I'll write this, are you guys confusing this now? So if I'll check now, print B, again I'm getting as a Imran as a string. Okay. So if I'll check the type of the B, typ type of B, what I'll get? I should get a string. Na? This is also a string. Am I right, guys? Again, if I'm checking like this, C is equal to inside C. Now, this is only a character, but inside the single quotes. So what it will be? It should be string. If I'll check it by using type, see, this is also a string. A string is a data type. It can be a character or the sets of the character, or it can be a numerical value also, but inside the single quotes or double quotes. The type of C, it will not just, it will be also string. Just let's see. It will be also a string. No need to give the double comma, because here I have just stored this C into this C. Guys, I have stored this C into this C. Pratik is asking how. Because the condition of string is it will always be a single quotes or double quotes. So if I'm having single quotes here, that means we are checking a string. Na? Yeah, for definition a string, just see. It is either a character or it is either a character or sets of the character. That means it can be one character or the multiple character. Okay. But within single quotes or double quotes. This is within single quotes. Just check this. Within single quotes or double quotes. Within, you can see, sets is a character or sets of the character within single quotes or double quotes. So if I'm using single quotes only, that means it is a string. It is a kind of a string. Am I right or wrong? For everyone, is it clear? Just a minute. So this means integer and float are numerical data types, and string is a non-numerical data types. Yeah, a string is a different data type. It is not a numerical data type. Okay, we can say it as a non-numerical data type also. A string is a different data type, that is our alphabetic. We can say it as alphabetic or non-numerical, but string is a kind of data type only. Okay, so it will be always, yeah guys, one thing, if I will write this, is this a string or not? We have entered this only. It's a string. Why it's a string? Because it is inside the single quotes. Okay, if I'll write this now, 978654. Now tell me, is it a string or not? It's still a string because we write it inside the, what we have done? Inside the double quotes. Now tell me, what is this? Is it a string or not? It is a string. Yeah, if I will just remove this. Now tell me, is it a string or not? So what it is? It is a float value. Yeah, guys, 100% you're right. Now what it is? Yeah, anything in between single quotes or double quotes, it will be only a string. Okay. Always remember that anything between single quotes or double quotes, it will be always a string. Is it a string or not? Is this number? It's not a string. So yeah, it is an integer value. Suppose you have to like store your name. In that case, what will you use? In your name, Suresh, in your name, is there any number? For number, you can define it like this. But if I'll define like this, it will be only a variable, and I'm getting name not defined. Your name have a character, no? So for character, name is equal to, here can I define as like this, SURESH, Suresh. So what I'll get? I'll get error here. So for storing this kind of data, okay, for storing those kind of data, we'll use a string, okay, SURESH. Now, if I'll call Suresh now, this will be Suresh, okay. And though Vasu is asking what is the difference between single colon and double colon. Vasu, there is no difference. In Python, there is no difference between single column, single quotes and double quotes. Okay. In Python, we are using single quotes or double quotes for a string only. Okay. Clear? Guys, is it clear or not? For everyone? Everyone. If it is not clear, then I will explain it again and again. But it should clear from your side. Okay. So don't be confused if I'm using, but one thing, I cannot use like this. Okay. I cannot use like this. It will give me error. I cannot use like this, like one single quotes and double, like one double quotes. We have to use the both single quotes and the both double quotes. Okay. It will be a, yeah, it must be same. If I'll use the different, that means it will be UL while error. Okay. And it is a error. It must be same. Clear? So now we'll perform some operation in string. We'll perform some operation in string. So operation in string is, the first one is we have indexing. So what do we mean by indexing, guys? Indexing, we are here, the meaning of indexing is we are performing, we are accessing the element, we are accessing the, no, it's not arranging. Okay, we are accessing the element from the string, by the index number. Instead of index, I can say it as a position number. Okay. Yeah, position of the character. We can say it as a position of the character, as a position of the particular string. So now always remember that in Python or in any other programming language, indexing or position always start with 0. So indexing always start with 0. Okay, it will always start with 0. So what is the syntax for, suppose here A is equal to Intellipaat, Intellipaat. Okay, so the index value of the Intellipaat will be, what will be the index value of the Intellipaat? Can I write like this? 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. If here, I'll write it like this. I'm just giving the index number. Okay, don't be confused here. I, this is N, this is T, this is E, this is L, this is again L, I, P, A, T. And here 11, we don't have anything. So here, how many characters we have, guys? Tell me, you guys will tell me how many characters we have. We have 11 characters. 0 to 10 only. Okay, x0 will be include and 11. So how many characters we have? We have 11 characters. So now if I want to access this element from this L, so what I'll use, what is the position of this L? Guys, the position of the L, if I want to access this, so can I access this L only? No, this L, this 5L, I can access it by using the index value. So what is the index value here? Index value is 5. This is only this L, guys, this L, this, can you see this L? Yeah. So I will write only this part. Okay, only this part I will write, and I can access the L here. You can see this L has been accessed. Suppose if I want to access this P now, so what will be the index value here? 7. So what I am doing here, I am just giving the position of that particular element, okay, that particular character. I don't think it is an easy method. This is very easy, and I'm teaching you in an easy way also. If you don't have any value, that means we don't have any position. Yeah, for indexing, we have to use square bracket. So here, this is A, this is the variable name, okay, A. And this is for the indexing, okay, by using the index value. This is basically for the square bracket is used for the indexing only, okay. Indexing, slicing, stripping, but the index value, that means inside the A, and this is my variable way, and inside the A, I'm going to inside the A, and I'm just accessing that particular character, okay, by the position number, by the index value. Clear, guys? Yeah, guys, one more thing, why we are calling it as a unmutable data sets. That means if I want to, suppose here from I want to add something, okay, I want to change, and I want to add something in the index value. In I, what we have 6 index value now. If I want to change the value, for changing the value I can use like this. I'll just give here B, so it will not change. I will get error here. String does not support any assignment, okay. That's why we're calling it as a unmutable data sets. Unmutable, that is unchangeable, okay. So are we clear why we are calling it as an unmutable data sets? No, floats and integer, these are also unmutable because we cannot change the float and data, na? Suppose this, and the index value of this will be, suppose A is equal to this, A is equal to this. If I want to access the index value of A 1, so I'll use this. It is not supportable, okay. I cannot access by using the index value also for the string. No, sorry, for the integer and float. We are calling this function, this variable, that is my Intellipaat, okay. We are calling this, and here for the index value, everything will be an index value, am I right? Everything has a position, and for a position, suppose I don't know your name, okay, I know only your roll number, because it might be happen now, like by your name there will be any type of like portion, am I right? There will be any type of portion. In that case, you will having a special identity. That means you will having a roll number, you will having a index value. So by the index value, I can access you. That means by the index value, I can call you. Here you can see we have 2L. Okay. In that case, I'll get confused which L I should call. So for calling that particular specific this L, I'm having a position value for this L, na? And by the position value, I have just access it. No, in your name, we should have a unique identity. You should have a roll number. You should, if you are working, you should have an employee ID. So yes, guys, now here, what I'm doing, I'm trying to replace from here I to B, but it is not possible in a string, okay. I'm trying to replace it. That means I'm trying to update it. I'm trying to update I to B, but it is not possible, okay. But it's impossible in string, in string. Clear, everyone? That's why we are calling it as a unmutable data sets, okay. That means unchangeable data sets. data types. Yeah, this is the unmutable data types. Now we have second operation in string. We have indexing, slicing. No, we have to use it by the function. Okay, we can change by the use of function. Like they are having meet like a function, but in an easy way we cannot. Without using any function we cannot. That's why we are calling it as an unmutable. Okay, don't be confused here. For everyone, don't be confused here. You cannot easily access it. Like you cannot easily change it. That's why we are calling it as unmutable. It is impossible to change. Okay, guys. Here, slicing. What do you mean by slicing here? Suppose from that Intellipaat, just I'm going to copy this, and from this Intellipaat, I want only in. Okay, I want only till now, like till Intel. I don't want this. After LIPPAT, I don't want this. In that case, is it possible by using indexing? Because indexing is access. No, it is not possible by using indexing. Because indexing is access only one element. So in that case, I'll use the concept of slicing. If I want to access the sequence of the element. Okay, if you want to access the sequence of the element, that means this is the sequence of the element. Am I right? In that case, I'll use the concept of slicing. So for the concept of slicing, what we have a and one more thing, guys. Slicing always start with start with 0. Start with 0 and okay, start with 0. And it will include the first point. It will include the first point, that means initial point, and it will exclude the last one. So are you clear? So now see how we can use the indexing. For indexing, we're having a syntax a of index value that will start with 0. This is initial value. Okay, this is initial value. This is initial. That means start point, and after that we'll give a colon here. And after the colon, this will be an end value, end point. Okay, so this is working like this. After the colon, here we are not using comma. Okay, here we are using colon only. So guys, now tell me, I told you everything. That means it will include the start point, that is first point, start point, and it will exclude the last one. So now if I want to access this Intel only, what I can use? Some guys are suggesting 0 to 1. So 0 will be included. That means 0 and 4. But guys, 4 will exclude, na? Like last point we have to, like in slicing in computer, the last one will exclude. We'll get only int. Okay, int till int. For that I have to use more than 1. Like if I want till now, so I have to use 4 plus 1. 4 plus 1. Yeah, 4 plus 1, or it will be a 5. It can use 5. So I'm just writing for that we'll increase the end value by 1. Okay, we'll increase the end value by 1. Okay guys, so here what I have done, I have to take till this, na? So I have increased the end value by 1, and I can use 4 plus 1. So if I'll use 4 plus 1 here, I'll get Intel. Clear? For finding the length, we have like function. No need to go there, but we cannot say as a length. It is an initial point, start point only. So now guys, tell me, if I want to access this part, LIPAAT, what should I use? Now this is like this, and if I want to access the whole element, so what I will use? For access the whole element. So what I'll use? I'll just use a of this. I'll just keep it as empty here. Before colon, it will be empty, because here 10 is the last here 10 is the last. Am I right? 10 is the last. I'm using 10 plus 1 here. That means I'm adding by 1 so that it will include this last one. Okay. And for the last one, if I want to access whole element, that means whole list, that is A to Z of the Intellipaat. In that case, what I'll use, I can use, this will be the empty, and after this will be also empty. So empty means I want to include everything. Okay, just see, I have just used it. And one more thing, okay, one more thing, if I want to, if you will do one thing, like here empty means everything. If I'll, this task you can perform like this. If you want LII, like LIPPAT, you can do like this, 5 starting with 5 and just remove this 5 colon space. That means if I'll keep it like this, yeah, there is like difference between here 10 plus 1 by that I have initialized the index value. Here I didn't initialize the index value. Here I just tell the compiler, get me everything what we have after the 5, what we have, give me everything. But in this case, I have just initialized this. Okay, in the like uppercase, in the uppercase, I have just initialized this. Just give me till that this specific value. Okay, but in the case, it will give us anything. What we have, it doesn't matter. It will give us anything. Okay, clear, guys? Yeah, in a practical situation, you have to count this, because like if I want to access it, but for that you should know the index value of the element now. If you want to use, for that you have to know about the index value of the element. If you will not know about the index value of the element, so can you use? Is it possible, guys? So one more thing, guys, let's try. Okay, let's try. If I'm using like this 1 2 3 4, and if I want to access it by using 1, I can access it, because this I make it as an error. Sorry, this I make it as a string. Okay, shall we continue? Is it clear for everyone? This is the index value of this. The index value of this will be like this, na? 0 1 2 3. Am I right? So if I want, if I'll give here index value of 1, I will get 2. Guys, computer can understand, but if for that I have just given it like this, like for understanding. Is it clear? It will always start with 0. We don't, like, you don't have to give the index number by like manually. Computer is understanding, but I just gave you the like example. What is the index value of this? There can be hundreds of number. If I want to find this particular G, so it is not possible to index like add everything, no? That's why I just give you the how you can find the index value. This is the thing. Is it clear? This is the index value only. No, we don't have anything for that. I don't know about this. So now let's go to the which bracket? This is the square bracket. That's why we are using square bracket, is using for indexing, slicing. Okay, indexing, slicing, for those type of thing we are using square bracket. And always remember that if I am keep it as an empty now, before the colon and after the colon, that means I want everything from this A. Okay, that means I want everything from the A. Is it clear for everyone? We have another data type, that is tuples. In tuples, what we have, tuples is a data type which can store when you have, suppose like you have this data. Okay, here I'm just Intellipaat is the OPERATION, sorry, Institute for Training. So yeah, if I'm using this and this, that means it will start with 0 and it will, and that means before 20 na version na, before 20 it will print everything, it will access everything. You can see. Yeah, everyone. So till now we're clear about the immutable data types. Guys, one more thing, you can perform all the operations. Okay, you can perform all the operation what we have performed in string. Indexing, slicing, all the operation will So should I have to show you like how I can index or slicing? I think you guys are very smart. You can do this thing by your own. Am I right, guys? You guys are so smart. You can do by your own indexing, slicing. You can perform all the operation what you have performed in string. It will be supported in here tuples also. The same thing. Okay, for the indexing in tuples, you can do the same thing. Instead of this, if I want B of this, no, not this space, Imran. So in Imran will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. B 5. Let's say 5 is true. What I have to do? I have to give the index value as a 4. Okay. So if I'll give it as an index value as a 4, I'll get Imran. Yeah, slicing, the definition of the slicing will be, if I want, the definition will be of the slicing will be like this. Like if you want to access the sequence of the character from a string of character, from the string, from the tuples, from the anything, the sequence of the character, sequence of the element, in that case we are using slicing. So guys, can we move for mutable data sets? No, comma is separated that. Comma is just separated the element. Okay, comma is just separated the element. Here space and comma, this is just separated. It will not count. Okay, now we'll talk. That means mutable means changeable. And in mutables, we have the first one, that is list. And list. What kind of list is it is a mutable data. It also can store any kind of data, any kind of the data sets, of the data types. Okay, TYPS types. Now let's see how the identification of the list will be this, the circular bracket, sorry, the rectangular bracket. Okay, identification of the list. Okay guys, so this is the identification of the list. So if I am finding a list li, yeah, this is also same, but this is mutable. That means this is, here we can change the element, here we can update the element. That's why we are calling it as a list only. So what is the identification of the list? The identification of the list only this, the rectangular bracket, and inside we can store any kind of value. None, you can store to 3.4, you can store true. Here you can store the tuples also, what you have done, 23, 24, like this. So here you can store anything. Okay, false. Okay guys, so inside the list you can store anything. As a tuples you can store here, it can be stored. So the identification of the tuples is this, the circular bracket, and the identification of the list is this. Okay, this only, the rectangular bracket. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? Let me know, is it clear or not, into the chat box. So it can store any kind of data. Okay, so if I want to perform the indexing, if I want to access 3 from here, by using the index value 2, I can access it. Here 3. If I want to slashing, I can do. The operation will be same, guys. Okay, in all the data types, from the string to dictionary, the operation will be same. Okay guys, the operation will be same. So yeah, here why we are calling it as a, so 3 will be Imran. Yeah, list of 3, it will be Imran, because the index value here 1 is a 0, the index value of the 2 will be 1, the index value of the 3 will be 2, and the index value will be of the 4 will be, the index value of the 3 will be Imran. How will the output be displayed? Yeah, just display the output. This is a good question. The output will be displayed like this only. Okay, with rectangular bracket. Okay, so this will be the list. Yeah, why we are calling it as a mutable? Let's see. If I want to change Imran from here, Imran to, so if I want to change Imran to list of 3, so Imran is in which index number, guys? In which index value Imran is available? 3. I want to change Imran to just a number. The number can be anything. I'm just giving it a 9. Okay, so is it possible to change this? Yes, it is possible in list, but it is not possible in tuples and string. Okay, so here now if I'll print my list, I'm getting instead of Imran, what I'm getting 9. And here I can do the slicing also, list of starting with 0 and go till this. So this will be 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7. So here we can do the slicing also. Is it clear? Are you clear about the list also? So always remember that list is a mutable data set. It can store any kind of data. Okay, it can store any kind of data. But one thing, guys, this will be this will be as a only one index. Okay, don't be confused, because this is a tuple inside the list. This will be as a only one index. Okay, so the index value will be this. What is the index value of this, guys? Tell me. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So index value of the 6 will just access it. It will be only one index. Okay, no, this is not 6 to 10. This is only one index, because we are using it inside the tuples, inside the list. That's why it is only one index. Don't be confused. Okay, guys, so are we clear about the list also? In list we can see that 0 to 7. That means 7 will exclude. This is the 7. Am I right? 7 will exclude. If the 7 will be exclude, so that it can be like this. We can fetch, we can update the this tuple into another tuple. Suppose if I want to change this tuple like this. Okay.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
If I want to change this tuple like this, 12, 25, 6, 8. Let's now just print the tuples. I have changed it. Inside, if I'll just make it as like this, I can do this. Okay, guys? So I can update my tuple in the list only. Okay, that means I have just updated the list only. I didn't upload my tuples. I just updated my list only. Okay, clear? Guys, here, what is the difference? Like in those are the unmutable. They cannot be accessible, but these are mutable. It can be accessible. That means it is changeable. We can change it. There is no difference. The main difference is these are not changeable. These are changeable. The main thing here, we are performing the task as a here we are not performing the task into the tuples. Here we have just updated my 6th row. Okay, 6th index value. Here I have just updated my 6th index value. I didn't do anything. I just updated my 6th index value. I didn't update this tuple. Okay, I just, instead of this 12, 3, 4, 5, instead of this I have just write 12, 4, 45, 6, 8. No, it's not a collection of, no Kumar, it's not a collection of tuples. It is a collection of every type of data type. Okay, so are we clear about till now? Are we clear? So the index value like this. Now just come to the index value. In the first point, for 1 we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's come here. For 1, 0, 2, 1, 3, 2. For India, okay, 4 is for India. India. That means here instead of 3, we are having an India. And in the place of 5, 4, what we have? We have 3.4. And in the place of 5, what we have? We have only 5,6. That is a tuples. 5,6. Okay, this will be the index value of this. Is it clear for everyone? Yeah, we can add value into the list also. By using append method, we can add value. Yeah, here if I want to change, yes guys, if I want to change a of 3 to Pak, okay, a of 3 is equal to just as America. Now if we'll print a, it will be converted into America. For everyone, is it clear? I can assume it, everyone is fine till now. And I don't think you guys are facing problem till now. So now let's go to the next data type, that is sets. So sets is also a data type. We can assume it, set can be assumed as a mutable and unmutable also, but we are keeping it as a mutable. That means in sets it won't allow you to duplicate value. Okay, it won't allow you to the duplicate value. So guys, what do we mean by duplicate value here? Like, I think we all are aware of the mathematical sets. Am I right? The identifier of the mathematical set is like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guys, but the identification of the mathematical set is this. This I can set is like say as a set, na? Everyone? Guys, can I say it as a set? Guys, this is the concept of 12, like 10th, 9th and 10th and also 11th and 12th of mathematics. Yeah. So set will not allow you to duplicate value. It should be a unique value also only. So the identification of the set is this bracket only. Okay, the curly braces. Yeah, the curly braces. The identification. This is the identification of the sets. Identification of the sets. Okay, only it will change the brackets. So here, if I'll define this 1, 2, 3, 4, then and it can also store any kind of data. Here if we'll store Indan, here if we'll store India. Here if we'll store 1, 2, 3. Let's execute this code. It is a set. Okay guys, is it clear? So set will, now we'll say that why we are saying it is not accepting any identification. That means any duplicate value. Now just define it here. Just give another value as a India. Give another value as a 1, 2, 3. Okay. Another value true. True. Another value false. FLSC false. Now just tell me if I'll execute this now, na? So what will happen? True and FLSC false. If I'll execute this, it will not give you the error. Okay, it will just give you the original value only. That means it will be the unique value. So here we can see 1. There is also 1. And in Python, I told you, okay, in Python, I told you 1 means true. Guys, are you remember? Do you remember at that point? When I told you 1 means true and 0 means false? In Python compiler is, Python interpreter is understanding, that means 1 is true. So here, when I'm printing my sets, you can see, yes, but here it is an integer. We can assume it as an integer, but for machine, 1 is true and 0 is false. Okay, for machine is understanding. If I'm giving 1 and true, it will only print first one. You are right, it is an integer value, but Python interpreter understand that if I'm using 1 and 0, na? If I'm using 1 and true, Python understand that they both are true. Clear? Yeah. So now just here you can see 1 is the first one, that is the second one, and that is true. True is the second true. So here you can see there is no true here. Can you see, guys? Here we don't have true, and we have right declare India as a 2 times, but here I'm getting a 1 time only. Yeah, and it will change the order also. 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, false, Imran, India. Okay, so this is the set, and in sets you can perform all the operation what we have performed before in list, before tuples and string. Okay, slicing, indexing, you can perform everything. Should I have to perform this? Why true isn't there? Because Python interpreter only understand this 1 is a true and true is also a true. Okay, as I told you before, Python interpreter understand 1 belongs to true. Okay, and 0 belongs to false. 0 belongs to false. Clear? That's why it is not printing true here. Yeah, if I'll print instead of here, na, instead of this, here I'm just giving it as a 1, and here I'm just printing as a true. Now tell me which one it should print. It should print the true one. That means it will execute this one. Okay, the first one, that true. Here you can see I don't have 1. This is a string value. You can see there this 1, 2, 3. This 1, 2, 3 is a string value. Yeah, just take another example. Here b is equal to, inside it I can take 1, 2, 3. Okay, again I am taking 3, 4, 5. Again I am taking 4, 5, 6. Okay, again I am taking FALSE false, then 0, 0, then true, then 1. So now tell me which should I get the as a print? Guys, the first one. What is our first one? The first one is 1. Here I should get as a print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and false. Am I right? Just check. Just print P. The first one is false. I'm getting false. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Because 0 will be come to the first place. And there is first, in the first we have false. That's why 0 will be ignored. 0 will not print. Here why not 1? Because Python understands as false means 0. I told you, na? This one. False means 0 and true means 1. That's why. Guys, false means 0, na? Here false means 0, and like the 0 should be before 1 or before after 1. Python interpreter understand false is a 0. It should be before 1. That's why we are getting it as a before 1. Yeah, by itself it is arranges into the ascending order. Okay, if we'll start with, suppose if we'll start with here, if we want to give as a true, in that case what should you get? Just try here and just keep it as a 1 and just see what happened. Here I'm getting false, true. Okay, that means the first case we have true, that means 1. Python understand true is a 1, okay, and false as a 0. Is it clear, guys? Yeah, if the sequence will be 1 true, then it will return, like it will execute the true one. Okay, the 1 only. Just take another example like this. C is equal to 1 comma true, 0 comma false, then 2 comma 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, again 4, 3, 5, 6. Now just see what happened. Guys, starting with false, because we know that Python understand false as a 0, na? I told you before that 0 as a false, Python interpreter understand this. That's why it is starting with 0. Just execute this. Now print C. Here I'm getting 0 because before false we have declared as a 0. Am I right? And before true I have declared as a 1. That's why I am getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it clear? And instead of 1, if I'll start with 0 here, instead of this, if I'll start with false here, FALSE false, then this is for 0. Okay. And again true, TRUE true, true, then 1. Now in that case what I'll get? I'll get false, true, then 1, 2, 3, 4, no, sorry, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why? Because Python understand this as a false, 0 as a false and true as a 1. 83 line. Okay, 83 line is here. You can see 1, 2, 3 is as a string. Can you see 1, 2, 3 as a string? And here Imran is as a string, and India is as a string, and here also India is as a string. And here we have 1, here 2, 3, again 1, and what we have here? Here we have 2, 4, 5. That means 2 is repeating and true is also repeating. That's why we are getting like this string, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the last end, at the end, we are starting with 0. Okay, true. Yes, it is same. Yeah, just take as a minus value. Here instead of this, just take as a minus value, -3. And again, just start with -4. Let's see what happened now. It will be start with a minus, okay? Because 0 is greater than minus, na? I hope now it is clear to you. For everyone, is it clear? So what we have, guys, in sets, set is not supporting any duplicate value, okay? That's why we are using set. I hope it is clear to everyone. Yeah, guys, I can. I told you now, it cannot be repeatable. Just see 0.2. Then again, I will do 0 minus 0.2. Let's see. What should be the answer? The answer, the minus 0.2 is greater than this, no? Minus 3 on minus 4. And minus 0.2 is greater than true. This is as an increasing order, yeah. Head true is assumed as a 1 in Python interpreter. That's why before true, we are just getting it, okay? String will be the first one. Just keep it as a string only, okay? Again, I will just follow you. Keep it as a string. Just let's see. String will be at the before true. That means now what it is taking, it's starting with like from the number, okay? From the number, then it is also understanding false, true. Why? Because now when I am giving it as a string, na, that means it is understand like it is also a string and it is also a string. That's why. Okay, guys, is it clear for everyone? So can we go for next task? That is our dictionary. Dictionary, okay. So what is dictionary here? Dictionary, it is a immutable data types, which has, okay, in dictionary we will having identify, okay. That means in dictionary na, the data having two parts. Data having two parts. The first part will be the key for the data, and the second part will be the value for the data. Let's see what is the identification of the dictionary. The identification of the dictionary is this, and this is for keys, 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 and after the colon this will be the value. Okay, now just see how we can define a dictionary. A is equal to, so don't be confused in like between sets and dictionary, okay? In sets we don't have keys and values. In sets we are having only element, but in dictionary, in an element we are having two parts. The first one is for keys to identify that particular data, and second one is for values. Okay, guys, so here one is the key for this one, India, and comma is separating that. Here 2 is a key for Bangladesh, and here 3 is the key for Nepal. So if I will print this now, if I'll print A now, so what I'm getting as a primary key. Why here in dictionary, why we are having keys and values? To identify this. If I'm using India again, but in sets it is not possible, na? But in dictionary it will print both the India. Okay, is it clear, guys? By the using of that particular, this is the primary key. This is the primary identification of that India, na? For this India I'm having a key is 1, but for this India I'm having a key is as a 2. Clear? And as a key I can use anything. If I'll use as a country, 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 and if I'll use here, that is Italy. I can use anything as a key. It can be a string value, it can be a tuples, it can be anything. Okay, so yes, guys, the main thing about the tuples is sets dictionary is how we can find the keys and values. So for extracting the keys, keys from the dictionary, from the dictionary, we are having a function. Okay, we are having a function that is keys. So how we'll implement it? So the dictionary name, the syntax will be the dictionary name, dict name, comma, dot keys, keys, keys. So is there anyone who can tell me what will be the keys of A? Just guys, fastly, what will be the key of A? Everyone. No, 4 is not a key here. Guys, 1, 2, 3 and country. Yes, 100% right. 1, 2, 3 and country. So what is the name of our dictionary? What is the name of the dictionary? Dictionary name is A dot. What is this? Keys. Keys is a function. Now you can see dict key is a 1, 2, 3 and country. Okay, so don't confuse. And for the value, for extracting the value, what we have? We have the function that is values. Okay, values is a function for extracting the value. Extracting, E-X-T-R-A-C-T, extracting the values of the dictionary, D-I-C-T, dictionary. Okay, so the syntax will be same dict name, that is dictionary name, D-I-C-T, dict name dot value. Now tell me, guys, tell me what will be the values for the dictionary? Everyone, quickly answer. India, Nepal, Italy. Yes, if I'm using here A dot values, VLU, yes, values, and values is a function. India, Nepal, Italy. That means these all are okay. So you can indexing also, you can slashing, you can do everything by the use of index value. Okay, so what will be the index value of here Nepal, guys? Yeah, it will be 2 because the first one is, this is my first element, this is 0, 2, 3. Okay, this is 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. I think we are clear about the all the types of data sets till now. For the second key, we can we say it as a this one is a primary key and India is a secondary key? If I'm not wrong, then I can say it is like one is a primary key and India is a secondary key for that particular one. This is as a primary key and this is as a secondary key. Can I say it like this? So this is the function. Yes, if I'm using like this, A of 2. Here, if I'll use the indexing value A of 2, I will get India. But if I'll just write A dot keys of 2. In that case, what should I get? I'm getting error because keys has a function. It doesn't have any parameter. Okay, I can use keys I can access it by the index value. Inside the keys, it doesn't support any parameter. Okay, yeah. So till now, I hope everything is clear to you. Okay, guys, now let's talk about the conditional statement. Conditional statement. So what do we know by conditional statement? That means here we'll check the condition, either it is true or false. Okay, we'll check. Yeah. We have to like attentive about the brackets. Okay, we'll compare, check the condition, C-O-N-D-I-T-I, condition either it is true or false. Okay, guys. So here what we are doing, we are just checking the condition, either it is true or false. So let's the first conditional statement we have, that is if. Okay, in if conditional statement, what we have in this, just check the follow chart here. Before moving to the code, just check the follow chart. Suppose this is my condition. Okay, this is my condition, and here if it will be true, yes, or we can say it as a true. Okay, and there is false. I'm taking a real life example. Okay, suppose I'm just giving you a condition, if you will join the class you will learn something new. Okay, I'm just giving you example, I'm just giving you a condition, if you learn the class, if you join the class, you will learn something new. So for something like learning something new, what you have to do, you have to join the class. Am I right? Here you will learn something new. That means this code will execute. And if you will not learn, if you will not join, you will not learn anything. It will just exit. Are you getting my point? Guys, for learning something new, what is the condition we have? Tell me, for learning something new, what is the condition we have? Join the class. If you will not join, that means you will not learn anything. That means it will just exit the program. Now we'll check it how we can implement as a program. This is for the real life, na? How we can implement as a program. So what will happen if the condition is true, then it will execute the if block, BLOC block. Otherwise it will exit the program. Okay, so we show the follow chart how it is working. Now just work with the code. Suppose here I am checking A is equal to 20, okay, and B is equal to 25, and I'm checking if A is greater than B. Okay, if A is greater than B, then print A is the greatest. So here what I am doing, I'm just checking if the condition will be true, na, it will just come to the condition, and if the condition will be true, it will execute this code. That means it will print this, and if the condition will be false, it will just exit. Okay, it will not print anything. Guys, are you getting me? Is this condition true here? So will it execute this line or not? In if condition, now what we are having, suppose I'm just giving a condition for learning something new, you have to join the class. That means there is no option for learning something new. You have to join the class. This is the first condition. If you will not join, will you learn something? If you will not join, will you learn something? How? You will not learn something. That means I gave you the condition. If you join the class, that means you will learn something new. If you will not join, you don't have any option. I didn't give you any option. So if you will not join, that means the program will execute. For learning that class, for learning, that means here, suppose this is you, okay, this is you and this is me, and I told you you have to join the class for learn something new, and I'm just giving the condition. This is my condition. For learning something new, you have to join the class. That means when you will join the class, you will learn something new. Am I right? If you will not join the class, you will not be able to learn anything. So now tell me, is this condition true? I'm checking A is equal to 25, B is equal to 30, like A is equal to 20 and B is equal to 25. Now tell me, is this condition is true? No, this condition is not true. So will it execute or not? It will not execute. Okay, let's see, it will not execute. Yeah, if I will just change the value as a 20, then now tell me, is this condition true? So now it should execute. Yeah, it will execute. Let's see, A is the greatest. So are you clear about the if statement? Just okay, just do one thing. Just listen my word carefully. Okay, what I'm saying to you. Like if I'm writing the definition, yeah, if the case will be false, na, the output will be null. Just make it as a case as a false. Output will be null. That means this code will not execute. You don't have any option to learn something new. You have to join the class. If you will not join, that means you will not learn. So at the first statement, what I told you, at the definition, the condition is true. If the condition will be true, then it will execute the if block. That means if the condition will be true, this condition is true. That means it is going inside the if block and execute it. That means run this code. Otherwise, it will exit the program. If the condition is false, na, it is just exits the program. Is it clear? Everyone? Is it interesting or not? Yeah, if I'll give A is equal to 24, is A is greater than B? Suresh, is A is greater than B? In that case, will this code execute? No, it will not execute because A is not a greater than B. If I'll give it like this also, it will not, till now it will not execute. Okay, it will not execute because A is not greater than B here. Clear? The condition is if the condition will be true, now the statement is if the condition will be true, then it will execute the code. Because here our condition is not true. That means the condition is false. It will just exit the program. If it's, but it is not greater than, no. So it is not greater than. If I'll put it here, now this code will be execute. Okay, because 25 is equal to 25. Okay. So now we have second condition, that is if else. 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 That is if else. Just understand in a common language. Here, at the first condition, what I gave you, for learning something new, you have to join the class. But here I am giving you another option. Okay. If you're not able to join the class, just go through the video recording. That means here I am giving you the option. For some reason, if you are not able to join the class, you can go through the video recording. Here I am giving you the option. Na? So when you will go for the video recording, guys, when you'll prefer to go for the video recording? Can you please tell me when you will prefer to go for the video recording? Everyone. When you will not open the class for some reason, if you are not able to join the class, in that case, you will prefer to go through the video. Am I right? Yes. So, yeah. Here the same condition. Here we will having a two like this. Okay, the follow chart. Let's see the follow chart first. Suppose this is the condition here. This is the condition. Okay. This is the condition. If the condition will be true, that means if the condition, my condition is true, then it will execute the first, that is if statement. Okay. And if the condition will be false, it will execute the else statement. Okay. It will execute the else statement. That means here our program will not exit. It will execute. Yeah. Else give you the option for if you don't attend the class. Yeah, Choto.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
Here your program will not exit. Okay. It will just come to this part, this else part, and it will execute this part. Okay. It will come to this. Is it clear? Then it will exit the program. But in if statement, if the condition is false, it just exit. But in the if else, it will not exit the program. At first it will execute the else block, then it will exit the program. Let's see how. Okay. I think we are able to understand the flow chart. Guys, let's see how it is working. Okay. Here I am taking it as a is equal to 10, b is equal to 12. Okay. It will exit the program after, I'll tell you, it will exit the program after execute the else statement. Okay, let's see how it will exit the program. So if a is greater than b, in that case print print a is the greatest. Okay, now else, that means if a is not, if the condition will be false, if for some reason the condition will be false, it will come to this print b is the greatest. Can you use it like this? So here guys, just see where Jagadish is asking, sir, when it will exit the program. After printing this line, it is exit the program. So here what happened? The condition is here, just give it starting from first. Okay, here is this condition true now? If the condition is true, execute the if block, else otherwise it will execute the else block. Okay, else block block. Mohit, in else now we are not giving any condition. That means this is the last option. Here, did I give you the condition for joining the video? Yeah. Did I give any condition for learning like from the video? I didn't give you the condition. Okay. So here, is this condition true? Yeah. If this first condition will be true now, after executing this, it will exit the program. Okay. After executing this, it will exit the program. But if the this condition will be false, now it will come to this and it will execute this, then exit the program. Okay. So here, is this condition true or false? Guys, is this condition true or false? This condition is true. So if the condition is true, so what should I get the answer? So which condition will we execute now? I supposed to get answer is A is the greatest. Am I right? I'm getting A is the greatest. Now make it as a false condition. Just make it as a false. In that case, what should be the answer I should get? This condition is not true, na? That means this code will not execute. Am I right? So now this code will execute and exit the program. B is the greatest. So are we clear about the if and else condition? And we'll see if else if else, then if. That means in a short form, we are calling it as a elif. Okay. L-I-F. In Python, we are calling it as a elif. And in another programming language, we are calling it as a else if. Here, what I am doing, I am checking if else if. Suppose here what I am doing, just understand the flow chart. Okay. Understand the flow chart first. This is my condition. If the first condition will be true, it will execute the if block. Okay. If the first condition will be true, it will execute the if block. This is my if block. And if the first condition will be false, it will just come to the else if. Here in else if, we have the condition. Okay, in else if, we have condition. Okay. Now here it will check if it is true. Then it will execute inside the else if. And if it is false, then it will execute the else part. Okay. If it is false, then it will execute the else part. And if it is true, false. Elif. And then it will exit the program. Okay. I'm just repeating. Okay. Suppose this is my condition. Here I'm just giving you an example because real life example is so helpful. Am I right, guys? So taking that particular example only, that class. So at the first condition, what I give you? You have to join the class. In the second, I give you the option. And the third, I'm giving you another option. That means the another option means at first you have to join the class for learn something new. Okay. And for some reason, first condition is if you will join the class, you will learn something new. Okay. That means you have to join the class for learn something new. And second option we have what we gave you. If you are not able to attend the class, you can go through the video recording. Okay. Just do one thing. Yeah. So what is the first condition? If you'll join the class, you will learn something new. And the second condition, what I give you? If some reason you are not able to join the class, you can go through the video recording. But here we have the third option also. The third option, what we have? The first one is if you will not join the class, you can for learning something new, you have to join the class. For some reason, if you will not able to join, okay, here just now understand the follow chart. This is the condition for learning something new. If this is true, that means if this is true, you will learn something new here only. Am I right? Guys, am I right or wrong? Yeah, now if for some reason this condition become false, okay, this condition become false, you are not able to join the class. In that case, what I told you just go through, like you can take the one-on-one session also here. Okay, here in elif condition, I just set a condition. Okay, in elif I just set a condition. You can go for the one-on-one session. Guys, here I give you the condition. If condition is false, na, here I am giving you another condition. You can go through the one-on-one session. If you will join the one-on-one session, you will learn something new. If you will not join the one-on-one session, here again we have an option for video recording. At the last end, we have the option for video recording. Clear? Guys, is it clear? Everyone, is it clear? Elif. Okay, in elif now. In elif we have another condition. In elif, if condition, if you join the class, suppose you have joined the class, you are learning something new. Those who didn't appear the class, I'm giving them another condition. Just go through the one-on-one session. Okay, just go through the one-on-one session. And if they are going for one-on-one session, they will learn something new. Am I right or wrong? And if they are not going to one-on-one session, they can do one thing. At the last end, they can go through the video recording. Is it clear now? Yeah, at the last end, in else condition, if they are not taking an one-on-one session, if they are taking one-on-one session, then there no need to go for the video recording. And if they are not taking, for some reason, if they are not taking one-on-one session, in that case, they can go through this else part, that means the video recording part. Is it clear for everyone? I hope it is clear. Now, let's understand by the use of code. This is like this. Now, just declare two variables, okay? Just a minute. Again, I'm taking a is equal to 20 and b is equal to 25, 34. Okay, here at the if condition, what I'm checking, a is greater than b. A is greater than b, then print. If a is greater than b, then print the first one, that is a is the greatest. A is the greatest, okay? And here, if this condition will be false, okay, if the condition will be false, I'm having another condition, that is elif. Here we are using elif, and in elif, I will just check it as a b is smaller than b. Okay, here a is smaller than b. If really a is smaller than b, then I will write b is the greatest. B is the greatest. Okay, and if, sorry, this is not for equal to. I'm checking for the equal to, because like the word can be smaller and greater. Am I right? I'm checking for smaller. And what I'm doing here is equal to b. A is equal to b only. Okay. Now just move to this. And the last part we have else part. In the else part, what will print? Right? Print neither a is greater than b, nor equal to b. Okay, equal to b. So guys, now let's see what I am doing here. I'm checking in my if condition. In my if condition, what I'm checking? I'm checking if a is greater than b. So is this condition fulfilled? Is this condition true here, guys? So what will happen? It will skip this part, and again it will come to this. At first, try from this. Okay, 36. Now if I'll run this, it will run this part. It will execute this part. Am I right? Is the greatest. Now if I'm change the condition like this, a is 34. Okay, a is 34 and b is also 34. But is this condition true? I'm checking this condition. Is this condition true? No, this condition is not true. So our second condition is true. Am I right? So if the second condition is true, now it will execute the second condition only. A is equal to b. Now if I'm checking for the third condition, a is equal to 30. Now is this condition true? You guys will tell me, is this condition true? No. And what about the second elif? Is this? No. And now, so what will happen? If the both condition will be wrong, so it will execute the last part. The last part will be neither a is greater than b or equal to b, nor equal to b. Neither, here NEITHER, neither a is greater than b nor equal to b. Okay, so are we clear till now in conditional statement? Guys, any problem in conditional statement for everyone? I can assume for everybody there is no problem till now. Now we're talking about the loop statement. Loop, STATEMENT. And guys, what do we know by loop statement? Just a minute. Yeah, it will give you error symbols. Why it will give you error? That will be the indentation error only. Okay, what you have to do, you have to minimize the space. That means you have to remove the space like this. Now try it. And for this also, just do this. Now try this. Just remove the space like this and try this, okay? And this, there will be a not only one. There will be a is equal to B. Okay, here A is equal to B. Here you have used the assignment operator only. We have to use the equal operator. Clear? Now you can see in my case it is working. If I'll use by this, it will not work. I'm getting error. So what I have to use, because it is checking the condition, na? And for conditional statement we have used yes. Now just go through the looping statement. So what do we know by looping statement here, guys? Here looping means iterating or repeating. R-E-P-E. Repeating the same thing again and again. Okay, that means how I can execute it. Okay, suppose, and while the condition, like until the condition will be false, until the condition will be false. Let's take a real life example. Suppose I give you 100 rupees and a jar, and that 100 rupees is a coin, and the coin, total coin is, we have total coin as a 20 coin. Okay, 20 coin, and we have one jar, and I want to fill that jar by this 20 coin. So what we have to do? Should we have to perform the same task again and again? Am I right or wrong, guys? Should I have to right now? We have to do the same task, because like we have to take one coin, then we have to put it in the jar. Again, we have to take one coin until our coin will be finished. After the 20 coin, will you do the task? Will you try to put it into the jar? Yeah. So what you have to do, we have to do the same thing now, again and again. Like I have to take, like, yeah, there is one condition. Yeah. Now I'll give you the condition, because you guys are saying like, I'll put 20 coin at once. No, that's not funny. Okay. So the condition, you have to put the coin into the jar one by one. So do you have to repeat the same task again and again? Am I right or wrong? So what we're doing, we're just taking a coin from here and just putting into the jar. Again, I'm taking the coin from here, then putting into the jar. But till now, like after the 20 coin, will you repeat the task? Yes. After you have finished, will you repeat the task? Because we don't have any coin, so this is also the same. So we have for loop. Okay, in loop is for repeating, and the first loop we have for loop in Python. For loop in Python, it is the same thing what we have done here. It will until the condition will be false. Okay, so here suppose I'm taking an example. Just a minute. Suppose if I want to write 1 to 10. Okay, if I want to write 1 to 10, suppose a is equal to 0. By using for loop, I want to write 1 to 10. So what I can use? I can use for I in range 1 to 10 plus 1, because we know that the first point will be including and the last point will be execute, like it will be exclude only. Now what I'll do, I'll just print my I only. I. So what I'm doing here, if I'm telling you to write 1 to 2, so what we'll use, what we'll do for 1 to 2, you will do the same thing, na? You will take your pen, then write 1, then you will do again the same thing, write 2, then again the same thing, write 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I right? You will do the same thing now, again and again. You'll just take the pen, then write 1. Then again, you will just stop your pen, then go to the next line, then you will write 2. Am I right or wrong, guys? And here the condition is only for 10. So will you write more than 10? Guys, will you write more than 10? Nobody wants to write more than 10. So here by using if condition, what I'm doing here, I'm taking as I as a variable. That means it will store that value 1, 2, 3, and in the range. Here range is 1 to 11. That means it will print till 10 only. And what I'm doing the same thing. Let's see. Are you getting or not, guys? Is it clear? So basically, why we are using for loop? For repeating the same thing again and again. Like in Python, it will start the initial point, that starting point, and it will left the end point. Okay, it will left the end point. It will exclude that. That's why we are using 10 plus 1. That means we'll go through the 10 plus 1. That means 10 only. If I'll use 11 here, I will get it as 10 only. Yeah, range is a function here, guys. Range is a function, but this is for understanding only the work of for loop. Okay, this is the understanding the work of for loop only. Clear? For everyone, is it clear? No, any other way? Yeah, by the use of for loop, just see. I will take an example here. I will add every element from a list by using the for loop. Okay, by using for loop, I will add every element of a list. So add by using for loop. For loop. Now, what is list, guys? List is like this, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 8, 9, 0. Is this list or not? Can I say it as a list? Everyone? And here I will take a sum. Why I am taking a sum? Because sum will be 0. Because I will store all the value of the sum of the list. Okay, I will add all the element of the list and I'll store it here. Clear? That's why we're taking it as a sum. Guys, is it clear? Everyone, is it clear? Now I will use my for loop. By using for loop, I is a variable. That means that I will add everything. Okay, in my list, I'm checking into the list. I is available in my list or not. Then what I'll do? I'll do just sum is equal to sum plus I. Sum plus, I'll explain it by the use of follow chart. Okay, don't confuse here. And now just print print sum only. Print sum. Before that, just write the sum of the element is, yeah, that will be I, not 1. That will be I. Sum of the element of the list is like this. Okay, now let's see what I am doing here. By understand by using the follow chart. Here, this is my list. Okay, this is my list, and in this list I want to add every element of the list and store into this sum. Okay, guys, I want to add every element of this particular list and store into this sum. So here by using for loop, this is my for loop. Okay, this is my for loop. Here sum is equal to 0. That means in sum is a variable which will store all the addition of this. Okay, when you will add of this element of the list, it will add to this sum, because now we don't have anything into sum. Am I right? We'll add the addition of this value into sum, guys. That's why we are using it as a sum is equal to 0. That means in sum we don't have any value, but when you'll add this value, it will. What is our task? Guys, tell me, what is our actual task here? Actual task is add the element of the list. Am I right? Not assign. Add the element of the list, guys. Yeah, adding the element of the list. So after adding, you should have a variable where you will store your adding. Am I right? You should have a variable where you will store your adding value. Am I right or wrong? So this is that variable where we'll store, because in add we didn't perform the addition. Till now we didn't perform the addition. That's why this is the add. Yeah, this is the variable here. Sum is a variable which is which don't have value, but it will be having a value. Okay, now what I'm doing here, I'm taking a variable, that number, and I'm checking into the list. That means I'm taking as a 3 here, and 3 I can check it into the list. And now it will, and the second part, what will happen, it will come to this and it will add this 3 into this sum. That means now we have sum is equal to 0. Here I is a variable, I will check that 3 from here. Okay, 3 from here, then it will check into the list. If it is available, then it's good. Then it will, if it is I is available in this 3 now, it will start with 1 2 3 4. That means it will start with, now it will take 3. That means 3 is available. So the sum of the value of the sum is 0 and I is 3. So now sum is equal to 3 now. Am I right? Guys, we have defined I here only now by using 4. Inside the for loop we have defined I. I is a variable. For performing the looping statement, you have to define a variable. So now let's see how it is working. We show the workflow and let's see. 3 plus 4, 9, now 7, 7 plus 4, now 7 plus 5. How much? 12. 12 plus 6, 18, 18 plus 7, 25, 25 plus 6, 31, 31 plus 8, 39, and 39 plus 9, 48. Is it? The answer is 48. So are you clear about the for loop? So for loop is repeating the same thing. Here by using the for loop, I is repeating, I checking all the element, okay? All the element in the list, okay? So are you clear about the for loop and the looping statement? Yeah, I will increase, yes. When it will check like this now, I will now increase to this. Now I will go to this. Again, that means repeating. Repeating means you have to increase now, guys. You have to increase by 1. For writing 1 to 10, you have to increase by 1 by 1. Is it clear? Yeah, it will not start from 1, but it will, we can say it as I start from 1. In the back end, it will start from 1 and it will check that particular value now. Here it will check that particular value. Is it available in this particular list or not? I'm checking that particular value. I is taking some value. I'm checking, is this value available in the list or not? If it is available, then we'll perform this operation. Okay. The sum of the total element in of the list is 48. Is it clear? Okay. But yes, you have to define like this and this also. Inside the for loop, you have to check it like this. Here I am getting like this. Why I'm getting like this? Because I'm inside the loop only. So if I'll do this, I'll get all the sum. Total is equal to like this. Okay, Bridges. So now just move to, can we move for the next task? That will be the last task for our today's session. Now we have the second loop, that is while loop. Okay, while loop. So while loop, that is WHILE, while LOOP. So while loop, it is also doing the same thing. Okay, don't be confused here. It is also doing the same thing. While loop is also repeating the statement. But the difference between while loop and for loop is, the difference between while loop, we can execute a set of a statement as long as a condition is true. In while loop, it will execute the set of a statement. That means it will execute the code till the statement is true. Okay, the statement is true. That means it will not check the false. It will check the true only. Clear? If I'm doing the same task, if I want to print 1 to 10. But one more thing, guys. For while loop, we don't have anything. We just declare a while loop like this. If I want to print 1 to 10, A is equal to 0. 0 to 10. For that, I'll do, by using while loop, I'll do while A is not equal to 11. That means it will print one little 10. A is not equal to 11. Okay. And here, what I have to do, I have to print PRI and to print A. Then I have to increment my A. I have to increment by A. I is equal to I plus is equal to 1. I plus is equal to 1. Are you guys getting na? You guys remember this operator na? Plus is equal to. So what I'm doing here in while loop na, I have to increase it. But in the case of for loop, did I increase? I didn't increase. But in the case of while loop, I have to increase it. Okay. So always remember that this is while loop is also doing the same. But in the case of while loop, I have to increase it by myself, by manually. But in the case of for loop, it will be increased by itself. Just a minute. Not is equal to 11 plus plus. Do this is not is equal to 11. Print it while this print this. Okay. Not I. Sorry. I have used I. Yeah. A plus is equal to 1. So get A is equal to 11. Just a minute, guys. Yeah. This is the same thing, no? If A is smaller than 11, if I'll use A is equal to A plus 1. No, I have to use the increment operator. So let's use the increment operator. A plus plus. Okay, it is running. For kernel problem, it is creating like it is not running. Just let me restart this. A is equal to A plus is equal to 1. Yeah, now you can see. Now it is working. No, that time it might be having like for some kernel problem. That's why it was not running. Now it's running. Okay, guys. So here what I have done, it will not go till 11. It will start with 0. I'm repeating the same thing, but here I'm increment. Here I have to increment by myself. By manually, I have to increment it.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
But in the case of for loop, I didn't increment. Just by itself, it was incremented. Am I right? Guys, is it clear? Kernel thing. Suppose, guys, sometimes like everything is connected with kernel. This is the part of OS. Okay, this is the part of system. Everything is, yeah. It is sometimes it is connected like a problem with the connection. That's why what we have to do, we have to restart our kernel. It is a part of the backend. Okay, it is a part of the connection only. So when you will restart your kernel, it will fix it. That means when you are having some problem in your system, some basic problem. So what we are doing, you are just restarting it. Am I right or wrong? Guys, am I right or wrong? So this is the same thing. If I'm having, like, suppose this is a system and I'm having problem with my system, so that I'm just restart my system here. When I'm restarting my system, I'm getting everything as same. And yeah, one more time, I'll just explain the for and loop, while loop. Okay. In the case of for loop, we didn't use the incremental. If you remember this, for printing 1 to 10, in the case of for loop, I didn't use the incremental. But in the case of while loop, I have to use the incremental. If I'll not use incremental, suppose if I'll not use incremental, let's see, it will print infinite. Let's see, it is printing infinite time. Guys, it is printing infinite as 0 only. So that for that, I have to use the incremental. So what will be the incremental here? A plus is equal to 1. That means I'm incrementing my A by 1. Again, I'm getting problem. Let's restart it again and just execute it again. It will execute. Yeah. Here you can see it is executing. Okay. So this is the problem with the for loop and while loop. And this is all about the for loop and while loop. I hope it is crystal clear for you. Guys, I can assume now everything is clear till now. Yeah. If in the case of conditional statement, there will be two things, like you have to check the condition. But in the case of looping, you have to repeat the same thing again and again. Okay, just taking it as a C. Now I will check the greatest one. Okay guys, now I'll check the greatest one. Which is the greatest one? By using the elif condition. Here, by using if A is greater than B, and you guys know about the OR operator and AND operator. And if A is greater than C also, in that case A is the greatest. And now what I'll check? I will check if B is greater than A and B is greater than C, then the B will be the greatest. Am I right? B is the greatest. Now just in the else, if the both condition will be false, then C will be the greatest. So now execute this. Just check here C is the greatest, but just make it C as a 30, not 30, just 21. Why I'm getting this problem? Just a minute. Start this call. Yeah. Now B is the greatest. Okay. So Mohit, you want this now? I'm checking by using the AND operator. That means the most both the conditions should be true. Okay, guys. Yeah, here dot is just keep it. Again, B is the greatest. That was the mistyping. Okay, Mohit, don't confuse. That was a mistype. Typing mistake. So I hope till now it is crystal and clear for everyone. Now just let's talk about the functions. The first thing is function. So guys, like some guys are asking, saying like a code where it receives input and provide output. Yeah, it is also right. It's saying set of code which we can perform repeatedly. Basically, we can say that function works like a container where we can set, like it is a combination of related code. Okay, we are creating function for performing the operation which is required for the user. Okay, that means like function, we can say that we can take it as a container where we are writing the related code. Okay, where we're writing the related code for performing some specific task. Clear? Okay, so we are having two types of function. Okay, we are having two types of function. The first one is function. The first one is predefined. I hope what I will teach you today, you will able to get it. Okay, and I can assume it, you guys will learn something new from me. So the first one is predefined. Predefined, that means it is already defined into the system. Okay, already defined into the system, which is already defined into the system to perform some specific task. Like we have print function, print. So this is the print function, guys. This is a print function. Am I right? So print function, why we are using print function? Is there anybody who can tell me why we are using print function? Print is a function to print output. Yes. So the first one is print function. That is type also, we can say it as a type. Type is also a print function. So why we are using type? I told you about that day. The use of type is to check the type of the variable, type of the data type. Yeah, to check the type of the data type. Now, like these are the predefined functions. So we know the meaning of predefined function, which is already defined to the system. Okay, which is already defined to the system. Now let's talk about the user defined. Second is user defined. Print function is used to just for the printing. Okay, it will print as it is. But when we are using function calling method, like that will give you the output. They'll perform the task. Okay. So user defined. Now we're talking about the user defined. That means user defined. It is created by the user. It is created by the user according to the needs of the user. Okay. For fulfill the requirements of the user. Okay. So why we are using user defined function? It is created by the user for fulfill the requirements of the user. Like what kind of requirement user has, it will created that particular function. So now let's talk about how the user will create the function. The first is like user defined function has two parts. Okay, the user defined function has two parts. The first one is, we can say it as a default function. Default function. Before moving to types of function, let's see how we can create a function. Okay, let's see how we can create a function. So for creating a function, we are having a keyword that name is def. Okay, for creating a function, we are having a keyword that name is def, and then function name, and then this is the identification of the function. Okay, that bracket and colon is the identification of the function. So guys, how we'll define the function? For defining a function, we are having a keyword. That keyword name is def. Okay, that keyword name is def. Now let's see an example. Here def, I want to perform addition. Okay, I want to perform addition by using a function. So can I create? So for defining a function, the first step is you have to define the def. Def is for defining a function. Now just function name. So the function name is add. Okay, inside the add, by using semicolon, colon, I will just, now I'm inside the add. Okay, that means if I am using like this, that means I am inside the add function. If I am not giving this now, it is I'm not inside the function and it will give us the error. So that now I'm just inside the function, and here I want to perform addition. Okay, a is equal to 30 and b is equal to 40. C is equal to a plus b, and just print C. That means here I have just defined the function, and if I want to print it, okay, if I want to call the function, what I'll do, I'll just call the function by the name, by the same name what we have used. Okay, by the same name what we have used. Now what should be the answer, guys? Can you please tell me what should be the answer? So here for calling the function, we'll only call the function, will only write the name of the function. Here we are performing addition by using the function. Okay, is it clear? Are we clear about the function? Now let's talk about default function. Okay, default parameter or default parameter function. Parameter. Parameter, that means in default parameter na, here when we'll pass some argument here na, here when we'll pass some argument here, there we'll call it as a parameter. Okay, there we'll call it as an argument of the function. The first one will be default, that means there will be zero argument. Okay, there will be zero argument. For subtracting, just I want to concatenate two string. Okay, by using con, I want to concatenate two string. So a is equal to, just write as a string print, and b is equal to write hello. I want to concatenate it. C is equal to a plus b, and now just call it by using C. Just print C. Now if I'll call the con function, it will print hello world. So that here we are not passing any parameter, there is no any argument. Okay, that is the default parameter function. Clear? There will be zero argument or zero parameter. Here will be zero arguments. Okay, here will be zero arguments. Now we are having the second one, the parameterized function. Okay, the parameterized function B, that is parameterized function. In parameterized function, here instead of zero argument na, there will having the parameters. Okay, there will having the arguments. Let's see how. So now guys, tell me what kind of function I will create according to you. Just tell me what kind of function you want, like what kind of task it will perform. Just tell me, I'll create the function according to your need. Okay, check input and output from the user. Okay guys, now for parameter na, for parameter constructor, what I will use, just use it For parameter, you have to pass the parameter first. So for passing the parameter, let's write here def e for multiply mul. Guys, I will just at first I will perform this by using the user defined function. Sorry, by using the like default. So here multiply. Here I'm just passing two parameter. Okay, a and b. And by using colon, I'll just go inside the where inside that multiply function. Just print. If I'll print, just c is equal to a into b. Now print c. Print c. Okay. Now print c. Now for passing the for calling the parameterized function, what you have to do? You have to pass the argument. You have to pass the parameter. Okay. You have to pass the parameter. So the value of a will be 10 and the value of b will be 3. So it will return 30. This is the parameterized construct. Sorry, this is the parameterized function. Is it clear, guys? In real time, it's depend upon your task. Okay. In real time, it's depend upon your task. But you are preferred to use parameter and default also. Okay, but it is depend upon your task. So now let's see by using user input how we can define a function. To the same function, multiply, and here multiply. Just write a not define mul. Okay, multiply. A is equal to int input enter the value of a. Okay, now here b is equal to the same and c is equal to a into b. Then print c. Okay, and now just execute this code and call mul. When you will call the multiply, just enter the value of a 8 and b will be 2. 8 to the 16. Clear? Okay, if you want to enter decimal, so instead of int you can use float. So guys, always remember that. Always remember one thing. Okay, always remember one thing. If you are not giving any typecast, any data type, in that case what will happen? This will be as a string format. Okay, the input will be as a string format. Let's see why I am telling it. Okay, let's see. No, you didn't miss anything. We are just starting now. Okay, we have just started now. So so why I'm telling it, like it will only accept the string value. If we will here instead of the function, if I'll write this here, and here you can see I didn't typecast it. Okay, I didn't like give the data type. Okay, so in that case this will be the input value. So just write 12 and type of the 12 will be string value str, so that by default it will be a string value. That's why we are using int. If I want a decimal number, in that case I can use float, float. Okay, clear? Let's try to do it by using decimal again. No, if you don't typecast Namit, it will be error. Suppose here I'm not typecasting. Let's execute this. It will give us error. Here I didn't use the typecasting. No? In that case, just execute this code and again execute this. It is running. Just a minute. Let me restart my kernel. It will give us error. Always remember that. If you will not typecast it, it will give us error. Let's execute 12 and 1. It will be only 12 here. Why it is giving this? See, here you can give it as a parameter or a non-parameter also. That means parameterize or default. Okay, you can give anything here. Is it clear for everyone? So for performing some, it will not show you error, but it will show you the garbage value. Okay, if you are writing instead of a and b, if you are writing this like if this is a string, instead of a string, if I'll write ab and try to print it, it will be a garbage value and it will print it again and again. Okay, so for that we have to typecast it. Clear, guys? Yeah, so I hope till now it is clear for everyone. Now let's talk about the oops. So guys, now let me know Is there anyone who is aware of oops concept? What do you mean by oops concept? And what is oops? Yeah, just tell me if you are aware of these things. Oops in Python. Okay, you guys are okay. Now let's talk about the oops. Okay, so basically oops is a object oriented programming language. Okay, oops is an approach. Okay, basically oops is an approach. Okay guys, oops is an approach which is we are following oops concept for programming. It is an object oriented programming language. It is an object oriented programming language. It's an approach. Basically it's a approach. Okay, it is a approach or way to program. Here why we are using oops? Okay, because in oops we are just focusing on the our actual task, like what kind of task we have to perform. By using oop approach na, we'll just perform on our actual task instead of any other thing. We'll just perform our actual task. Okay, clear? And here oops give us to write once. Okay, oops give us to write once and like use anywhere. We can say it dry. Oops, we can say oops as a dry. That means don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself. That means here that don't repeat yourself, meaning here if we are following the oops approach now, here we don't have to repeat the same code again and again. Suppose here I have just multiplied this function na? By using this function I have just multiplied, performing multiply. If I want to use this function again here, so I can use by like this only. I'll just pass the parameters 78, 2, the 6. Here I can use it. That means did I repeat the same code again? Guys, did I repeat the same code again? Didn't repeat the same code. Just call that. That means this is the meaning of dry. That means don't repeat yourself. What you need, just call that by using oops approach. Okay. So it is an approach for programming. Is it clear? Guys, is it clear? Everyone? Yeah. Now let's talk about the some features of the oops. Okay. Features of the oops. The first features in oops, we are having a class. So guys, now let me know, is there anyone who is aware of class? No, definition of oops, we can say that like oops is a language, oops is an object oriented programming language where we will focus, where we are just focusing objects and classes, focusing on the objects and classes. We can write it. It is a programming language approach. We cannot say it as a language. Okay, it is a programming approach. Okay, where we are just focusing on the classes and objects. So oops has many features. Okay, oops has many features. First of one is that in oops you don't have to repeat the same code again and again. Okay, and some of the features of the oops is, and the first one is class. So guys, what do we mean by class? Is there anyone who can tell me? Yeah, class is a collection of functions and variable. We can check it as a class is a blueprint of the object. Now I'll explain you by the real life example. Okay, it is a blueprint of the function, and we can say that, or it is a collection of multiple methods and variables. Okay, so it is a collection of multiple methods and variables. We can say it instead of method, we can say it as a functions also. Blueprints of the function, not it's here, it's an object. object, object. So for defining, so guys, do you understand what is the meaning of class? Class is the blueprint of the object. So we can say that we can take an example of a college. Okay, we can take an example of the college, or instead of college we can take an example of the classroom only. Okay, suppose you guys are like, some guys have done their study and some guys are in college, or some guys are in company. So let's take an example of, I hope you all are aware of the college classes. Am I right? So let's take the same example. Okay, let's take the same example. Suppose you guys are reading in BTech, some guys are doing BCA. It doesn't matter, but your class is the class. Na? Inside your class, you guys are studying. And inside the class, there is a blackboard, there is bench, there is computer. Am I right? Guys, are you getting me or not? Inside the class, we are having so many things now. We are having collection of things. Is it clear? So we can check it as the same thing, like class is the blueprint of the object. But here there is a collection of multiple methods and variable. Here we can check this, like all the students are the different method, or all the like boards, and these are the variables. I can check the example of a people also. Okay, a people, a person. Okay, a person. The person has many specialty, na? Like some are having good knowledge in programming. A person is the class here. Okay, and the specialty of the person, we can take it as a function, method, and variable. Hand, we can take the hand as a variable. Okay guys, is it clear? So are we clear about the class? So basically class is the collection of multiple methods and variables. Clear? So now let's for example, for creating a class, creating the class, we are having syntax. Okay, so basically we can take a example of our own classroom. Okay, on classroom, this is the class, this is the batch. We can check the example of this batch only. Okay, you guys are joining the session, na? This batch. So this is a class. Am I right? This is a kind of class, and here you guys are joining the session. You guys are joining the class. That means we can check it. You guys are the collection of this class. Na? You guys are the part of this particular session, and you like here more than 30%, and those person like all have some specialty, specific powers. They all have. So can I take you all of them as a variable, as a function, as a single function, according to your specific performance, according to your guys? Can I take it now? So what is the class here? Class is, this is our session. We can take it as a example of class, and here like you guys are exist there. That means this class is exist. If you're not having there, if you'll not join the class, that means the class will also not exist. So that's why we are calling it as a collection of multiple methods and variables. Okay, is it clear, Ritik? Yeah. So now for creating a class, we are having a syntax. What is our syntax? Let's see. We're having a syntax that is class keyword. Okay, class is the keyword, then class name, CLASS, class name. Okay, we are having a syntax. The first one is class and the second one is class name. Now let's create a class. Okay, CLASS, class. For creating a class, what we are having? We are having a syntax of class and the name. So the class name will be just write class as a person. So I have created a class. Okay, after this we are having a semicolon, colon only. Okay, after the class name you should have colon. That's why by using colon you will go inside the class. Here what I told you, it will be the combination of multiple methods and variables. Okay guys, so now let's create multiple functions. Okay, now let's come to the what is the difference between method and variable. So there is no difference, but in method we are defining method inside the class. Okay guys, we are defining the same thing. We are defining method inside the class, and we are defining function outside the class. Okay, and always remember one point. If we are defining class inside the class as a method or function, we should have a parameter that is self. Okay, so let's create some variable also here. A is equal to 10 and B is equal to 20. Okay, self is used to, this is the default parameter. Okay, we can say it as a pointer. That means it will point the object or the variable of that particular method. By using self, we'll point that variable or object from that particular function, okay, of particular method. So here we have just defined A is equal to 10 person. Just take it as a hand. Okay, just string value HAND, hands. And again I'm just print. I'm just creating a function that name is leg. By using leg, what we can do inside the leg, just pass the parameter as a self. Okay, and here self dot A is equal to walking, self dot B. So why we are using self? Self is to identify or pointing the variable of that particular function or particular method. If you will not use self now, it will give you, let's use without self. So it will be a function, but function is always outside of the class. Let's try it by use without self. Now just create the object. Yeah, let's use this running. So guys, this is the class. Okay, inside the class we are having the collection of what we are having. Okay, what we are having inside the class, we are having the collection of functions and variable. Is it clear? So this is the syntax of the function. Here, like this is the method, guys. This is the user defined method only. Let me write the comment. Okay, this is the method. Okay, so instead of that code, just use this one. Okay, instead of this code, just use this particular one. So here, what is our class name, guys? Class name is showroom, and in this class name, what we are having? We are having a variable that is car name. Okay, in car name, inside the car name, we are having the car name. That car name is BMW and model name. These are the variable. Okay, these are the variable. These are instance variable, and here inside the def function, just use this now print ABC and the car name. Okay, just not in QA. Okay guys, I'll just explain, no need to worry. I'm just passing this here. Find this code. Okay, find this code and try to execute it. So here there are some indentation error. No need to worry about that. I am just resolving it, and then I will explain about the like what we have done in this particular class. Okay. Yeah guys, now let's talk about the class. So what is our class name, guys? Now you guys will tell me like what we are doing here. What is our class name? Samuel. This is not the class name. Okay, the class name is showroom.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
And the variable inside the showroom, we are having a variable. That variable name is car name, and car name is BMW. Okay, and another variable, the model name XYZ. Here you can give anything, and here I have just defined a method. Okay, define a method. METHODS method. Okay, this is the method. So in method, it is necessary to pass this self. So what is the use of self here? Self is mandatory when we are defining method. Okay, self is mandatory when we are defining method, and self will do the same thing about the Java. That means like this in Java. So self will point that particular object or variable from that particular method. Okay, by using self, we are just pointing that particular method. Yeah, if you will not define variable inside the class, this variable we are calling it as a instance variable. You will get to know when we are teaching about the encapsulation. Okay guys, in encapsulation, here S, yeah guys are asking here, S is just a variable here. Okay, just a variable. Okay, here like now tell me what kind of method this is, what kind of function this is. You guys will tell me. Is it parameterized? Yeah guys, 100%. This is the parameterized. So here I have just passed 3 parameters. Self is not included as a parameter. Okay, self is by default, it will not include as a parameter. Here we are having only A, B and C. So self will just point out the variable of that particular function or method. Clear? So here we are having 3 parameters. Okay, so self.s, this is the new variable here. Inside the model on, we are having new variable. So what I told you, what is the use of self? Self will indicate the variable. Self will point the variable of that particular method. So self is equal to 90. Self.s, s is the variable name, that is equal to 90. Here print function. Print function is used to print something. That means this is my first model A, B, C. I have just printed it. And then inside this model, I have just accessed this variable. Okay, car name, the instance variable. I have just accessed the instance variable here. Okay, car name inside the model. we are having another, that is model. This is my second model, self.h. So here what will happen, name.s will be is equal to self.s. Here instead of name.s will be self.s. Okay, now let's see, print this, again print this. I'm creating another module, that is model 3, and model 3 I'm just printing this. Okay guys, so is this the collection of multiple methods and variables? Guys, is it collection of multiple methods and variable? Yes or no? So what is class? Class is the collection of multiple methods and variable. It will just print something. No need to worry. When we are just printing, when you will execute this code, now you will get to know what is the work of every variable and every method. Is it clear? Now let's talk about, that means we are clear with the class only. Now for calling that class, we have to create the object. Okay, for calling the class we have to create the object. So what is object, guys? Object is a real world entity. Okay, object is a real world entity. Now let's talk about the second module of this is object is the real world entity. Object is the, what is object? Tell me. Object is the real world entity. Okay, what is the role of self? Self is used to identify, self is used to point the variable inside the method. Okay, self is used to point the variable inside the method. Here we're using self for, okay guys, this is by default in method, this is by default, but it is used to, why we are using, it is used to point the variable of the particular method. Clear? Yeah. Object is a real world entity. Okay, object is a real world entity. So guys, when we have defined the class now, when we have defined the class, there only we have defined, we didn't call any class. Rajesh Arora, let me explain object. When I have just defined the class here, I didn't execute the code here. Okay, if you all have variables named different, then still self needed? No, like if you will, self will only needed inside the method. Okay, I mean inside the method only. Self doesn't need outside the method. Okay, here you can see I have just created this, all are my method. Okay, inside the method I have just pointing them by using this self. Here I have just created it. Did I explain self here? I didn't. So for inside the class we are not using self, but inside the method we need self. Okay, this is mandatory. Clear? So here when we have just created the class now, here we are just defined. Okay, here we have just defined, we didn't call, and it will also not occupy any memory space. Okay, for defining the class, it will not occupy the memory space. For running it or executing it, we need object. Okay, we need object. So we can say that no, if we're just providing self, if we'll write here, you will be by default. But we are supposed to do, like in other programming language, in Java, we are using this. Instead of this, we are using nothing. No, it is possible, but we are prefer to use self only. This is by default, guys. By default means this is the predefined. So now just create an object. For creating an object, so guys, what I told you, if you will not create the object now, the class here we have just only defined it. Okay, it will not occupy any space in the memory. It will not execute, it will not occupy any space in the memory. For making it as an executable, what you have to do, you just have to create an object. Okay, object of that particular class. So object, we can say that object is a real world entity. So for object, let's understand by using a example. Okay, let's understand by using by taking an example. Suppose what I told you, you guys are reading in a particular class. Okay, and this class you are having like different people and different things inside the class. But for calling someone from the class, there should be a person. There should be a person which is having access to go inside the class and call you. Suppose I'm the person. Okay, here I'm the person, and some guys having some work with me. In that case, he should have access to reach to me, na? Guys, he should have access to reach to me. Are you getting me or not? Suppose I can check another example. Let's talk about your home only, okay? Your home. So your home, can we take it as a class? Can I take the example of your class as a home? In your home, there are multiple rooms, multiple things. So can we take it like rooms as a function? Guys, can we take room as a function? And if suppose you are inside that particular room, okay, you are inside the room and I have some work with you. For that, I have to go inside the class, na? Inside your room. Am I right or wrong? I have some work, so I should have access to go inside your house. So which have access, na? This is called as an object. That means that will be the real world entity. In your home, we'll create the object first. So first object, suppose for here, I'm just creating an object as a car, okay, or showroom, just S is equal to, and for creating object name, we are having a syntax. That syntax name is, syntax for creating object, syntax is object name is equal to class name, then this, okay. For creating a class, an object, what should we have? We have object name and the class name only, okay guys. So let's create an object of that particular class. So what is my classroom? Showroom, 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 okay. Showroom, here I have just created the object. Now that means what I have done, I just got the access, okay. That means I can go inside your house, okay. I have just got the access, and by using this I can, when I will enter inside your house, I have access now to use everything, guys. That time I have access. I can use your remote for owning the TV. I can go inside any room. Am I right or wrong? So here I just gave the access to that particular S, okay. By using this, I have just give the access. That means I have just created an object. By using that object, I can call my car name, okay. So what is inside the car name, I can call it. So for that, what I will do, I'll just use print by using S dot car name. Here this is the object, guys, okay. Don't be confused. Here this is the object, and here I've just print the car name here. Let's execute this one. Showroom is not defined. Okay, let's execute this first. Here you can see I have that access now, and by using dot operator, we can access the element on function of that particular class by using dot operator. This operator, we are calling it as a dot operator, okay. dot operator. We can access or call the method or functions, methods or variables of that particular class, class. Okay guys, that means here we have just created an object, and if you have created the object, that means you have just give all the access to that particular object, and by the using of object can access everything from here, okay. Everything from here by using dot operator. By using dot operator, he can access everything from there. Now let's execute this one. Self model on. For that, is there anyone who can tell me how we can call that particular function, particular method? Guys, for calling this S dot model, MODEL, model 1. Will it run? No, it will not run. So for that, what we have to do? We have to give this, okay. And this, after this, we are having the arguments also. So how many arguments we are having? In self-man, we are having 3 arguments. Model 1, 3 arguments. Just pass 3. So just pass 3 arguments here. 2, 4, 5. Now just execute this. Self.model, execute, not having, execute this, model on. So just execute this one, na guys. Okay, at first I have to give the model name as a capital. Okay, yeah. Here what I'm writing, this is my first model, and here I have just printing here. Okay, A, B, C, and car name. So the car name is BMW. I have just accessed it inside the model one. Okay, is it clear? Now let's call model 2. For calling the model 2, we can do the same thing, that is s dot model 2. Model 2. What we are having? Bound method showroom model 2 of method this. So why it is not running? Because we have to pass the braces. Now let's execute this. This is my second model 90. So yes guys, who is asking that? Like what is the use of self.s? Here we have just defined that. Okay, here we have just defined that. We didn't call this self.s. Can you see? I didn't call this self.s inside this model, inside this method. Guys, inside this method, I didn't call. So here inside this particular method, I have just passed the argument as a model is a 90. From 90 model, I have that car. Okay. And the model name is this XYZ. Clear? So you guys are asking about this self.s. That time what I told you, we'll get to know everything about this, like which method and which variable is defined for which work, we'll get to know. So here, can I call it by using s.self model 3? Model 3. This is my third model, that is 90. Car name is BMW, model name is XYZ. So if I want to access it from here, my model name, can I access it? Suppose here, instead of this, I'm just having, that is year is equal to 1995. Can I access that particular year there? Here? Guys, let me know how I can access it. Guys, is it possible to access that particular year? How? I know I can, but how? I just want how. Yeah, let's see how. We have access as a s dot year, or year. So it will not print anything. So that what we have to do, just execute this code once. Now just execute this also. Now print it, okay, by using print function. This is not a function, guys. This was not a function. This was a variable. So printing the variable, what we are having? We're having year. Is this same? Yeah, this is also same. So now let's execute this one. Let's see. So we can access anything from the class by using the object. Is it clear? No, s dot here, just try it, okay? S dot year. It will also work, but we are using as a smart way, okay? But we are using as a smart way. That means it will print that. Inside the print we are using just s dot car name. We can use it. It will also print, okay? It will also print. But here we are just following the procedure of the code. Just writing a code is nothing, guys. Just writing a code is nothing. But you have to follow the procedure of the code. There are some rules and regulation. You have to follow it. Okay. Now, self is like not inside the method. Self is used to just point that. Just take it as a pointer. Okay. That means it will point to that particular variable. Okay. Inside the method. Like which inside the method, it will just point that particular. Yeah. This you are the member of my function. Okay. You are the member of my method. So yeah, guys. Is it clear till now? So can we move for the next task? For now, just focus on this particular class. When you are clear about the OOPS concept, now you will get to know everything about the course. Okay. OOPS concept is very necessary. If you're not aware of the OOPS concept, now in that case, what will happen? You cannot code. You cannot understand. Like, yeah, what happened here? You're not able to understand it. But if you're clear about the OOPS concept, now by using Python, you can create an application also. Are you getting my point? That's why just focus about the OOPS concept now. For everyone, is it clear? So let's continue, okay? So guys, so inside the class, what we're having, we're calling it as a method, okay? Inside the class, if now like you guys will like, there is some similarities between functions and method. But when we are calling it as a function will call it, when we'll define it outside the class. Okay, for function, we don't need self. And for method, we need self. Clear? And for accessing the method from the class, in that case, what we have dot operator. Okay, by using the object, we'll access the method of the class by using dot operator. Is it clear, guys? By using dot operator, we are accessing anything from the class. Okay. So now let's talk about the constructors. Okay. Now, what is the meaning of constructor? It is also a special type of method which is used to initialize the class. Okay. It is a special kind of method which is used to initialize the class. So here we are having only one constructor in Python, and that name is init. Okay, underscore underscore this. This is the constructor. This is only one constructor in Python, that is underscore init underscore. That is the brackets. This is the identification of the function, but we are calling it as a constructor. Why we are calling it as a constructor? Because it is used to initialize the classes. Okay, is it clear? So basically, why we are using constructor using for initialize the class. So now let's see how we can use the constructor. So for it will use inside, because it is also a method, no? So method will inside the class or outside of the class, guys? Method will inside the class only. So here I am using const as a constructor. Okay, and inside this the method. So what we have def, then double underscore init this, and now just pass the parameter. Self is also mandatory here, a comma b. Okay, and here just perform the task as a subtraction. Okay, here c is equal to a minus b. Print c. Otherwise we can constructor makes the program fast. Yeah, we can say it because it is used to initialize the class only. So guys, instead of this, I can create another method. That method name will be my display. Okay, def, that is get the value. Get value, you can say it as a get value, and inside the get value I'll just pass a parameter, that is self. So why self? Self is for why self here? This is a class, guys. This is a class. Please explain the part of the class construct. Here this is the class. Okay, this constructor is a class. For creating we are using, because constructor is also a kind of method, na? Are you getting me or not? So constructor is also a kind of method. So in that case, what I can use their name, and here id. Instead of this name, I can use as a name and id. This is as a, so I have to initialize it. So for initializing it, what I'll use self dot name is equal to name only, and name. So what kind of this is constructor? This constructor is a parameterized constructor. So in parameterized constructor, we are having name. Again, we'll just initialize the id. Self dot ide is equal to id. We can use, let's see, is it possible or not? Okay, let's see this. Here instead of cell, if I want to use a, let's execute this print. Okay, print. So guys, here I have just initialized the value, and here the value will be the user defined. Okay, the value will be, we'll initialize it inside when we will create the object. So here just print the id, use print self dot self, self dot name comma self dot id. Okay, now just execute this. Here we have created a constructor, and also now for calling this, what we have to do, guys? Now you guys will tell me. Now what we have to do here, instead of cell we'll use a. Okay, instead of self we'll use a. Let's see, is it working or not? Here we have just initialize that. Okay, here we have just now just create an object. So just for create object, C is equal to const constant. Okay, and here class name will be like this. When you will define the class, it will be like this only. Just execute this. Missing 2 argument as a name, ID. Okay, so by the use of, what is the use of constructor here? We have to initialize the class. That means use of constructor, I told you na, it is a special kind of method which is used to initialize the class. So here in name we are having this parameter, that is name is IMRAN Imran, and the ID is something like 1 2 3 4. Okay, now if you call it, it will execute. And for printing this value, what we have to do? We have to call that method. So how we will call this method get value? Guys, C dot get value. Let's execute this. Here we can use, instead of cell na, I can use this also, ABC. It can be anything, but the first parameter will be the self parameter. Okay, everyone, that is by default. If instead of this, if I'll not use A and B, let's see what happens. Name and ID. It will give you the error. Okay. So always remember that self is used to point that particular variable inside the method. Self. Is it clear, everyone? Yes or no? For everyone, yes or no? So are we aware of the parameter constructor also? So for constructor, so what is constructor, guys? If you will not use, just try this. It will give you error. Okay, you are not pointing that particular one, na? So that you have to pointing that particular one by using self. It is necessary. That's why I told you, na, self is mandatory. Okay, the first one is mandatory. Constructor is a special kind of function or method which is used to initialize the class. Okay, which is used to initialize the class. Here I have just initialized inside the class. Now here the first is the constructor. Inside the constructor, this is parameterized constructor. I have just passed 2 arguments here. Okay, and here I have just defined this argument. The variable I have just defined inside the constructor. This is this self.name is equal to name and self.id is equal to id. And by using, I'm just defining here, this is the second method, METHDS methods. What kind of method this is, guys? Default or parameterized? Yeah, okay. Ikra, like here, if you'll give A na, that will be, assume it as a self only, okay? Instead of we are prefer to use self, but here the first one, it will be assume it as a default only, okay? So this is the default method. So here I'll just print option, just it will get the value. It will just print all the value. So here I have just initialize my class. That class name is Imran and that ID is 1232. It can be anything. When you will execute this, that means you have initialized the value here. Then you have just have to print that particular value. So for printing that particular value, here you will call this. Is it clear, everyone? So are we clear about the constructor? Can you go for the next? So here I have just initialized this and here I am just printing it, okay? By using 2 methods. First one is constructor and another is for just for the printing the method. Okay. So no need everyone like everywhere, but if you are just using the another method now for printing it, it is very like good practice of programming. Okay. Is it clear? So let's see the example of init program. Okay. Like by using the only default constructor. We are clear about the parameterized constructor. Let's see the default constructor. Here what we are doing, just pass this name as a class. Class name will be the student. Okay. And student just pass Mohit Rathore. Constructor will be used everywhere in real world. Okay. When you will work as a data scientist, na? When you will work as a programmer, there everywhere you will work as like with the constructor, not with the, will not interact with the class. Okay, in that case you will interact with the constructor only. So let's see the example of the default constructor. Okay, so the default constructor, for making as a constructor, what are having? Def, then init, again this. If I'll do like this, what will happen, guys? Is it constructor? If I'll do like this, is it constructor? Is it constructor? No, it is also not a constructor. Constructor always having 2 underscore. Okay, it will be inside the 2 underscore only. So now this is the constructor. Now just use print am a student. Right. In that case, if I'll call that particular class, I'll just create the function only, the object. So S is for creating the object. OBJ object name is, the class name is student. So what is the student? Student is this. Here, why I'm getting error? Is there anyone who can tell me? Because here I didn't define self. Instead of self, I can define anything. Now it will just print this. In default constructor, we don't have to initialize the value, okay? And we don't have to call any function. We'll just define it by using this only, okay? Is it clear, guys? And here, if I'll define like another value, that is add value, okay? Addition, that is this, add self, comma A, comma B. And here, if I'll perform, self can do this without constructor also? No. Without constructor, we'll just have to, self is not used without constructor or without method. No, self cannot do. So let's try this addition, okay? First one is my default constructor and just try this method. So self dot A is equal to 10 and self dot B is equal to 20. Self dot C is equal to A plus B. Okay, now print self dot C. Now if I'll call this particular function, what I can use? Self dot add.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
Okay, no argument. Okay, I don't have to pass this here. I make it as a parameterized constructor, na? That's why I don't have to in a parameterized function method, so that I don't have to use like this. I have to pass the argument here also. 10, 30. Add self A dot B students, no attribute as a add. Just execute this one here. Is it working? So self is necessary everywhere, guys. The first one is for when you just initialize the object, now it will call that particular constructor. Okay, when we'll initialize the object, it will call that particular constructor. After that, it will, you can access the method of that particular class. Is it clear? We are not in Python. This is a called of constructor overloading. Okay, in Python we are not having that function. Okay, that facility we are not having. Let's try it by using def. Again, init. Just do this. Now just self comma A. Okay, yeah, here instead, guys, don't be confused. Yeah, this is, I'm just creating an object here. Okay, like object name can be anything. It can be P, it can be T, it can be S, it can be anything. What it will support? It will support the first one. Let's not the recent one. Let's see what happened. Okay, this is the constructor, the first constructor with default constructor. Okay, DEFAULT default constructor, and we are having second is a parameterized constructors. In parameterized constructor, just self dot A is equal to A. Now just try to execute this. Okay, so if you'll execute, you'll get error, because here you have just passed as A as an argument. Okay, so if we'll call now, it will print this. It won't print anything because we're not using the print function. Just print self dot A. self.a. Now it will print self.a. Okay, the value is 10. So in Python, we are not having the facility like constructor overloading or method overloading. Okay, so when we are having like, what is method overloading, guys? So method overloading, write it. Okay, just I'm writing the concept of method overloading. So here, constructor overloading and method overloading, just these are the same thing. Okay, constructor overloading. This is when we're having two constructor with the different parameter when we are having two constructor with the different parameter, it is known as constructor overloading. Okay, is known as constructor overloading. Basically, it wants supporting. It is not different parameter with the same name. Okay, constructor, like constructor, we are having only one constructor. No, that is in it. In Python, we are having only one constructor. That is in it. Supported in Python. It will call the recent one. Okay, so it will call the recent one. This is my first constructor and this is my second constructor. So if instead of this, okay, instead of this constructor, it will call the recent one. Is it clear, everyone? So what is the use of constructor? Constructor is used to initialize the class. And like, what is the use of constructor overloading? Constructor overloading is nothing used in Python. It is not supported in Python. It will call the recent one only. Okay, is it clear? It is very fast. Okay, by using constructor is very fast. Okay, and it will consume less memory into your local system. Clear about the constructor also? So guys, now let's talk about the encapsulation. So what do we mean by encapsulation here, guys? What do we mean by encapsulation? Encapsulation means, before starting to the coding part, now I'll just give you the example. Okay, did you see the capsule? That is a medicine. Did you see the capsule, guys? Yes or no? So what is inside the, like, what is the shape of capsule and what is inside the capsule? Can you please tell me? But yeah, all the chemical, all the medicine is wrapping up with the cover, na? It is secure, yeah, but is it wrapping up with the cover? Right or wrong, guys? The same concept we are also using in programming language, also in OOPS. Okay, in OOPS we are using encapsulation to wrapping up the data and methods in our variable. Okay, in a class. So we are using constructor to wrapping up the data and the method in a class. So let's see how we'll wrap up. Okay, basically we are using constructor for wrapping up the methods and the objects and the data inside the class. Let's see how we'll wrap up. It will be the inside the class. Just create an encapsulation. INCAPSULATION. Encapsulation. Okay, now in encapsulation, just create an object that is A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. Now just define a function. The function name can be anything. Okay, the function name I'm just defining P, just function name is IND. Okay, inside the IND just self. Before that, I'll just use a constructor in it. This and the constructor will be self. Just print, this is my constructor. Okay, just create another method. Yeah, here if I want to access it now, I can access it by using self.a and self.b. Okay, so this is my constructor. I can use it. Yeah, I can use it as a what kind of, I can use it as a like user defined value also. It's depend upon us. Okay, it's depend upon us. Just create another method. That method name is add and self. Okay, now here just create self dot a is equal to 10, self dot b is equal to 10, and self dot c is equal to a plus b. Now print self dot c. Okay, so now so what we have done till now, we're just wrapping up all the functions, all the method and variable within a class. Na? Guys, are we doing the same thing? We're just wrapping up everything. No, we're just wrapping up everything inside the class. So for accessing it, like in encapsulation, just we have to understand this is nothing. Okay, just wrapping up all the thing inside the class. Okay, let's see the example. Okay, before moving on, let's see the example. Here, when we are just using the method, function, without using the oops concept. Okay, without using the oops concept, when I have defined it, did I wrapping up within a class? Guys, yes or no? I didn't wrap up inside the class, but this is the features of oops concept. Here I have just wrapping up everything inside the class. Okay, at first try to understand why you are using encapsulation, then we will move to the access modifier. Like there is public, private and protected, I know, but just try to understand what is the purpose of encapsulation. If you are facing any query, just let me know. I'll clear it. Okay, yeah. So what the first purpose is, we'll explain the what is the use of private, protected. We'll get to know everything about this, but the first priority is to understand why you are using encapsulation for wrapping up the data. Okay, inside the class. So here we have done the same thing. If I want to call it, so I can call it now by using I can call it. So for calling it, what I have to do, I have to create an object obj, that is encapsulation. Just let me copy this code and paste inside this. So here I have just created an object. Okay, so by using object obj dot, if I want to access a, I can 10, is it? And by obj, if I want to access the add, obj dot add, inside the add is defined. The problem here, guys, self dot a, self dot b. So here we have to initialize it by using self dot a, self dot b. Okay, so is it clear? Everyone, is it clear? Yeah, that time I wrote shell, that's why. Is it clear now? So yeah, now let's talk about the what? Access modifier. Okay, so before moving to the access modifier, let's go to, I'm just giving you like why we are using access modifier. Let's talk about the access modifier. So access modifier, why we are using access modifier? Access modifier is used to modify the variable. Okay, modify the variable or method. It is used to modify the variable or methods. Okay, method. So guys, let's see like what is access modifier, like what kind of access modifier. I know about this, but let's see by using an example. Access modifier in Python, we'll see with the help of this. Okay, basically we are having 3 access modifier in Python. The first one is public, and the second one is private, and the third one is it visible? So the first one is public. Okay, public, it can be accessed in same class, it can be accessed in same package, derived class and other class also. And protected can be used in a same class, and also protected can be used in same package and derived class also, but it is not can be used in another class. Okay, and private, This is just a picture, guys. It is not a document. This is just a picture. Okay, this is just a picture to make you understand. So private can be used in only the same class. It cannot be accessible from the outside of the class. Okay, let's see how. Now just try to understand how we can use private, protected, and public access modifier. The first one is what we are having. We are having public. Public can be accessible from anywhere. Okay, it can be accessible from anywhere. Okay, now for creating object, now for creating access modifier as a public, so what you have to do, you just do nothing, just write only the object name. Okay, if I'm talking about the public, so it will be like this. Inside the class, just write a class, that is my calculator. Okay, make a class like just a calculator, and inside the, for making it as a public, now a is equal to 10. It is just a public. Okay, guys, we are not giving anything, and we are not writing anything in before that. Just a is equal to 10. It is like a public. Clear? And for making as a public method, this is a public variable. Pub public. Okay. And for making it as a public, if I want to make a public method, in that case, what I'll use, def, then method name. The method name is add. SELF self. Okay. Method name is add dot self. Now inside the method, I want to create a, now just dot x is equal to self dot x is equal to 10 and self dot y is equal to 20. Okay, and now just try to execute this. Print CLF self dot x plus self dot y. So this is the public method. Okay, now let's talk about the protected. Okay, now let's talk about the protected. So for protected, what you have to do, you just have to do like this. This will be the protected. Is this only like for protected, guys? We're having 2 comma, okay, 2 underscore a. This is as a protected. So protected can be used from anywhere. Just make it as a as a protected. It can be accessible inside the class with the same package and with another, like it is not able to access in another class. Okay, this is as a protected. Just write is PROTCT, protected. Okay, so let's see if I want to access it by using, for that I'll just create an object obj is equal to class name Michael. Just access the public one, a dot 10. Sorry, obj dot a. In that case, I'm able to access it outside the class also. Clear? And if I want to access my protected on, for the identification of the protected will be this, the underscore, double underscore. Okay, obj dot a, sorry, b. So here I'm not able to access it. Okay, here if I want to access my a dot b dot 10, I'm not able to access it because I am outside of the class. It is as a protected. Now let's talk about the private. Okay, so just make, for making a private, just use c is equal to 30 and just as a privat, private. Now just execute, try to execute c. See, is it possible? Guys, this is private and this is protected. Okay, sorry, this is my mistake. This is as a private and this is as a protected. Protected can be accessible from like outside of the class also, but private can't. Clear? Tongue mistake, like this is the slip of tongue, but protected can be accessible from outside the class, but private can't. Okay, here you see the example. If I want to access obj.b, obj.-b, sorry, underscore b, in that case I'm not able to access it. Yeah, within the same class I can access it like this. Okay, just try to use print self dot hyphen b. In that case, if I'll call my b, that is like add function, obj dot add, so in that case it will print, okay, 10 and 30. So inside the class it can be accessible, but outside of the class it cannot. Is it clear? So inside the class, I'm inside the class only, na? So from here I'm able to access this particular private member, okay, but outside of the class, when I want to access it, I'm not able to access it. Is it clear, guys? Guys, is it clear or not for everyone? So these are the identification of the access modifiers. So guys, tell me, now I have a question. You will tell me, what is the use of access modifier and why you are trying like using access modifier? Just answer me, guys, everyone. Basically, we are using access modifier to modify the security of the code, okay, to modify the security of the code. Clear? So guys, tell me, define the security. Yes. Basically, like this is the concept of encapsulation also, okay? This is the concept of encapsulation. That's why we are using. Okay, guys. So what is the purpose of using access modifier and encapsulation? We're just wrapping up everything from the external user. Okay? From the external user, we are just wrapping up everything. Bridges encapsulation, like access modifier is the part of encapsulation. Okay, this is the part of encapsulation. How we'll wrap up? Like here we have just wrap up everything now, but it is this here we are just wrap up everything. But here these all are private. That means it can be accessed from anywhere. When I'm using the concept access modifier is the part of encapsulation to making it as a secure. Why I'll try to like wrap up? You see the capsule now? Why the medicine is inside the wrap up? Because the medicine should be secure, na? That's why our data should be secure. Yeah, it can be applicable in method also. Here, if I want to just make it as a protected, here I can access it by using the same. Okay, I just made A as a protected. I can access it. Just execute this one, and this one. But if I want to make it as a public, in that case, I'm not able to access it. Here I'm getting error. Okay. Protected and public are the same in Python, but the difference is public can be accessible from other file also. Other class also. Let's make it as I just make it as a protected. Okay. Here I just make it as a protected, so it can be accessible from the other class. But when I'll make it as a public, it cannot be accessible from the other class. You will see how when we'll try to learn inheritance, in the inheritance part, we'll see like how it can be accessible from one class to another class. Okay, but when I'm making it as a protected, it is accessible, but when I'm making it as a public, it cannot be accessible outside the class. Clear? So what do we mean by abstraction? Let's try to execute. Let's try to understand. Okay, what do you mean by abstraction? The abstraction means data hiding. Okay, hiding the data. Suppose, did you see the electric board? Guys, did you see the electric board? In electric board, it is just hide all the internal details, all the like wiring, everything is hidden. We are just intact with the external part, and the use of we are just switching on or off. Am I right? Are we try to interact with the internal part? Guys, no, we are not trying to interact with the internal part. So the same concept we are using in abstraction also. In abstraction, we are hiding the internal data. Okay, we are hiding the internal details of the code from the external user. Okay, we are hiding the internal details of my particular program from the external user. like internal details, we'll hide the internal details from the external user, and we'll just show them the external details only. Okay, like what they need to be known, I will just show them. So in Python we are having this, okay, this method, okay, this package to create as an abstract method. To create as an abstract method, we are having this. Okay guys, is it clear? So for making it as an abstraction, if I want to use the concept of abstraction method, so in that case what I have to use, I have to use, like, import the library. That library is my ABC. Okay, ABC here, ABC is a abstraction based class. Okay, abstract, ABSTRACT, abstract base class. Okay, here we are using abstract base class for making it as a abstraction. That means for hiding the data. Clear? And one more thing, in Python, when we are using abstraction in any method, no, the whole class will be abstraction. Okay, the whole data of the class will be abstract and it will be hidden. Okay, is it clear, guys? So here for using abstraction method, what we're having, from what why you are using, from library. This is my library, and I'm importing ABC. ABC is a abstract base class. And another thing, I'm using abstract method for making it as a method. For making it method as abstraction, I'll use abstract method. So here what I'm having, class 1 ABC. This is the making it the class as an abstraction. Okay, making the class as abstraction. And here by using @abstraction method, I'm making this method as an abstraction. Okay, I'm just making this method as an abstraction. Is it clear, guys? Situation, suppose we can take it the example of banking system. Okay, in banking system, are your like transaction page like always appear? No, am I right or wrong? Transaction page is not always appear, na? Transaction page is appearing when it needs. When it's need, that time transaction page is appearing. So in that case, they are using the concept of abstraction. That means they're just hiding that particular page from the external user. When you need that time you can show it. Any other page, your banking website can access by the any user. Am I right or not? But when we are talking about the transaction, like they can be accessed from that particular user only.
Yeah.
Like from the same, like we are using payment method, the transaction, that one. We can take the example of like our Netflix subscription.
Yeah.
When it's need, it will show, but if it is not needs, it will not show. Is it clear? So in Python, for making it as a, in Python we can making it as a like abstraction, we have to import the library, and that library is ABC. That ABC means abstract base class. Okay, and for making class as an abstraction, we are having a abstraction base class, that is ABC. And for making a method as a abstraction, we are having @abstract method. Okay, and always remember that. So is it abstract or not? How we'll know? Is it abstract or not? How we'll know? In that case, we are having, like, we have to inherit it. For now, just inheritance is like we can access the property of one class to another class. For now, just okay. Yeah, I will run. But is this program run now? No. For that, I have to create the object. So that, just try to create the object once. Execute now. So here I just use the concept of inheritance. Okay, but for now just understand as a, we can access all the property of this class. Okay, execute this, and now just try to, I just make it as a abstraction. Okay, fun1, hello, this is hello. And if I will, instead of fun2, here instead of fun1, if I will try to use it like this, in that case I'll get error. Okay, that means it is just can't exist abstract same2 with the abstract method, so it cannot be accessible from the outside of the class. It is just same as the encapsulation. Okay, it is same as the encapsulation. Okay guys, so don't be confused, it is same as the encapsulation, but it is just hiding the internal details. Is it clear everyone? Guys, I have used this now. Okay, you are not clear till now because you guys are not aware in the concept of inheritance. So before that, like, let's understand. Okay, we'll just repeat after the instruction. Okay, after the inheritance class, you will get to know like what is the purpose of this program. Okay guys, just for now, just understand the concept. Okay, inheritance, it is understanding. When you are aware of inheritance, na, function on in the abstract method. Okay, that fun on is an abstract method, and I just use pass so that it will pass to this another one. So if I'll call it by the same, it can be call it. Okay, if I'll try to, here I'm just defining fun, and if I want to create the object of that particular fun, it cannot be accessible. Okay, fun2.self. Is it clear guys, everyone? I hope you learned something new from me. Now before moving to that, let's talk about the inheritance. So guys, tell me, what do you mean by inheritance? Inheritance, we can access or inherit all the properties of parent class to child class, from parent class to child class, or of parent class to child class. So let's understand what is inheritance. Inheritance means we can access all the property from one class to another class. Okay, that means one class to another class. That means we are having two classes here. The first one will be the parent class and the second one will be the child class. Suppose we can check an example, like suppose our family business. We can check the example of family business. So in family business, like after your father, you will be the CEO or you will be the owner of that business. Am I right guys? So in that case, you will have all the authority of that particular business what your father have.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
Am I right or wrong? Guys, you'll have all the authority, na? What your father have now. Yes, we'll have all the authority. So that means we didn't buy that business, we didn't create that business, we have just inherit that particular business from our father. So in the same case, we are using the inheritance concept in Python or OOPS approach. So in that case, what it will happen? It will happen like there will be a parent class and another will be a child class. From a child class, every property can be accessed of the parent class. Let's see how. We'll understand by using an example. But before that, we'll just see there will be a parent class. That means when we are talking about the parent class, we're talking about the base class. That is the main class. We can say it as a base class or super class. That will be the parent class. And another, it will be the child class. And we can say it as a derived class. Here it will, in this class, it will access the methods and properties from the parent class. Okay, so guys, now we'll understand by a diagram. Suppose we are having two classes. Okay, inheritance will be two class. The first one is, we can say it as a parent, and the next one we'll say it as a child. This is parent and the second one is child. So here it will access, the child can access all the property of the parent class. That means you can access all the property of your father, of your parents. Am I right or wrong? Guys, are you getting me? So in inheritance, we will access all the property of the parent class through the child class. But remember one thing, the child can access all the property of the parent, okay, but parent can't. But parents cannot. Okay, parents cannot access the property of the child class. So always remember this. Okay guys, let's understand by an example. Okay, let's understand by an example. Suppose here I'm creating two classes. Okay, I'm creating, the first one is create class name I'm just giving as a vehicle. And vehicle, inside the vehicle, I'm just defining two method. The method is vehicle info, v info, and here we have to pass the self. Okay, and inside that I'll just write print this method is in vehicle class. Okay, now let's execute. Now create another class. This will be the parent class here. Okay, create another class. This will be the parent class, and just create a child class. In child class, just give the class name, and just class name is as a car. Okay, car. And now we'll inherit. So for inheriting, we're having the syntax. For inheriting, we're having the syntax is this. For inheritance, we're having syntax is like this. Syntax is child class, and inside the child class, we'll pass the parent class name. Parent class class. Okay, by using this, I'll just inherit. I'll come inside this. So now tell me what is the name of our parent class here? Guys, what is the name of parent class here? The parent class is vehicle. So what will pass inside this bracket? I'll pass the parent class name. So parent class name is vehicle. Okay, that means I have just inherited the parent class from the child class. Now I can access the same. So let's see how we can access it. So here I will define another method. Define car info. Okay. Now here I'll just write I am inside the car class, the car class. So guys, here what inside the car. I'm inside the car. Okay, here I don't have to pass this, no? It's a mistake. Print and pass it. Now just execute. Now guys, you will tell me from which class I will create the object. We'll call, because here in car class has all the access of the vehicle class. Okay, that's why we'll create the object of the parent class, not sorry, child class only. So in in the inheritance concept, now we're having two classes. That means from one class to another class, I can access all the property. Okay, that means I can inherit all the property. Okay guys, from one class to another class, I can inherit. That means I can access all the property from the child class. So here we're having two classes. The first one is vehicle. Vehicle is I just created as a parent. Okay, vehicle class I have created as a parent. Yeah, here this you can see the comment I just created as a parent. Okay, and inside the vehicle I have just defined a function or method that is vinfo, and I have just print this method is in vehicle class. Okay, I have to write. Okay, here I have to write, guys. Without self we cannot run. I forgot about it, but no need to worry. I just write it. Okay, so here this is the parent class, and in parent class we're just having a method that is just printing this method is inside vehicle class. Okay, and here I have created another class that name is car, and car, if I'll not do like this, what it will be? Is it a child class or not? Guys, is it a child class? No, it's not a child class. It's also like the another class, like a parent class. For making it as a child class, I have to inherit a parent here. So how will inherit? We'll inherit by passing the class name. Okay, by passing the class name. So what is our class name? Here vehicle is our class name. So I have just make it as a child class. So now you will tell me, because in parent class, now in child class, now all the access of the parent class. So should I have to create the object of parent class or not? Suppose we can check an example. Okay, suppose we can take an example like you are the owner of the company now. So employee will go to you or your father? Employee will go to you, na? Then no, your father is the parent of that particular company, but you are the owner of that, na? You are the official owner. That means here we have just created like this. Object know that this is the parent, but who is the owner? Car is the owner. So that object will create by the name of car. Okay, if employee have some work with your father, in that case they will go through you. Okay, they cannot go directly. Am I right or wrong, guys? So if employee will have some work with your father, in that case they will go through you, not directly. Okay, so that from which class we'll create the object? We'll create the object of this particular class. That means this child class. So for making an object, what we have to do? Just write the object name. I'm just creating a car is equal to car. Okay, car is equal to car. Here I have just created the object of the car class. Now, if I want to access this property, this method from the parent class, is it possible? Guys, is it possible to access this from child class? Now, I have created the object of the child class and I want to access the property of parent class. Is it possible, Ayman? Guys, it is possible because object has authority to access the car class. Am I right? The car class has authority to access all the property of the vehicle class. We gave the authority to car class here by making inheritance. So we can access it by using car.vinfo. So this is a class. Now if we'll call it, it will call that. That means we give the authority to the child class. That means you can access all the property of the parent class. So yes, that's why we are using the inheritance concept. Is it clear? Suppose you are working in a project, okay? Suppose you are working in a project and in that case, you have to repeat the same task again and again. Okay, you have to repeat the same task again and again. Suppose you are creating a calculator, okay? You are creating a calculator, but before that, you have just created a calculator with the not with the scientific calculator, just normal addition, division, multiplication, and subtraction. But now, what you want to do? You just want to create a scientific calculator, and you have the code of normal calculator. So will you prefer to write the same code again for the same simple calculator inside the scientific? Now, will you prefer to write it? No, nobody wants to write the same code again. So in that case, what we'll do? We'll just inherit. We'll use the inherit concept. Okay, DRY, that means don't repeat yourself. That means no need to write the same code again and again. We can access all the property of the parent class by using the inheritance. I can access all the property and all the functions and method from the simple calculator. So do I have to write the code again? Guys, do I have to write the same code again? No. So that's why we are using the concept of inheritance. That means we can use the same code again and again when we need. Clear? Is it clear? I hope I gave you the practical example. So basically inheritance is used to get rid of from the repeatance of the code. Okay, from the repeatance of the code, we are using inheritance concept. Like where, guys? Okay, I will no worry. I just gave this example for making understand like how it is working. Now when we'll discuss about the types of the inheritance, we'll see how this type of task is working. Okay, yeah, line number, yeah, this is protected method. We are calling the protected method from this. Okay, I have created here as a protected method. Protected method, we are having one underscore before the method name. So here we are calling the protected method. So yeah, by using, if I want to access the car info, is it possible? Yeah. I can access all the property of the same class, child class also. If we'll write car info, it is also possible. Okay, so it will print all the information about the car info. Let's write it. Yeah, here. What it is saying? I'm inside the car color, the car class. Is it clear? We have just created this for accessing all the property of parent class. Okay, guys. I hope it is clear to everyone. For everyone, is it clear? So now let's talk about the types of the inheritance. Types of the inheritance. Now, what is the types of the inheritance? Now let's talk about this. So the first type is single inheritance. Okay, or we can say this as a single level inheritance. The first one is single inheritance, single level, or we can say it as a single inheritance. Single inheritance. In single inheritance, what we are having? We are having only one child and one parent. Okay, in single inheritance, guys, we are having only one child and one parent. Let's see how. Here we will be having only one child and one parent. This is my parent class. Only one child there will be having. Okay, there will be only one child. Is it clear? So what I explained before, what I explained before. Here we are having only one child and one parent, na? Yes or no? So should I have to explain this same program again? I don't think I should. Yeah. So now we are having like in single, I'm just writing the explanation. Okay. Here we'll having, yeah, this is for the inheritance also and single inheritance also. Okay. If you want, then I can explain with another example. But the concept of inheritance start with the single inheritance. Okay. Child. Okay. That means here the only one parent class and only one child class. The child class can access all the property of the parent class. Okay. Now we're having the second one, that is multi-level. Multi-level. So guys, now tell me, what do you mean by multi-level inheritance? Is there any idea? Is there anyone who can tell me? Okay, multi-level, just try to understand with this particular code. Okay, particular graph. In multi-level, we'll having a single parent class and more than 1 and 2 child class. Okay, more than, it can be n numbers of child class, but there will be only having only one parent class. Okay, parent class. And here you can have multiple, that means n numbers of child class. Okay guys, here you will having n numbers of child class. Is it clear? So the diagram of the multi-level will be like this: one parent and multiple child. Here the child can be n numbers of child. Is it clear guys? Yes or no? Just let me know in the chat box, yes or no. Okay, now there we are having the different child class. No, we cannot say it as a single inheritance. We have to say it as a multi-level. That means there we are having more than one child class. Okay, the concept is same with the multi-level and single, but there we are having different childs. Okay, the child class they both are sibling. Okay, they all can access, but here if you want to access it, in that case what will happen? It will also, like, if you use the concept of inheritance for this C, here just suppose it as a C3 and here C4. So here the C3 will be the parent class of the C4. Okay. Okay, now let's see with the example. Okay, with the code. Now in multi-level, let me just write the explanation here. Before that, let me clear this. There will be single parent class and multiple child class. All the child class can access the property of the parent class. Okay, parent class. Guys, is it clear? So now let's understand with the code. Here we'll understand by the code. Okay, here we are having the first one, that is class, and class name is vehicles. Okay, and the class name is vehicle. And here I'll just create same one def. So guys, don't confuse. Here I'm using the same name of the class so that you will able to understand how this code is running. Okay, so don't be confused here. Vehicle, and here I'm just defining a method. That method name is vinfo, and inside it I'll just pass self and I'll write print. Here I am inside the vehicle class. Okay, now we have created it now. Here what we are getting, we're just getting the annotation. So this is my main class. Here I'll create another class and the class name will be bike. Okay, and inside the bike I'll access the vehicle class, vehicle, and inside it I'll just create another method and the method name is this and info. Okay, here the method name is bike info, b info, and here I'll write self, and inside this I'll just print the brand of the bike. Okay, APSCHA, no, it's not a brand, just BMW costly bike. Okay, now here I'll create another bike class. Okay, I'll create another class that will be the child class. Here let me write, this is parent class. Here this will be the first child class. Here this will be the second child class, that will access the same one, na? Inherit this, and here this is my second child class, and here I can create this def, and this is, that is car info. Okay, car info, and here I'll just print Tesla makes the automate car. Okay, automate Now guys, tell me from which class I will create the object. Really from the parent class. Guys, from which class I should create the object? From the both child class. Yeah, from the both child class, because they are different to each other. Na? Am I right, guys? So is there something called base, intermediate, derived class in multi-level class? This is multi-level. Yeah, base. Here it is the base class. Okay, and this is, we can say it as an intermediate. Like guys, we can understand is no. This is the child class, first child. So guys, now tell me from which class I have to create the object? From the both child class, na? Is it possible to access the, like from the, just I'm just creating the object of car class only. So for creating the object of car is equal to car. Okay, object the, okay. So is it possible to access the property of bike info, like bike class, by using car? Shall we try? Shall we try, guys? What's your opinion? Shall we try? Yeah, we'll try. Dot b info. No, it's not possible because they are not related to each other. They are just siblings. Okay, they are just accessing the same parent class. Okay, guys, they are not accessing each other. They are not inheriting each other. They are just accessing the property of the same parent class. Okay, so here, if instead of this, if I'll write, yeah, they belongs to the same parent class. But what is the concept of? Here we are not accessing this bike class and car class. No, we are just accessing the vehicle class inside the bike class. So it is not possible. Okay, they are inheriting only the same parent class. There is no relation between bike and car. So is it clear, guys? Here we, the bike and car just accessing the same thing, no? As a like same parent class, that is vehicle. There is no relation between car. Why? When, just understand the concept of inheritance. Now, when we can access the property of parent and child class, when they will, is this bike class accessing anything of car? Is this bike class accessing anything of car? So in that case, how you can access by using object class, by using the object of car class, the property of bike class? It is not possible, na? Let's understand the concept of inheritance. We can access all the property of the parent class from the child class. But if there is no relation between child and parents, then it is not possible, na? Is it clear? In inheritance, it is not possible. If they are not accessing, like they are not inheriting each other, then it is not possible. Okay, so if I will write, instead of b info, if I'll write v info, is it able to access? Now tell me, if I'll write v info, then from which class it will access the property? It will access the property of the parent class. Okay, it will just access the property of the parent class. Let me execute this, and this. Here, what is it? I am inside the vehicle class. If instead of this, if I'll write car dot car info, is it possible? So we can access the property of car class by using the same class object. Car object is not defined. I have to, okay. Here self is missing. Yes, self is missing. Tesla makes the automatic car. Here I have just passed it, na? So for accessing the bike class, what I have to do? I meant to summarize, we can say that is multi-level inheritance. Each child class can access the property of the parent class, but cannot access the property of each other. This is the same. When there is no relation between parent and child, na, in inheritance, it is not possible to access the property of each other. Okay, is it clear? If I want to access the property of bike class, in that case, what I have to do, guys? You guys will tell me now. Yeah, what I have to do, I have to create the object of the bike class. For that, bike is equal to bike, and just call from the bike.vinfo, bike.vinfo. So by using vinfo, what we are doing, we are just calling the parent class method. Okay, bike is callable vinfo, make it as a b. Yeah, here instead of b, I have just write bike, bike vehicle, bike object is not callable, guys. Yeah, now it is working. No, that was right, but we all know that, na, like Python is an interpreter. Now it is working. That time that particular code was not exist, not running on the state. Okay, that's why I'm getting the error. Okay, guys, is it clear? Shall we move for multiple inheritance? No, it is not a hierarchical, it is a multiple. Okay, hierarchical will move to this. Guys, in hierarchical we'll having different child classes. Okay, let's try to learn multiple inheritance. Okay, in multiple inheritance, what we are having different, okay, many parents and single child. Okay, there we'll be having many parents and single child. It will be like this. We'll be having many parents and single child. That is parent 1, parent 2, and this is child. Okay, is it clear, guys? There will having many parents and single child. Okay, now let's understand by the example. So here we'll check another example. Okay, by using a person, I will create a class. My first class name will be the person, and inside the person I'll just pass person info, and in person info I'll just pass the parameter. Okay, so we all are aware of this thing, na? Guys, we all are aware of this thing. Should I have to explain it again? So what kind of this class is? This class is a parent class, and what kind of this class is? This is a method, parameterized method. Okay, this is the parameter. Now what I'll do, I'll just print inside this name is equal to name is this name, comma name, and I'll just print age is comma age. Okay, so if I'll execute this, this is my first parent class. Here I will create another, that is the company name. Okay, class company, and here this is my second parent class, Okay, now here what I'll do, I'll just pass another, that is def company info, inside it I'll pass the parameter. So the first parameter we're having self, another what we'll having name of the company, C name, and location of that particular company, C location. Okay, and here we'll again print cname dot cname. Guys, are you getting the code or not? Here I'm creating two parent class. Okay, here I'm creating two parent class, and the location will be the C loc. Okay, comma C loc. Now just execute this one also. Now just create a single in multiple inheritance. Okay, here we are just giving the colon. Okay, instead this is the string. Okay, here I just give as a like so that my code can be looks good. So what is the concept of multiple inheritance, guys? There will be two or more than two parents, and yeah, so there will be two or more than two parents or only one child class. Na? So now what we'll create, we are having two classes. Now we'll create this only one child class. So what is the name of the child class, guys? Just create a now one child class. The child class will I'll just create as an employee, employee. Okay, and in employee, what I'll just inherit both the code. For that, what I have to do? Yes, if I want to access the property of this, like both the, so I have to use person, comma, company. By using this now, I can access like multiple parent classes. Okay, by using comma, I'll separate the classes. I can access multiple parent classes in a single child class. Okay, guys, is it clear? So inside this, I'll just create a method. So let me write class access the both parent class. Now just understand this def, and inside the def, I'll just do employee info. And inside this, I'll pass again parameter, that is self, comma, salary, comma, skill. And I just print salary, comma, salary, again, skill, comma, skill. Okay. So now guys, you will tell me from which class I will create the object. Employees, employee. So by the help of the employee object, can I access all the property of the parent classes? Yes or no? Yes, you guys are saying yes. Okay, let's see. So for I'll just create E as a object. Okay, that is EMP, child class. Okay, I'm just creating the object of the child class. So in that case, what I have to do? Now, if I want to access the property of the person, So in that case, what I have to do, guys? Tell me, can I access the property, the method of parent in a person class, my first parent class, by using e dot person info. Now what I have to do? Should I have to pass the argument? Because here I have just defined name and age. So I have to pass the argument here. So the argument name should be just A1. Okay. And the second is age. Age is just 26. Okay. So now if I'll print it, so what will happen, guys? It will just print name as it is now. Here I just give as a name and age. Name colon space. Here you can see name colon space Aman. Again age colon space 26. The age. Is it clear? It is printing the same. Yeah, if I want to access the property of company, so in that case, what I have to use? I have to use, just execute this, and in that case, what I can do? E comma comp, e comma com, e dot company info, na? E dot comp I and info. So now pass two argument. So the company name is just suppose ABC, and the location is suppose location, you can check anything just as a Bangalore. Okay, now just execute this. Here the company name is ABC and location is Bangalore. Now if I want to access the property of the child class, can I access it? Yes or no, guys? Is it possible to access the particular one? Yes. So for that, what I have to do? Just write the code, guys. E dot employee info, and in employee info I have to pass the parameter. Okay, so the salary will be just suppose this, and skill is right as a Java developer. Here this is like this. So are we clear about the multi-level and single level inheritance? So guys, is it clear till now? And I can assume everyone is enjoying. So now let's talk about the hierarchical inheritance. Okay, now let's talk about the hierarchical inheritance.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
So what do we understand by hierarchical? What is the meaning of the word hierarchical? Is there anyone who can tell me? In a order, yes. In a order or in a properties, in a order. We can say that in a order. That means if I'll take the example of a real life, in that case, what I can take? Me, my parents, then my child, and then my child's child. Is this the concept of hierarchical? This is actually the concept of hierarchical. Okay, that means me, okay, my parents parent, then my child's child. So there is some order, na? There is some order. It's like a hierarchy. Yeah, Kumar. From the hierarchy word, we are having the hierarchical inheritance. Okay, so in that case, what will happen? Let's see by the graph. Let's understand it by the use of this diagram. This is the parent class. Okay, this is first parent class, and here this is the child class. It can access all the property of the parent class. Okay, but in hierarchical, again we are having the child class of this. Again we are having the child class of this particular parent class. Again we are having the child class of this particular parent class. That means child will also become the parent class. For this particular one, for this child class, for this parent class, this is the child class, na? Guys, am I right or wrong? For this parent class, for this parent one, this is the child. But for this child one, which is the parent? For this one, which one the parent? The previous one. For this one, this is the parent one. Okay, that means for this one, this will be the grandparents. Okay. Again, now this for this class, for this is the child. But for this one, this is the parent. Are you getting me? For this one, this is the parent. So here, yeah. Again, there if I'm writing C1, C2 like this, they're all being the parent. Like suppose first we are taking the example of our parent. Okay, our parent is also a child of their parent, na? So we are also the child of our parent. So my parent become the parent, but they are child of their parent. No, guys, are you getting me? They are parent from me, for me, but they are child for their parents. Am I right? I am child for my parents, but if there is my child, in that case, for my child, what I will be? For my child, what I will be? I will be the parent for them. Are you getting me, guys? Like you, your grandfather, your father, your children, your children's children, they all are parents to each other. Am I right? Yeah, we can say it like this, no? Is it clear for everyone? This goes as a hierarchy. Okay. So everyone, is it clear? So now let's talk about this. How we can perform the code of this hierarchical. Okay. Now let's perform the code of the hierarchical. Suppose here, what I'm doing, I'm just performing the task as a yeah. First one in multiple we're having, in multi-level we're having this, and yeah, I will create the parent one. Just a minute. The multi-level one was this one the hierarchical. Okay, there is some confusion. I just forgot that, but this one the hierarchical. This is the hierarchical, and the multi-level is we're having different parents. Okay, this is the hierarchical one. Okay, guys, this is the hierarchical guys. Multi-level will be, I just forgot about that. In hierarchical, there will be single parent. There will be in multi-level, there will be like the concept of hierarchical is there will be single parent and multiple child. Okay. In hierarchical one, there will be single parent and multiple child. But I forgot that. But should I have to explain again the hierarchical one? Sorry for that. I just forgot about this. Here, instead of hierarchical, that was slip of tongue from my side. I'm uploading from my side. Okay. Here, this on the hierarchical, and that was the multi-level. So in hierarchical one, there will be single parent and multiple child. So in hierarchical, always understand that in hierarchical, there will be single parent and multiple child. Okay. Yeah, I will explain the multiple one. Okay. In hierarchical, there will be single child and there will be single parent and multiple child. Okay, guys. So this is the code. There is single child parent and multiple child. This is the hierarchical one. And for multiple, in multiple, we are having multi-level. In multi-level, like in the name, we are clear now. It is from one level to another level. Okay, that is from one level to another level. That is like this same thing. This one from the first level. So this is the concept of multi-level. The program was right. There was some slip of tongue. I just use instead of multi-level. Now instead of hierarchical, I just use the word just multi-level. Okay, the program was right. In multi-level, we are having a single parent and multiple child. In multi-level, okay, in multi-level, we'll having like different child, like from one class to another class, from another class to another class. Every parent will become the child for that. Okay, this is the super child. This will be the child for this particular class, and this will be the child for this particular class. Yeah, this is the concept of grandchild. That means the super parent, intermediate, and derived. Okay, this is the base. We can say it as a base. This we can say it as an intermediate, and this we can say it as a guys child. Okay, that is derived. Is it clear? Like between them, they are all will be the intermediate one. Okay, if there is one more child, suppose here one more child, those all be the intermediate. That means they all are the intermediate class. Okay, the first one will be the base and the last one will the drive. So this is the drive for this one, base one, and this is also the drive for this one. Am I right or wrong, guys? This is the derived means child class. So this is the child for this one, and this is the parent for this one, and this is the, now C becomes the parent for this one. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear or not? Now just understand by the program. Okay, just understand by the program. Let's write the program one. Is it clear for everyone? That is just because of the confusion only. But in hierarchical, we are having single parent and multiple child. And in multi-level, we are having multi-level of the, that means levels of the child and parents. Okay, I hope it is clear for everyone. So now let's understand by a code. So multi-level there. Yeah. Just understand by the code. I'm just explaining with the code. Okay, class vehicle, and inside the vehicle, I'm just creating a derived class def this vehicle info. Okay, v info, and here what I'm doing, I'm just writing print and Should I have to pass self? Yeah, self is necessary. Now what I'll do, I'll just pass parent class and now just print I am the method of the vehicle class. Okay, vehicle class. Now execute this one. Now again create a child class. Just first child class for vehicles. Vehicle. Okay. So here instead of vehicle, I am just creating a class that is, just assume it as a car. Inside the car, I will inherit the property of vehicle. Now what I'll do, I'll just print. I'll just create a def method. That name will be the car info. Car info. Okay. And inside I'll just pass the self. And after that, I'll print this one inside the car class. Car CLSS class. Okay. I will now create another child class for car. Okay. Here what I'll do, I'll just create child class for car. Okay. And here just class as a XUV. You can write it as a XUV. Like this is the type of car, na? XUV. And in XUV, which class I have to access, guys? Here, which class, from the which class I have to? Yeah, for the car class, I will create this because this child class is for car. Okay. So here I'll just create def and info of XUV info. I can write X info and just pass self inside this print. Inside, I am the method. I am the method inside the XUV class. XUV CLSS class. So now tell me, guys, from which class I will create the object? From which class? From XUV class. Should I have to create the object of this class? Car class. If no, then why? You will explain me. If no, then why? No. For create, we will not create now. Here we are using multi-level. That means from this XUV accessing the property of this car class, and car class is accessing the property of vehicles. Am I right? That means vehicle is the parent of car, but car is also the parent of XUV now. So if I am accessing the property of parent class, so in that case, what I have to use, like for that, from which class I have to create the object? From the child class. So here the child class is XUV. X is equal to XUV. Okay, the class I have created the object. So now guys, tell me, if I want to access the property of v info, is it possible? So how? X dot v info. So if I want to access the property of car class, that car info, is it possible? Yes, it is also possible. v dot x dot car info info. And if I want to access the property of XUV class, is it possible, guys? Just write the code, guys. X dot, that is X info. Info. Is it clear? Everyone, it is clear? Everyone, is it clear? So there is no confusion between hierarchical and multi-level, na? That was my mistake. That was the slip of tongue. I'm apologizing for that. Okay. So now the last topic of the inheritance is hybrid inheritance. In hybrid inheritance, this is the combination of two or more than two inheritance. Okay, this is the combination of two or more than two inheritance. This will be like this. How it will be the combination of? Suppose now you guys will tell me like what kind of inheritance this is. Guys, what kind of this inheritance this is? This is single. Am I right? So if I'll make it like this, now what kind of this inheritance this is? This is not a multi-level. This is hierarchical. This is parent 1. Suppose this is 1. Okay. This is 2. This is 3. And this is 4. And if I'm doing like this, now tell me what kind of inheritance this is. This is the multiple. Okay. That means here we are having the combination of 3. Am I right? The combination of 3. 1 and 2 becomes the single. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4 becomes the hierarchical, and 4, 5, 6. No, sorry, 3, 4, 5 becomes the multi-level. Am I right? 4, 5, 6, it becomes the multi-level. What kind of inheritance this is? 1 and 2. What kind of this inheritance this is? How multi-level? This is a single. We are having single one, na? Single parent and single child. This is single. Yeah. If I want to make it as a multiple or more, yeah, as a hierarchical, in that case, what I can do? I can do like this, na? Now tell me, Here just suppose it as a 2, 1 and 2.2. Now tell me 2, 2, 1 and 2.2. What kind of inheritance this is? Guys, this is hierarchical, okay? This becomes the hierarchical. From 2, 2, 1 to 2, it is hierarchical. And if I want to make it as a multiple, so there will be, in the case of multiple, there will be multiple parent and single child. Am I right? There will be multiple parent. So is 3 having multiple parents? So can I say it 2.1, 2.2 and 3 is the multiple one and 1 and 2 is the single one? So is there any combination of 2 or more than 2 inheritance? Guys, is there any combination of 2 and more than 2 inheritance? Yes or no? Yeah. So if there is any combination of 2 or more than 2 inheritance, in that case we are calling it as a multiple inheritance. Okay, in that case we'll calling it as a multiple inheritance. Clear? Sorry, hybrid. Tongue of mistake. Hybrid. Sorry, that is hybrid. Okay guys, that is slip of tongue. If there is combination of 2 or more than 2 inheritance, in that case we'll call it as a hybrid inheritance. Okay, that is our hybrid inheritance. So I hope the concept is clear. Now let's understand with the code. Okay, just understand with the code, guys. Okay, just create a first one class. The first class I'm creating, again vehicle, and inside this I'll create the def, and inside the vinfo. Okay, vinfo, and here I'll just pass the self. Again print. I think I should copy this code. So here I have created a parent class. Okay, here I want to create another parent class. Okay, here I want to create another parent class. Instead of this I'll just pass and vehicle. So guys, now you guys will tell me like what kind of inheritance this is now. Guys, is this now inheritance, single inheritance? Now just execute this one. Car class and bike class. Just change the name as a b.info. Now just tell me what kind of inheritance this is. From this to this, hierarchical. Yes guys, this to this, hierarchical. Now just execute this again. Now create another one. Okay, just create another one class. That is, I'm just creating that is mod. That name is class, and here I will just access the, like here they both are the parent class. They are different. They are not related to each other. First child, guys, is bike and car is related to each other. Second child, no, it is not related to each other. It is just accessing the same parent class. So here, if I want to make it as a multiple, so in that case I have to access the car also. I have to inherit the car also and bike also. Am I right? Car and bike. So now just create or define a function that is mod info, info, and here just pass self, and inside the self just print this one. I'm the method of, here instead of bike, I'm the method of mod class. So now guys, am I using the concept of hybrid inheritance? This becomes the, at first this is the single one, then I just make it as a hierarchical, then I just make it as a multiple. So is this the concept of hybrid? Is this the concept of hybrid, guys? Yes or no? Now you guys will tell me from which class I will create the object. From mod class I will create the object now, guys. So just create m is equal to mod, create the object. And if I want to call this one vinfo, is it possible? Let's try to m.v.info. Yes, it is possible. If I want to access the property of cinfo, is it possible? Guys, yes or no? m.c.info. Instead of v, I have to use the c, no? Execute all on. Yeah, I am the method of the car class. Yeah, if I want to access the property of binfo, in that case, is it possible? Yes. So what I can do? m.b-info. I'm the method of the car class. So guys, is it clear till now? I hope inheritance has been clear. Okay, every types of the inheritance has been clear. Yeah, it becomes hybrid. Yes guys, when there is the combination of 2 or more than 2 inheritance, this becomes the hybrid one. Okay, is it clear guys? Everyone, yes or no? Just let me know once. Okay guys, before moving to now, I hope everyone is clear with inheritance. Am I right? In this class, every single person is clear with inheritance. Am I right guys? So now let's try to understand So now tell me, now you will tell me why we are using data abstraction. We have to import the abstract library, and that library name is ABC. Okay, ABC is for abstract base class. Okay, so main purpose of using the data abstraction is to hide the data from the external user. Okay, for the security purpose we are using the data abstraction. Clear? And we cannot access the data without, like, if we are making method or class as a data abstraction, so in that case what I have to do, I have to use the inheritance concept for accessing that particular method. Clear? And one more thing, always remember that before like moving to another topic, just understand about the data abstraction. In data abstraction, if you are making any data and any method as an abstract method, will not define the method. Okay, we'll just initialize that, will not define the method, and will not write any code of that particular method. Is it clear for everyone? So here you can see from ABC, I have imported ABC. That is, this is the package name. Okay, this is the package name ABC, and ABC is a package, guys. And here ABC is a module of that particular ABC, and here ABC means abstract base class. Okay, for making the class as an abstraction, we are using the concept ABC. That is the library. Clear? And what I told you, it is mandatory to define the abstract method inside the another class or inherited class. So if you want to access this particular abstract method, you have to define it or call it in another class by using the inheritance concept. Okay, guys, is it clear? So this is here ABC used for making a class as an abstract. Okay, or abstract method is used for making the method as an abstract method. Okay, and at the rate, here I am just making this function, this fun one, as a abstract method. So always remember that fun one is an abstract method of function. Abstract method is not initialized. Okay, we are just initializing abstract method, will not define it, will not define the body of the abstract method. Okay, did you aware of the payment gateway and like PTM, those type of thing, the transaction one? Okay, the abstraction means data hiding. Like when we need that particular method or data, in that time we'll just call that particular data or method. So yeah, we can take the example of the payment gateway. From the payment gateway, we can take the example of transaction method. Okay, and for everyone, guys, so is that transaction page occur every time? Did it comes every time? No, when we need that particular one, that time it comes, na? Am I right? So if you will make it as a private or protected, in that case you cannot able to access it from the outside of the class. If I'll make it as a private, in that case, is it possible to access it from the outside of the class? Guys, it is not possible, na? So that's why we need the concept of data abstraction. That means when we need that particular data, okay, when we need that particular method, that time we'll just call that, and if we don't need, we'll just remove it. Okay, we'll just leave that. Clear? Is it clear? Basically, abstraction is using in the payment gateway and like transaction method in another type. We're using the concept of abstraction. Okay, guys, this is just hiding the internal details. That means this is very secure. Now the transaction page is very secure. It is not occurring every time. It will just occur when it needs. Am I right? And how we'll access that abstract method? You have to access that abstract method by using the method, the same method from the another class. Okay, here if I will, yeah, guys. So just understand, we are not defining the body of the abstract method. Okay, we're just defining the method abstract as abstract, and here we will not define the body of the abstract method. always remember that if you want to make a method as an abstract method, in that case, you will not define the body of that. Okay, instead of defining body of that, I'll just use pass one. Okay, the pass keyword for passing the abstract method. And how you can access the abstract method from another class? You can use the concept of inheritance. Okay, guys, so let's understand the code. Here, the first one from ABC. ABC is the package. We have just imported this thing, and here class one and the argument is ABC. That means I'm making this class as an abstraction. Okay, and here this method is also abstraction. Abstraction method define fun one and self. This is the abstraction method. And the second one, this is the normal method. Okay, the second one is normal method. And here you can see I have used the concept of inheritance. So guys, now tell me what kind of inheritance this is? Single. Yeah, there is single parent and single child. This is the single. So for this, two, the class name, that is the child class, and one is the parent. Okay, and here I'm just passing the body of the abstraction method. Okay, so here what I have done, I have just passing the body of the abstraction method. Here instead of this, I'm just passing the body of the abstraction method. Here what I can do, I can just pass the fun one is equal to 1, 2. I can write self dot a is equal to 10 and self dot b is equal to 20. Okay, and here just print self dot a plus self dot b. Is it possible to run that particular code? It is very impossible. Okay, guys. So by the use of this, the same method, I can access it from the different places when I need it. Okay, when I need it, I can access that particular method as an abstract method. Is it clear, guys? Guys, is it clear? Okay, this is the code. Yeah, and if you want to achieve the task of abstraction, what you have to do, you don't have to define the body of the method inside the abstraction method. Okay, you have to, yeah, when we are using the abstraction method now, here we are not defining the body of the method. That means here we are not just defining, here we are just defining the method only. There you can see we don't have body of this particular method. Is there any body, guys? Guys, can you see, is there any body of this particular method? It's no body. So when we are defining abstract method, we will not define the body of this particular method. Okay, and now just make it like this, and in another class, by the use of inheritance, we can access this particular method. Okay, here we have just called that function one from this one. We are not defining here, we are not defining the body of this particular method. In abstraction, we are just defining the body of the method in child class. Okay, guys, to call on that, guys, this method is calling here. Okay, this method is calling here. Okay, this fun one. So let's, yeah, if you will just find the obj.fun2, obj.fun2, it will be the hello hi only, this only. Okay, clear? Is it clear, guys? This is not my abstraction method, na? This is my abstraction method. That's why I have to define the body of this method in the another class. For everyone, I think the same, na? So for making the class as an abstraction, what I have to do, I have to import the ABC, na? The first step, what I have to do, import from ABC, import what? Here ABC, and this is for the class and for method, that is abstract method. That is, what is this? Abstract method. ABSTRACT, abstract methods. So this thing we have imported. Okay, the first task, what we have done, we have just imported the library, what we need to make a class as abstraction. Okay, and here just create a class, CLASS class, and just class name is a name. Okay, and instead of name, just pass as EBC for making it as an abstraction. Now just do one thing and write what? Abstract method. Abstract method. Okay, now make a function that name is make a function, and the function name is just define def. So function name will be suppose student. Okay, and in student just pass self, and if I'm just passing, just pass this pass. So this method I have just created as a abstraction. Okay, now just define this particular, okay, define this particular abstraction method into the another class. So just create another class, and the class name just getting the details, and in details we'll be having name, will inherit, and now just def student and self. Now just define this self dot a, and we can say self dot name is equal to, write it suppose int, and self dot age is equal to 29. In that case, from which class I have to create the object, guys? From details class, na? Let's create the object of details class. details details. I have created the object of the details class. Execute this. Now I can access this one by using obj dot student student. Okay. Okay. Just print self dot print self dot name, comma self dot age. So this is the, like, when we are making the method as abstraction, we'll just pass it. Okay, we'll not define the body of that particular method. We'll define the body of this particular method in another class by using the inheritance. Okay, guys, is it clear? Suppose, yeah, suppose why this is. Okay, let's understand. Suppose just make it as a single one. Okay, just make it as a single one, and just here instead of this I'll just pass another thing, ASR. Okay, and now just access this particular one. Here I'm not getting this one, na? And if I'll make it as a student, just at the rate, making is like this, at the rate abstraction, abstract method.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
In that case, this is also same, but I'm not getting anything here. If I'll pass here now, in that case, I can achieve
Yes, sir.
yeah. Is it clear? If we'll not use, if we'll not use the abstraction method, na, this the concept will be the data, like method overriding. Okay, we're not hiding this data. Like in inheritance, we can access the data from one class to another class. Am I right? Yeah. So by the use of inheritance, we are accessing the class. But if we'll not make it as a data abstraction, in that case, we're not hiding the concept. Here, let's see the example. If I'll call instead of this, if I'll call another thing, instead of this, if I'll call now the fun one, just create the object of class 2, just object t is equal to 2, and now here you can see cannot instant abstract class with the 2 with abstract method fun1. Okay, here also I didn't pass that time. Are you getting this? This is the same method, na? Are you getting this? If we'll not call that particular on, in that case I'm getting error. I cannot create the object of this particular class. So if we'll not define it as an abstract, na, in that case it is very easy to define, because here we are using the concept of inheritance. So in inheritance we can access any function. Am I right? But if I want to make it as a data abstraction, that means if I want to hide it, in that case I cannot create the object, I cannot call that class 2 without defining the body of the abstract method. Is it clear? In that case, what I'm having invalid syntax, na? Why should be like this? Okay, as a keyword, that's why fun fun. In that case, I can create the object of this. Okay, here you can see, if I make it as a comment, in that case I can create the object of this particular function too. But if I will just make the method as a abstraction, okay, abstraction method, in that case you can see I cannot able to create the object and I cannot able to call the class 2, because here we have just inherited the class 1, that is abstract class. So for that I have to pass the body of that particular abstract method. Now it is very easy to create the object and very easy to call that particular function, that is abstract method. Yeah, suppose if I want to, without making it na, like when we are defining a method inside the class as an abstraction na, like every total whole class has been declared as an abstraction. Okay, like the whole class. Now if I want to access this by using abstraction, we can have, let's see what happened, this and this hello. Now we should have defined the def fun2, and inside the fun2 is self, and here instead of this I have to write pass. Okay, yes, pass, and here I'll just print hello. Is it clear? Now if you want to call t.fun2, it will print only hello. So we might have more than one abstraction method in a class, but always remember one thing, when we'll just define the abstract method, we'll just initialize, that means we'll just define the method only, we'll not pass the body of that particular method. Okay, yeah, we'll pass the body of the particular method in when we'll inherit that abstract class or abstract method. I hope it is clear. If we'll clear, like if you will define the abstract method, you just have to define the method only, don't define the body of that particular class. We'll define the body of the particular class in the further class, that means where we'll inherit that particular abstract class. Here, why should, let's print this. You're asking about this, it will not call that, it will just call that particular one. Okay, inside of fun1, if I'll call on, I'm getting one this, that means this one, it will call this one only. I'm just hiding this one, that's why we are not preferred to define the body. Okay guys, interviewer can ask you like the concept only. If you are clear about the concept now, that time you are clear, like you can write the code. Coding is nothing, just a concept only. Okay guys, if you are clear about the concept, coding is easy. So guys, is it clear why we are not preferred to like define the body here? Because here the body is useless, that's why we are just defining the method only, and we are just defining the body in another class. Is it clear guys? So now let's talk about the polymorphism. Okay, polymorphism. So guys, now tell me, what do you mean by polymorphism? Guys, like a person can be an employee, okay, a person can be a child, a person can be a parent, a person can be a teacher. So polymorphism, basically the polymorphism is, this is the combination of two words. Poly means many, okay, and morphism means many forms, FORMS forms. So why we are using polymorphism, that it will just by the same code or same method, by the help of polymorphism concept, we can use that particular code in a different way, in a different uses. Okay, let's try to understand this. Here I'm just creating a class, that name is shape. Okay, and inside the shape I'm just defining a function, simple function to find the area. Okay, and inside it I'll just pass self, this is the default one, a and b is equal to 0. B is equal to 0. You will see when I will write the code now, you will see. Here I'm just performing if condition, if b is greater than 0. Okay, if b is greater than 0, then it will print the area rectangle is, just make it as a comment string, then the area of the rectangle is, then a into b. Here instead of ab I can take l into b. Okay, l and b, that means length and breadth. Instead of a I can use here l. So the area of the rectangle is L into B. Am I right, guys? Else, else, I can print area of the square. Square is just a area of the square is just L. So guys, now just understand this. Okay, now just understand this is the concept. By using the same method, by using the only one method, we can use it in a different way. We can use it in a different way. First one we are using if B is like if breadth is greater than 0. Here I'm just defining L into B to find the area of two squares, two shapes. Okay, the first one will be the rectangle. So in rectangle, there will be two lines equal. Am I right? In rectangle, there will be two lines is equal. But instead of rectangle, if you are using square, that means the whole line will be equal. The four line will be equal. Am I right or wrong, guys? So for if here, why I am using B is equal to 0? That means I can use the same method. I can use the same method in a different way. The first one, we can use it for finding the area of the rectangle. And the second one, we can use it as a finding the square of the area of the square. Okay, now just execute this. Now we have to create the object. So S is equal to set. Okay, just I have created the object. Now just call which one? Area. And if you'll pass the single parameter 1, so if you'll pass the single parameter, that means you are passing only L. In that case, what it will be the answer, guys? In that case, what should it return? It should return 9. That means it will just give us the area of the square. Am I right? If I'll use instead of this area s dot area, I'll just pass the two parameters 3 and 4. In that case, what it will give? It will give us the area of the rectangle. That means we can say it as a area of the rectangle will be 2 into 4, 8. That means, is this the same function? I am using it in a different way. Guys, I'm using the same function in a different way. It will be 4. Why it will be 4? L into B, na? Okay. 0 it takes. Okay, 0 it takes as an area of square. Okay, that means here the condition. Let's see the condition. If B is greater than 0. Okay, if B is greater than 0, check the condition, Amit, first. If B is greater than 0, I'm not checking with the 0. I'm checking B is greater than 0. Then it will, this is equal to 0, na? This is equal to 0. That means it will run this condition. If I'll write instead of 0, if I'll write -1, in that case, what it will be? It will be like this. Not execute this one, this, and this square, else print B is greater than. Okay, B is less than or equal to 0. Here -1. Yeah, this is the fail condition is fails. That's why it is just squaring the area. Okay, instead of -1, if I'll use +1 here, so I'll get area of rectangle. Is it clear? So here we are checking the condition. And are we using the same method for getting like two output in a different way? Guys, are we clear about this concept like polymorphism? Everyone, any question? In polymorphism, we are having the concept of, yeah, it's necessary, guys. If you'll not assign it, no. Suppose if you'll not assign it, it's mandatory to assign this. If you'll not assign B is equal to 0, that means here it is very mandatory to assign the two argument. Okay, two argument. That's why, okay guys, that's why here B is equal to, that means B is equal to 0. If will not assign this one, na, it will not pass that particular argument in when we are calling it, that means it will run. Okay, that's why we are just keeping at a B is equal to 0. The value of the B will be 0. Is it clear? If will not assign is equal to 0, na, in that case, what it will happen? It will happen like you have, it is very mandatory to pass the argument as a 3. After 3, it will not run. Okay, after 3, it will not run. Here you can see area missing one positional argument, that is b. That's why we are just defining b is equal to 0. That means if we'll define the b, okay, if we'll define here, you can see I have just defined it without, let's say I have just defined, I'm getting error here, I'm getting error. That's why I just define it. So what is the concept of square? Square will be the L or B square, na? The area of the square, the formula is L or B square. So if we'll define the b is equal to 1, na, that means it will, what will happen? Let's see. The b is equal to 1. That means you have to pass the, here if you are passing the value, that means you have initialized the value of b here. Okay, you are initialized the value of b here. Okay guys, is it clear? But here if I'm initializing the b, that means this condition is true. I'm not passing the b as any argument. If I'm passing b as an argument, okay, here instead of b, if I'm passing as an argument, like here 9, so in that case b is greater than 0.
Yeah.
If I'll make it as a b is greater than or is equal to 1, in that case it will run. If I'll make it as a b is equal to 1, in that case it will square. Okay, it will just give us the area of the square is 2. It will not give us the, okay, just a minute, it should be the area. No guys, here just b, that means this condition is like area of rectangle is the formula of area of rectangle L into b. Am I right? So we should have b is equal to, that means breadth should be 0 for finding the rectangle, finding the area of the square. Am I right? So that we should have 0 as a, so area of rectangle is L into b and area of square is L square. Are you getting? L into b, that means for finding the area of rectangle we should have L into b, that means length also and square also, sorry, breadth also. But here I just give it L square. Then L square means if we are finding the area of the square, that means we should have only one, because in square the four lines are the same, the whole lines are the same. Am I right guys? The whole lines are the same, but in rectangle there are two lines, there will be two lines will be equal. Is it clear? So the purpose of using this, so we can use a single method in a many forms. This is the main purpose for using this. Okay, I hope it is clear to everyone. So guys, in polymorphism we are having the different, okay, we are having the next concept, that is method overloading. So we know that method overloading and constructor overloading is supportable in Python. So if we are using the concept of constructor overloading, so in that case what will happen guys? Which constructor will call? Yeah, that recent one. Okay, so let's see, by using the same concept we'll use for the method overloading also. Just define a class, class, and in the class we'll use this one, just use a shape only. Okay, shape is the class, and here define def area, and area is self comma a, that means L, that means here I'm trying to find the square. Okay, print area of the SQL square is comma L into 2, and here I'll just define another function, that name is that method, and the method name will be the area. Okay, in area self L comma B. In this what we are having, L comma B. Now I will again print area of rectangle is comma L into B. So guys, now tell me, will this work or not? Will this work or not? So guys, always remember that. Okay, always remember that method overloading is also not supportable in Java. Method overloading is also not as supported in Python. Okay, method overloading is also not supported in Python. And what is the meaning of method overloading? The meaning of method overloading is we are having multiple method with the same name, multiple method with the same name but different parameters. Okay, we are having multiple method with the same name but the different parameters. It is also not supportable in Java. So in that case what will happen? It will just call the recent one, like we just see the constructor overloading. It will call the recent one, recent one. Let's execute this one. Now create the object s is equal to shape and just try to find the square of the area. Okay, the area of the square. So in that case, just s dot area and pass one argument. It will give us error. Okay, because here this one, the last one. So I have to pass the both argument. Okay, guys. So this is the concept of method polymorphism. But always remember that method overloading is the concept of polymorphism, but it is not usable in Python, and it is not supportable in Python. So if you use the concept of method overloading, now it will call the recent method. Okay, it will call the recent one. Is it clear? Let's see the method overriding also. Okay, let's see the method overriding. METHOD method over RIDING. This is the concept of method overriding. Here we are having the same name concept with same parameter. Okay, the same method, the same method name with same parameters, but in different classes, different CLAS classes. This is the concept of method overriding. So let's see how we can perform the method overriding. Okay, here I'm just creating a class. That class name is a vehicle because we are performing all the tasks in vehicle class only. VHICLE vehicle, and here I'll just create a constructor. Okay, guys. So we know about the constructor: self, comma name, comma color. Okay. Now just making a constructor, and inside the constructor I'll just pass self dot name is equal to name and self dot color is equal to color. Okay. Now just create another function, like another method, def just show, and in this just pass self and print the details of that particular vehicles. DETAILS details. Okay, we will find the details. Now let's execute this one. Self.name. I'll just copy from here. Self.name, comma self.color. color. Here I am using so for printing this particular one. Okay. Here you can see I didn't print. In constructor I didn't print. Now just make another method. That name is max speed. Just it can be anything, max SPWD speed. And here just pass self. Okay, here just pass self and print something inside it. Print VICHE vehicle max speed method. Okay, and here we have just created it one class. Now just create another class inside this. Just create class, and that class name just give us a car and inherit it. Okay, so what is our class name? Here this the class name is vehicles, and use this one def max speed max speed speed and self, and inside this we're having the same thing. Okay, print this one. Vehicle maximum speed is just 150, so we can understand easily, and vehicle car maximum speed is 240. Okay, just here you can see what I have done with the same name and same parameter. Is this same name, guys? I've just inherited this one now. This vehicle class, the same name and same parameter. This is the concept of method overriding. Now just create the object. Car is equal to car, and just create the object. We have created the object also. So here you have to pass the car, because here we have used the constructor, so that we have to car here BMW and comma the color is red. Already red. Okay, now just car dot call that particular one car dot max speed. Let's just at first we'll just show the details. Just car dot show SHOW show. Yeah, car details BMW and color is red. Okay, and here what I can do, I can call that particular one show dot max speed max speed. So guys, Can you please tell me in which class, like from which class the function will call? See, the function will call from this one. Okay, always remember that this is the concept of method overriding. That means we are having the same name of the class, the same name of the method with same parameter, but in different classes. Okay, is it clear? Yeah, instead of this, if I'll create the object of the particular, if instead of this, no, if I'll create the object of the here, if I'll create the object of the vehicle class, v is equal to this vehicle, ve vehicle. So in that case, what will happen? Just pass the constructor just Ferrari or Tesla, comma, just color is black. Okay, color is black. In that case, if I'll use v.show, it will show the details Tesla black. And if I'll try to, by using this, if I'll try to call that particular max speed SPWD speed, in that case, which function will call? It will call the previous one. Okay, the previous one. That means the object created from that particular class, from that class the method will call, not latest one, guys. Kumar, this is not latest one. It will call the object, like from which class you have created the object, na? It will call that method from that particular class. Okay, is it clear? I hope everything is clear till now. Okay. So the method overloading should be the same name with different parameters, but in a single class, and method overriding same name, same parameter, but in different classes. Okay, is it clear? Multiple inheritance also, guys. Like if you are using multiple inheritance, that means that child one it will call. Okay, the child one from where you have created the object, now that one it will call. Let's see what happened. Just no need to confuse here. Okay, let's see what happened. After this, just create this, and here instead of vehicle I am using ABAD. Okay, here this is my same, just ABD vehicle and ABD. In that case, you guys are asking like which class should we call? In this one, this one, this one, and here we'll create the object of this car blade, because here we'll not create this one, just and this, just from the vehicles I'll just clear this. Okay, I'm having the same functions name, na? This is the same function name I'm having in two, like this is AVD and this is one. Create this, and here AVD is not defined, so ABD, sorry, ACD, that is. Here you can see it will call that one only. Okay, if I'll call car dot max speed, in that case it will call this only. Okay, this function from the, it will call this function. This work here, just execute here. Car max speed is 24. Okay, 240. Is it clear? It doesn't matter it is multi-level or hierarchical, it will always call the method of the particular class from which class you have created the object. Is it clear, guys? I hope it is clear, guys. This is my first parent class, and this is my second parent class. Here you can see I am inheriting, no? So this is my child class. So here max speed, here also, first here also and here also. So this is the concept of method overriding. It doesn't matter how many times it occurs in any classes, but it will always call the method from which class you have created the object. Is it clear, guys? As per the constructor, we have to create the object. If I'll not pass this, na, it will give us error. That means in vehicle class we are having the object. Okay, sorry, in vehicle class we are having the constructor. I hope it is clear, guys. So Pratik, but the value is different. Okay, the value is different, na? Here 150, 180, and in the vehicle class the maximum speed is 150. Okay, and in ACD class the maximum speed is 180, and in car class the maximum speed is 240. If I'll print now the maximum speed of car class, so in that case it will print the car maximum speed is 240 only. Is it clear? So guys, I hope it is clear till now. Okay, guys?
Fine. Next we have is Python classes and object. So what is a class and object in Python? Well, Python is an object-oriented programming language, and almost everything in Python is an object with its properties and method. And a class, it's like a blueprint for creating objects. Let's see an example of a class. We define a class as class space class name colon, and inside that you define its objects. If you want to call an object, let's see how you call it. You're defining a variable as obj1 and you are assigning all the object of my class to it. And if you want to print one of the variable of my class, so you can access it using obj1. Alright. So this was about the classes and object in Python. So coming to our last topic of file handling in Python. Well, file handling is a very important of any web application. Well, you have 4 different features which you can perform in a file handling. You can open, read, write and delete a file using Python. Alright, let's see them one by one. The first one being open. So you can use open function to open a file, and it takes 2 parameters, the file name and the mode. Let's see the syntax. Syntax is f equal open path of the file. So you have the syntax as f equal open path of the file and its mode. Fine. Let's see what are the modes. So we have 4 different types of mode: read, append, write and create. For reading, you specify R. It's a default value and it opens the file for reading. And if the file does not exist, it will return you an error. Next is the append. And the mode is A. Alright. What it will do, it will open a file for appending, and in case if the file does not exist, it would create a new one. Next mode is W, which is write. It opens a file for writing and creates a file if it does not exist. Fine, I'll tell you about the difference of appending and writing later in this section. Alright. Next and the final one is create, that is X. It creates the specified file and it returns an error if the file with the same name exists. It creates the specified file and it returns an error if you already have a file with same name. Fine. Let me just show you. Like f equal open path of the file. I'll open it in my D drive. D/.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
Name of the file, test file .txt, and comma, what should be my mode? It is a reading mode. R. Hit enter. Okay. So as I told you earlier, it would throw you an error if the file does not exist, right? If you want to create it, you have to mention X up here. And it will create your file. Let's go to our D directory and let me just show you the file. D. So you can see the test file up here, right? So this is how you can open a file in Python. Or you can even write W up here. It won't throw you an error, since it creates a file if it does not exist, but it won't throw you an error in case the file with same name exists. Alright. Next is the read function. Well, suppose this is our file. It consists of the document hello welcome to demo file.txt. This file is for testing purpose. Good luck. Let's open our demo file. Test file. Hello everyone. Welcome to Intellipaat. Good luck. Let's save it. Save it as test file.1. Fine. Let's see what operation we can perform on it. Now, what if I want to read it? So how will I do? So f equal open demo file.txt comma mode r. R is what? Reading mode. And then print f dot read. Fine. Let me just open that file for you. F equal open. The path of the file, it was d:/test file1.txt, and in what mode? I want to open it in read mode, and I want to print all the content which is present in that particular text file. So f dot read it first and then print it. Hit enter. So these are the content of my file. Hello everyone, welcome to Intellipaat and good luck. Fine. Now what if I want to read some parts of the file? Like I want to read the first 5 characters of the file. So what will I do? Let's see. Just copy and paste it. I want to read the first 5 characters. So just mention 5 up here. What will it do? Print first 5 characters from the text file. Hit enter. So you got the output as hello 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So these are the first 5 characters from the string. Alright. Fine. Now what if you want to read the first line? So for that you have a function as readLine. Alright. You have a function as readLine which would be used to return one line or the first line. Again copy it. Paste it up here. Read line. Just hit enter. Sorry, you got an error. Okay, read line. Okay, sorry, L is small. Read line. So you got the output as hello everyone. This is my first line. Next, what if I need to read first 2 line of my document? So what will I do in that case? So in that case, what you can do, you can use read line twice and it will print first 2 line of your text like this. Again do it once more. F dot read line. Hit enter. Again the same error. Okay. So what you got? So you got the first 2 line from your text. Alright. Now looping through the file. Now what if you want to read the file line by line? So you can use a for loop in that case. So it's like for x in f such that print x. If x is 1, then print first line, x is 2, then print second line, 3, so on. Alright. So you'll be able to read the file line by line. Hello everyone, welcome to Intellipaat and good luck. Next is reading and creating. Now to write to an existing file, you must add a parameter to the open function. Like you can write a or w. A will append the file, that it will append or add something at the end of the file, and w, it will overwrite any other existing content. For example, let's copy paste it up here. Instead of r, let's mention a, it's for appending. And f dot write whatever you want to write. This is the appending statement. Execute it. Fine. Now if you will check the file, just check the existing file. Open it in a readline mode. R for x and f, print x, execute it. So yeah, so as you can see, this is the appending statement got added at the end of the file. Now what if I use W instead of A. So what will it do? This will overwrite my statements. So here I can write print f dot write this will overwrite everything. Execute it. Done. Now let's check it again. What are the contents of my file? So if you check it, so only this is left. This will overwrite everything. Fine. So this was about how you can write to an existing file. Alright. Next we have is creating a new file. Well, you can create it using X, A or W. Using X creates a file and it returns an error if the file exists. Append, it creates a file if the specified file does not exist. And finally W, it creates the file if the specified file does not exist. For example, fopen myfile.txt_x, it will just create a new file. And in case you are attempting to create a file with the same name, it will throw you an error. For example, remove this. This file already exists, right? If I'm trying to create it again, it will throw me an error. Alright, as file already exists or file exists. Fine. Next and the last we have is the delete. Well, import OS module is used to delete a file. How you can delete it? Import the OS module, os.remove demofile.txt. That's it. But for that, what you have to do, you have to first close the open file. So f.close, inside this, mention the name of the file, or the path of the file, d:/test file1.txt. First close it. It's like f.close. Close the file. Now, if you want to delete it, you need to import OS module to it. Import OS and os.remove inside that name of the file. What is the name of the file? Test file1.txt. That's it. Got the error. The system cannot find the specified file. So I guess the file is, no, it's not deleted. Okay, I haven't specified the path of the file. I've just written the name of it. So I'll write d:/ and the file got deleted. So yeah, there is no test file 1. Alright, fine.
Okay, let's get started with NumPy. So I believe you guys already know like what Python is capable of, how powerful it is. So we can use Python for all sort of things, right? From desktop development, web development till data science, we can do anything and everything with Python in the programming world. And next thing is Python builds upon its functional modules. Okay, so it has all core constructs of programming. Like there are 3 types of programming that we have: structural, object oriented and functional. So it is capable of doing everything. Okay, next is when we work with anything in Python, we have a fancy thing called package in Python. Okay, so those packages are available for free in the market. It has a lot of built-in functions and built-in things that will help you guys to write many codes easily. Okay, okay, without going for the detailed algorithm and all. So in that way, these packages are really helpful. So what will we do? We will be starting with this NumPy for today. Okay. So after that, we will see. After that, we will go for SciPy. So these two are basic packages for data scientists. So NumPy, what it does, it is used for mathematical and logical operations on the arrays. Okay, and it provides feature for multi-dimensional arrays also. So again, when we tell arrays, Python doesn't have any array. It is built on list only. So basically, when we go through NumPy, when we go for indexing, slicing, and all those kind of stuff, it will only be the list. Everything will be based on the lists. Okay, so that's how it goes.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
So NumPy will have a lot of functions which will help you to, play around with the arrays of it. Okay, so that's how it works. So now what we will do, we will just cover the basics of NumPy and then we will go for the coding examples and all. So that's how we will be planning for the day. For that, let me open up a new kernel for you guys, so that it gets easier for typing out the codes. Okay, so let's go ahead with the PPT now. So first of all, we will see how to create a NumPy array. Okay, NumPy array means, again I will repeat, it is just Python list. It is nothing more than that, but it has some added features. Along with Python lists, it has some added features. So that's why NumPy is used, okay, due to some extra features that we don't get in normal lists in Python. So NumPy can support 1D, 2D, both of the kinds of arrays. Okay, and I think you might be using this Anaconda version of Python, so that will be coming along with pandas and NumPy version pre-installed. Okay, NumPy will be pre-installed in the Python versions. Okay, Anaconda Python. Okay, now when you use a package, right, what we do, we import the package. Okay, we import the package with something like the syntax is, it can be any package. Okay, alias can be anything. So what is the syntax? Syntax is import, then there will be package name, then there will be as keyword just to assign an alias, otherwise you would need to type the entire thing throughout the program, and then we will have a alias name of np. Okay, so that's what it was. Okay, so now when I say NumPy array, it can convert anything, any Python data structure to arrays. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so if I show you like this, why it is taking time now? Yeah, so see, it has converted both these things. So the first one is a Python list, second one is a Python tuple, right? So when we pass that argument, that tuple or a list to a NumPy array function, it converts them all to a NumPy array. Okay, so that is what this returns. Okay, and whatever we provided, as you see, the outputs are starting and ending with square brackets, right? So that means it is already converted to a list. Now we can perform various functions in NumPy. Yes, so once we have NumPy array created, it can be editable. Okay, because it's a list now, it's not anymore a tuple, so that's why it is editable. Okay, and NumPy doesn't come by default with Python. If we want to use it, we need to install it. So let's say you are not using Anaconda and you are using this kind of a Python user interface, then what you need to do, you need to install it using command prompt. Okay, pip install, sorry, I'm writing it again and again, pip install numpy. So it will find it and it will install numpy. Okay, I don't have this pip version set, so that's why it is not working, but it should install it. Okay, so that's how it works. That's how we can use numpy in this kind of functions also. Okay, now we can have 2D arrays in Python also, like 2D arrays in numpy also. So how we write it? We write it like this. So we just need to pass 2D arrays. So 2D array means two lists, right? We can pass two lists. So it will be concatenating it to 2D array. Okay, so it will be changing it to 2D array. So that is how we write it in NumPy. That is how we create arrays in Python. So that's how we do it. So now next will be where it is advantageous rather than using a basic Python list or Python like that, Python list or Python tuple, right? So by NumPy you are changing, yes, so we are changing data type from mutable to non-mutable. It's the other one, right? right? Next is nd array object. Okay, so in NumPy, as I have shown you, 2D arrays, right? It can go up to n and then can have any number. So in real world, if you ask me, we don't use more than 2 max to max 3D arrays, but yes, it can go up to that. Okay, so like that it works. So next is like why we use NumPy arrays. So in NumPy, this nd arrays will have all the items of same type. Okay, so it can't be one of them is int and one of them is string list. It has to, all of them has to be int arrays. Okay, like that. So items can be accessed using zero based index. As you know, Python arrays, Python lists also starts from zero indexing, right? So here also it remains the same property. It has zero index. So if we go for NumPy array, then if we want to see the first row, it will be like this. So it will give you the first row and this will give you the second row, right? Similarly for columns, if you want to see if you want to see the first column, you need to do this, right? So you need to do this, so you will see the entire values. If you need to see the only the first column, then you need to do it like this, like that it works, right? So that's how it will be working. Now for 2D arrays, I will be coming, okay, I am working on 2D arrays, sorry, I forgot. So that's how it works. Okay, so we will be coming to that in a few minutes. So 2D arrays I will show you. So for others, what was the names? A and B, right? 2D arrays I will be showing you, not an issue. So for arrays, if you see 1D array, it will give you A0, that will be 1, A1 will be 2, like that. And if you do 1 to 2, then it will be printing only single element, because the right hand side index is always left. Okay, right hand side index, it is not up to, it goes up to that. It is not including the right hand side index. So that's why it has 2 elements. Now if we do this, then it will print all. If we do this, that also will mean the same and it will print the same. It is pretty basic, pretty much like the lists that we have in Python. Okay, now NumPy arrays are beneficial because it takes up the same size of block in the memory for all the objects that it stores. Okay, this part we will see a comparison in the later half of the section, and then we can understand like where it is beneficial rather than storing it in a classical list than NumPy array. Okay, now next is, if you go into check the individual, yes, right, so it will be begin colon n minus 1, that is how. So right hand side will always be excluded, like that. Okay, next is NumPy array initialization, right? So how do we initialize NumPy arrays? As we have already seen, right, how do we do that, but still this is how you do it. Okay, so initialize means what we want to do is, we don't want to place any list in there. Okay, but what we want to do, we want to have some by default values. Okay, default arrays we want to take it up. Okay, so let's see how we do it. Okay, first one is, we will, I mean, if you guys are familiar with the terms like masking and all, that is for image processing, and for data processing we will do that. A lot of times we will do that. Okay, so a lot of time we will be using this zero based or one based indexes. Okay, so for creating a zero based arrays, right, what we need to do, we need to have some sort of like some shape of zero arrays. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay, that's how you do it in NumPy. So what you do, you write np.zeros, then you specify the dimension of the array. Okay, 3 by 4 means it will have like 3 rows and 4 columns. So first one is of, so you can think it like this, it will be np.zeros, then row comma column. Okay, that's how a tuple you need to pass it to. Okay, that's this kind of tuple you need to pass it to the Python arrays. Okay, so that's how it works in Python, I mean in NumPy. So that's how you print zero arrays in NumPy. Okay, next is, if you want something with the interval, right? So how you do, you write like this, np.array, within bracket we pass, so it will print you another new array. So what we are doing, we are in here, what we are doing by array, yeah, so in this what we are doing, we are, yeah, right, it's arrange, so it's a range actually. Okay, so what we are doing, we are passing 3 variables. First one is the starting number, second one is the ending number, and last one is the line is the interval that we want to print. So from 10 to 25 we are having five, we want lists to be 5 separated, right? So first one and second one difference will be 5, like that. So that's how we have. So we have 3 numbers, right? 10, 15, 20, and always remember the right hand will be excluded, so 25 won't be taken up. So till 20 we will go. Okay, till 20 we will print it out. Okay, so that's how this kind of arrays are getting printed out in NumPy. So using this.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. Which of the following is not a keyword in Python language? A. Val. B. Raise. C. Try. D. With. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What are exceptions? So let us understand that. Firstly, let us look at the definition of exceptions with regards to programming. In programming, an exception is defined as an event which stops or interrupts the intended flow of a program's execution. So, as a programmer, when you write code, you have an intended flow of how your code blocks will execute, in what particular order, and what exactly you need to execute. So, anything that comes in between, anything that occurs out of the blue, any exception, so to speak, any error that happens that is unaccounted for will totally interrupt your flow, and that is called an exception. And we need to deal with that in programming sense, because otherwise we can break our applications, right? So let's look at this from a technical perspective. There are two types of programming languages that exist. So the first is compiler based languages, and the second is interpreter based languages, right? So in compiler based languages, what happens is all of the code is firstly compiled and converted into bytecode so that the machine can execute it all at once. So in this particular case, before the execution of the code is converted into low level language, right? The entirety of the code. So in this particular case, what will happen is you'll basically have your code structure where the code starts. There will be a code module 1, a code block 1 that will execute, which doesn't have any errors or exceptions. So it will execute successfully. And then if you encounter a code block or a part of the code where there is an exception, a code block, so it will simply throw a compiler error that there is an exception over there, or there's a code error over there. Simply go and fix that. But it will not interrupt the code module 3, at least in the compiler sense of way. The module 3 will compile successfully, and you can even run the code and it has a chance of running successfully. So this is called compiler-based languages. These are like, for example, we can take C, C++, Java. These are compiler-based languages. All of the code is first compiled and then it is executed. So on contrary to that, we have interpreter-based languages. Now, in interpreter-based languages, the entirety of the code is not compiled. It is just executed line by line. Right. So Python is one of those languages. Obviously, Python is an interpreter-based language. So the workflow of interpreter-based languages goes something like this. So the code starts line by line, right? The first code module is executed because it does not have any exceptions. It is correct, so it is executed. So the next code module where there is an exception, when that is encountered, right? What that will do in interpreter-based languages is that it will stop the execution altogether. So the next code module will not execute either, right? So what happens essentially in this particular case is that even if the code module 3 does not have any exceptions, it is completely logically correct, right? It will still not execute. So in interpreter based languages, not handling exceptions could lead to the entire application breaking, right? So we want to execute things that are correct, right? Even if code module 2 is wrong, we want to resolve that particular issue and we want to move on to code module 3. So unless we handle these exceptions, that is not going to be possible, right? So exception handling is meant to deal with exactly this. So let us look at the workflow of this particular case if we handle the exceptions. So how to handle exceptions in interpreter-based languages? It is sort of the same for compiler-based languages as well, except we all know the logic of whether all the code modules will compile or not in compiler-based languages. In interpreter-based languages, we do not need to concern ourselves with that. Uh, what exactly happens over here is that the code module 1 will execute successfully as it should. When the exception is encountered in code module 3, we can see a little bit of change in the flowchart, except for the arrow, instead of the arrow pointing downwards from code module 3, right over here, as we can see, the arrow goes to the right, and it basically goes into the condition which says that if there is an exception, execute this part of the code on the right hand side, and then continue as usual to code module 3. So even if there is an error in code module 2, we have created a fail safe for that essentially in this if exception clause. So whenever there is an error which is encountered, we go to the if exception clause, and then the if exception clause continues on to code module 3, and we are able to execute the entirety of the program as much as possible without actually having to stop the execution at all, right? So this is how exception handling happens in a diagrammatic view. So now that we understand the workflow of exception handling in Python, we can look at some examples of exceptions that can actually occur in Python in day-to-day programming. So we'll look at some simple ones so you understand the concept. The first one we're going to look at is called the zero division error. Now, the error name is pretty straightforward. It happens when you try to divide a value by zero, or you basically try to get the remainder of that particular value by zero. So the modulo operator or the division operator. So essentially, if you understand this arithmetically, when you try to actually do this in theory, what happens is you get infinity when you divide a number by zero, right? In computational terms, you cannot actually compute infinity. So to deal with that particular issue, what programming languages do is that they throw an exception when you try to run this particular operation, right? So you can design cases to deal with this particular exception if it happens. Other than that, this is what the error is called. It's called the zero division error. Then we have the name error. Now, in name error, what happens is when there is a variable name that you're using, which has not been defined previously, right? And you're directly using it, it'll throw a name error. For instance, if you try to write a statement, which is a equals to b plus 3, and you haven't defined the value of b, right? Then it'll throw a name error because this b variable has not been defined. Then next up, you have type error. Now, the type error refers to data type mismatch, essentially. So what happens in this is when you try to basically perform an operation where there is a data type mismatch. For instance, in this particular example, we can see that a equals to hello, which is a string value, plus 4, which is an integer value. We are trying to add an integer to a string without any implicit or explicit conversion, right? We're not trying to convert this particular integer to a string value and then trying to add it. We're trying to add it as a numeric value itself. Now, in programming logic, that cannot happen. We need to convert this 4 into a string if we want to add it to our hello value, right? So in this particular case, it'll throw a type error because there is a data type mismatch between string and an integer. So if programming languages have defined a variety of exceptions, there must be a way to deal with these exceptions as well. So what happens essentially is that every programming language has its own way of dealing with these exceptions, right? In Python, there are ways as well. So let us understand what is exception handling first. Exception handling theoretically is defined as the process of adding fail-safe measures into the code to keep the program running in case of an exception, right? So it's essentially used from the application point of view to stop the application from breaking when an error is encountered, right? So let us understand the various methodologies that Python implements to deal with these particular exceptions. So firstly, we use the try block, right? So the try clause is used to define the block of code that you intend to successfully execute if no exceptions occur, right? So instead of writing code straightforward, like writing print text without the try block, what you'll do is you'll simply write the try and then you'll indent a print statement after the try, right? So this print statement is now under the try clause. So if an exception happens, you can now handle this particular exception. Instead of the program simply giving you an error and stopping, you can now find a way to deal with this particular exception. You can try this code. If this does not work out, you can deal with the exception that happens. So next up, we have the except block, right? So the except clause is used to define the block of code that you would want to execute if and when an exception is encountered in the try block, right? So say in this particular case, suppose the print statement fails. So when it fails, the control goes to the except block and it will print exception, right? So you can deal with this various ways. You can add various categories of exception in front of the except clause to deal with that particular exception only, which we will see in the example that we are going to execute. But this is how you would deal with a particular exception. When you try a part of code and it does not execute successfully, you can straightforward go to the except block and execute that statement, which is present in the except block. Then you have the else block. Now this is an optional block of code that you can use. It is used to define the block of code that you would want to execute optionally if no errors occur in the try block. So say if the print statement executes successfully, the except statement will obviously not execute because you haven't encountered an exception, but the else statement will execute because the try statement did not have any exceptions essentially. So it will basically print the value of X and then it will print no errors. Then finally, we have the finally block, right? So this particular block of code is also optional in exception handling. You can use this particular block of code when you want to execute a particular set of instructions, regardless of whether an exception is encountered or not. So the finally block of code will execute whether an exception has been found in the try block or whether the try block has successfully executed. It will still execute. So in this particular case, whether the exception prints or the value of X prints, the will always execute will always print. So this is essentially how you handle exceptions in Python. So now that we understand how these four particular clauses work, we can now move on to the demonstration part of this particular tutorial. So let us see how exception handling works in a hands-on experiment. So let us now see some of these exceptions in action. So firstly, let us try to execute the name error. So if we try to do this, A equals to B plus 1, right? And we execute that. So it simply gives us a name error, right? So the way we can deal with this is by simply going over here and adding a try clause, right? So when we add a try clause, we can put a tab statement over here and add in except statement and print the message that we want to print in case this particular exception occurs, right? So exception has occurred. We do that and we click on play. So we can see that instead of this particular statement executing and giving us a name error, we can see the message an exception has occurred, right? So next up, what we can try is something different. We can write over here except name error, right? So this is the category of exception that we want to deal with specifically instead of dealing with all of the exceptions. That is what happened, right? So if we play this as well, we can see the statement exception has occurred, right? So let us try something else with this. We can also add a finally clause over here, or an else clause. Let us first try an else clause, right? So when we add an else clause, we can type print no exception has occurred, right? When we do that and we click on play, it still gives us the message exception has occurred because the exception is actually occurring, right? But instead of that, if we simply change the B to 1, right? Now the statement should successfully execute because there is no exception over here now. We click on that and it'll simply print no exception has occurred. And if we type something like print A over here and click on play again, so it'll first print the value of A in the try block, right? And then it'll go to else and say no exception has occurred. So next up, we can try something else. Let us try the zero division error. So in this particular case, what we will do is A equals to 100 modulo 0. Let's try that. And print A, right? Now we can type except name error. So we know that this is not the name error, this is the zero division error, right? But we'll still write that and we'll see which exception is actually caught, right? So print name error has occurred except zero division error will print zero div has occurred. Then we play that and we can see that instead of this particular exception printing, the zero division exception has printed, right? So since we did not catch any name errors, the zero division error was caught when this particular statement tried to execute, right? So instead of that, if we simply go over here and change this to 1, right, it'll simply print the actual output. So when we divide 100 by 1, the remainder is 0, right? We can add something else over here, which is called the finally block, and print hello, right? So in this particular case, what will happen is we play this and we get the 0 from the try block and the finally from the hello block. But that is not all. Say if we change this back to 0, right? Now this means that we get the zero division error once again, right? So now what will happen is we'll get this statement, which is zero div has occurred, in which in this particular case the error was caught, the zero division error, and then the finally block was executed regardless of whether the try block executed successfully or an exception block executed, right? So that is how the finally block works. And finally, to look at the last error, which is the try, which is the type error, we'll simply type try B equals to hello plus 17, which is an integer value, right? We do that. We type print over here, type B. We go to except and we type in the type error, which is the error that we are probably going to catch over here. Print type error. We do that, and then we can try to add an else statement over here. Print the print statement over here will say something like no exception has occurred. And finally, we get the finally block, which says I am going to print regardless. Right, so when we try to execute that, we can see the exact workflow of how this is working out. So the tried statements tries to execute. We get this p equals to hello plus 17. This does not execute because there's a type mismatch, the data type mismatch, string and integer. We go to the type error, right? Now, since an error was actually encountered, an exception was actually encountered, the else statement will not execute as well. So this statement will not execute because error was encountered, right? And then finally block that we have over here will execute regardless because it executes regardless anyway. So if we simply go back and change this to say 11, which makes this a valid statement now, so it'll change the output. So firstly, we will get the 28, which is 11 plus 17. We get the 28. We get the output from the else statement, which says no exception has occurred, no exception was encountered. And then finally, we get the finally statement anyway. So I am going to print regardless, right? So this essentially explains how exception handling works in Python. Now, additionally, we have the option of raising exceptions as well, right? So we have the option of specifically specifying conditions in which we would raise exceptions instead of relying on the predefined exceptions that Python already gives us. So say if we want to throw a type error or an exception in general. So let us type in something like x equals to 14. Right? So this is a value, and now x is equal to 14. Now what we can do is simply type in if x is equal to 14, in which case we will write if x equals to 14, and then given the condition of that particular statement, and then what we would do is raise an exception. This is an exception is the message that we're going to use. So when we do that and click on play, it throws that particular exception, which is this is an exception, right? So we can even configure Python in a way, or we can configure our code in a way to throw exceptions on our custom predefined conditions, right? So the raise statement is used for that. We can also do other exceptions with this particular statement. Now, if I simply start a code block again over here, right, I can raise another exception. Say, for instance, I type in a variable. Now I give the variable a string data type. So let us call this string data. Right now, what we will do is we will check the type of this particular variable. Now, to do that, we'll simply type in if not type a. Now we're checking the data type is int, which is the data type that we're actually checking whether the a variable is of integer data type or not. Raise type error and say that integers are allowed. When we do that and we click on play, we get an exception which says the exact message that we typed in, which is a type error and integers are allowed. So that was the example of how exception handling works. I hope you understand the workflow of it and the exact pattern of how these exceptions occur and how you can handle them very easily. You can also see how you can create your own exceptions by using the raise keyword.
REST APIs are quite useful, and Python is quite easy to use when we're trying to build REST APIs. So in this session, we'll take a look at how to combine your knowledge of Python and web applications and how to deliver the data that you want to deliver via a web service or a REST API. And in this session, we'll take a look at what REST APIs are, what are APIs, how do you use REST APIs, and then we'll bring a quick demo in which we'll be using the Flask web servers to build a web API using Python. So without further ado, let's start. But before we begin, if you have any questions, then please do ask in the question section. And for those of you who are joining via YouTube, there's a link in the chat box that you can click to join this as a webinar, and then you can ask me questions in real time so that I can answer them. So let's take a look at the agenda for this session. So in this session, we'll take a look at what are data types. Then we'll take, so we'll take a look at APIs first. We'll take a look at what are APIs. Let's take a look at what APIs are. So an API stands for an application programming interface. So in case you've ever wondered how two applications interact with each other, or how two applications can connect to each other and then can pass messages, then APIs are the way that we do it. So in case you've ever logged into a website and they give you the option to log in via your Google account or Facebook account, you might be wondering how they do that. Do they get the access to the Facebook's database servers and use those credentials to then log into the Facebook's databases and then authenticate you? That's not really a secure way to do it, but a more secure way to do it is via APIs. So that's why we use APIs to expose certain endpoints or certain procedures that other programs or applications can use to talk to us, to describe to our application what data they want, what applications or what processes they want to perform. This API transaction or API communication also allows for a lot of other kinds of applications like cloud computing applications, in which you are basically offloading a lot of your computations to cloud computing. And this is also something that is done via an API. So APIs are quite prevalent, but a particular type of API is called a REST API. So what are REST APIs? Well, when you take a look at an API, you could be many kinds of APIs, but if you're looking at a web API, then it's most probably a REST API. So REST API is basically a standard. It's an architectural style. It's how you define your URLs so that the person who's trying to get something from your API can describe the best way that he or she can the data that they want. And then our APIs respond to those requests. So these requests work on URL parameters and methods. So to give you a quick introduction, if you've ever worked with HTTP, which is the protocol that the internet uses, there are several methods that you can use. A method is basically just the intention of your request. So for instance, if you wish to get some data, if you wish to get data from a web API, then you use the GET request or the GET method, as is shown in the image below. You use the POST request to submit some data to the web API so that it can save it. The GET request with a ID or a unique identifier gets you a particular record of that. So for instance, if I have a web API that is serving up user information, then I can just tell it to get me all the users or save a user to my database. Or if I give it a particular ID, then my API will check in my database to see if that ID belongs to a particular user. If it does, then I will send back that user. Otherwise, I'll send an empty response. Similarly, if you want to update the information that the person has given, you can use a put or patch request. Now, a put request is basically a request in which you tell it to update the entire row. So all the columns are rewritten. And in a patch request, you just update a particular data field. Nowadays, these are used in conjunction. So both of them are used with each other, but there could be other reasons as well. And then finally, if you want to delete a particular user or a particular record from a database using our REST APIs, then you can basically send a delete request to a user URL by providing a particular ID. Now, one thing you will notice is that I've written /users. So the URL is not going to be like that. It's going to be the localhost URL. You can type http:// and your entire web address to the API, and then /, and then from there, the API's URL will be like the one that you're seeing. So for instance, api.mywebsite.com/API/ and then I send the request to the user's URL. This will get me all the users. Now, APIs can be really, really more complex, and APIs are built around the idea of resources. So resources are basically things in our databases. So it could be users, blog posts, comments, anything like that. And instead of us then using the user's URL, we use the blog post URL. So instead of going api.mywebsite.com/, users, I'll go api.mywebsite.com/ and then blogs or comments. And then I can use the same request pattern that I'm using here by providing an ID, get a particular ID, so on and so forth. So that's how that works. Now let's take a look at REST APIs in Python. So Python is quite easy to use when it comes to building REST APIs. In Python, you can use many of the available frameworks or libraries or any other kind of software package that you can to build a REST API. Now, Python is quite versatile, so you have a lot of options when it comes to building a web API in Python. You have Django as a framework. Now, it's a full-blown framework. It's not a micro framework like Flask and Web2Py. Mainly because in Django, you get a lot of functionalities out of the box. You don't need to configure a lot of things. You get a web server, you get database interactions, you get validations, you get template rendering. There's a lot of things that you get out of the box for free. On the other hand, frameworks like Flask and Web2Py, they provide the basic functionalities that they think is required for a web API. And the other tasks, such as interacting with the database, caching the data, other things, you can build on your own, or if you want, you can probably use a plugin that has been built to integrate with the framework. So there are a lot of things that you can mix and match when it comes to Flask. So when it comes to using micro frameworks over full-blown frameworks, it really comes down to your choice. You could use a full-blown framework if you choose to. The problem there is that then you lose a lot of flexibility. You would have to, if you want to use your own caching mechanism, you need to figure out a way to integrate it with the framework. On the other hand, if you use micro frameworks like Flask, you get to choose your own ways of doing things. You get to decide how you want to cache data. You get to decide how you want to validate your data and how you want to parse the requests and responses. So you can do it that way as well. Depends on the application, depends on the team size, depends on a lot of factors when building a REST API. Now let's take a look at a demo. So before we take a look at the demo, you should have an application called Postman. It looks like this. You need to have this installed on your system because we'll be firstly taking a look at how to send requests and get response back. So this is a client that allows us to send HTTP requests and analyze the response that we get back. Now, I have already created the code for API and we'll walk through it. And mainly what I've done is I have created a folder called user API. Inside it, I have installed Flask, and that's the only thing I've done, and I'll show you how I did that. So I go into the user API folder. Now I am using something called pip-env to do that. Now pip-env is quite useful. In case you want to know what pip-env is and how you use it.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost-effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
We have other sessions on that as well, but to give you basic understanding, a pip-env or a pip environment is basically something that allows us to create a virtual environment for our application. So any software package that I install for this application will be confined to this application. On other folders, other applications, I won't be able to use the same frameworks and the same libraries. So in case tomorrow I decide to build another web API, but not using the Flask current version of Flask, but an older version of Flask, let's say Flask 0.8, I won't have to uninstall the current version and then reinstall version 0.8 for that particular application. I can just use a pip environment and do that. So after doing that, I can just install using pip-env install Flask. Now I already have it installed, so I think it's going to not work, or it's going to say the requirement is already satisfied. But in case you are going to install it on your system, then you can, as you can see, the installation succeeded quite fast because it's already installed. In case you're doing on your system, then you will get a much longer description of the steps that have happened. Now, that's the only thing that I need you to install, Flask. Other than that, we are going to be using in pure Python. So you go to the folder and you create an api.py. And then you create two other folders, a user model and a user service. So let's wait for it to open. So our goal with this API is to build an API in which a user can access users in our database. So if someone sends a request to our web API, then they can access our users in the databases, and they can store and they can do a lot of other things as well. So I'll just reconfigure my IDE. Now it works. So to give you a brief understanding of what I'm doing, I have firstly imported Flask, request, and JSONify from our application. I'll explain why we're using that in a moment. And we have imported from user service, we have imported the user service module. So when we go to this folder, we have imported user service from here. Now, what's going on here is that I have created a Flask application and I have instantiated my service, and I'll explain why we have separated these things out. And this is the piece of code that you need to write if you want requests from other origins. So when you're building a REST API, then this is something that you need to add. This is something that we use to allow requests from other origins. This is to allow us to get away from an error called course error or cross-origin request error. Basically, what we're doing here is we're telling any other website that tries to access data from our website, it's going to be fine because we allow them to do that. So with that, now we go to the routes. So these are the URLs that we had already discussed. If I want to get all the users, I want to respond to my web address /users. So it will go here and it will get all the users using the user service and then JSONify it. Now we'll take a look at what these things are doing. We go to the user service, and in the service, all we're doing is we are taking the model and then we are getting data from the model. The reason why I am just forwarding the request here is because in services, you can do a lot of things. So if I had a caching service, then I could probably cache the data that I get from the user and then use that there as well. But I don't need to do that. So in the model, all I'm doing is this. Let me just open up the model for you. Here's the model. I'm importing SQLite 3, and then I'm creating a model. Inside it, all I'm doing is connecting to a database named todo.db, which exists already here because I've already run it. Then I create user table. So what this function is doing is that it's taking a look at whether or not a user table exists or not. If it does not exist, then it creates it. And if it exists, then the query doesn't get executed. So we take a look at this. We take a look at, we create an ID, which is the unique field and primary key. Take a look at the email and password. All of these are not null. And then finally, after doing that, I just create a row factory. If you work with SQLite 3, you'll understand why we do this. But basically, we want data to be given to us in the form of rows. And finally, when the user model is deleted, I want to commit the changes that I made to the database, and I want to close the connection so that there's no memory leak. Then for get all users, I use the select ID, email, password query from user table. I execute the query, and then I return the result in form of a dictionary. If this code looks a bit difficult for you to understand, that means that you need to understand this dictionary and list comprehension. And if you want to learn all of these things, then stick around with me till the end of the session, and I'll show you a resource for you to learn these things. So all you have to do here is after converting it to a dictionary, we return it back. And then when we return it, our user service will return the data that we have fetched and converted into a dictionary. And that data, it then gets returned in the form of JSON. So JSON is basically something that's called JavaScript object notation. It's a format in which we exchange data from one service to another service. Earlier, we used to use XML, but XML was not very easy to use and very difficult to parse, took a lot of computation, the size of the our request would response would get really large because XML requires a lot of closing tags and opening tags. So with that, we come to the other route that we have described. But before that, let me just show you how to check whether or not it's working. I've already created the requests for you. So I open the request. And by the way, if you want to create a request, just click on new request. After that, put in the address. I've not started my web server, which I will do now. Just type Python space, and my file name is api.py. Press enter, and this starts. So it's showing me that it's starting on localhost :8001, which is the web address. And if I open it here, as you can see, we have opened /users on our base URL. if I send a GET request here, as you can see, we get the username and password that's already stored in our database. Now, let's take a look at what else we have. We have a way of getting a particular user in the database. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And we also have a way to save user on our database. We do the same thing. We go to our service. And the service is basically delegating the task to a model. And in the model, we're just creating the user. So in the user model, I go and create user. I get the data from the parameters. I get email, I get password, and then I just save it using the insert command. And then you just return back the last row ID, which is basically the last thing that you inserted, and you get it by user ID. So let me just show you how this is working. Firstly, let's try and add a user. So suppose you are trying to create a form that submits user data. So go to body. And let's say instead of I create james@example.com and password is abcd@1abc@123. Now I send the form data with the request using a post request, and it sends me back the data that I got. So this is the one that I have. And now if I want to get a particular user ID, I can get the data associated with the first user ID, which is john@example.com. And I can get the second one as well. And I've gotten that as well. Now, another thing we can do is we can update the users. So to update a user, all you have to do is, again, use, as I've already told you, we can use the put and the patch requests. So for the put and the patch request, we update user by ID. We take the user ID from our URL, which Flask does for us. So the benefit of using a framework is that it does a lot of request parsing and things for you. So you don't have to go look at the entire URL and then find out what are the parameters that are passed to me. Flask will do it for you. It passes in the user ID, and all we do is we call the service.update method. We go to the service, and again, update is doing the same thing. It's delegating to the user model. And we go to the user model and we take a look at update user by ID. By the way, for getting user by ID, we're doing the same thing, just checking if user ID is there. Then we connect to the database, we fetch the result, and then we send it back as a JSON. And finally, we get the update user function, in which we basically use the update query. We set the username, we set the email, we set the password, we execute the query, and then we get the updated user using the last updated ID or the current ID that was passed to us. ID will never get updated. So we just update email and password, and using the ID that we have. And then if we take a look at whether or not it's working, we go to update user and go to body. As you can see, I've written the ID as 1 and the method is put. So instead of Jane, let's say johnny@example.com and password is this. Now if I send this request, I've updated the ID. It's now Johnny. And if I now try to get the users, let's try and get all the users first. And we get Johnny and James. So Jane has been updated. And if I get by an ID, I think I've updated it to be the first ID. And as you can see, the changes have been persisted to our database. And finally, if you want to delete a user, basically send a delete request to one of the users. Now, deleting is a special case, mainly because if I open the API.py file, as you can see, I use the delete method. It's the same thing that I've done before, delete user by ID. I send the request to services. In my user service, I use the delete method, and inside it, I just pass it to the model. And inside the model, all I'm doing is I'm deleting it. But the thing is, I'm taking a look at how many rows were affected by the last query. So if it was affected and 1 row was affected, then the status is 200. Now let's understand HTTP status codes. 200 basically means in HTTP protocol, 200 means that everything went okay and as expected. 404 means that the thing that you were trying to access was not found on the server. So we send the status as well as the affected rows back to the user. The service returns the same thing back to the API, and the API converts it into JSON and then send it back to us. So I go to the web API, and in the delete users part, if I send in an ID that does not exist, I get the response of status code 404 and 0 rows were affected. But if I send in an ID that does exist, I get row count of 1 and status of 200. But if I do it again, then again, since row of ID 1 was deleted, then we don't get that. Now, this is how you use it to check whether or not it's working or not. Now, the main benefit of creating a REST API is that you can now create web applications, you can create Android applications, you can create any kind of application that can access this API. So I've created a really small function here. Here, all I've done is I've gotten data back from the API and then displayed in the table. It's a very simple use case. If you want to take a look at the code, let me just show you. This is what it looks like. Now, again, if you don't know HTML, don't know CSS, just stick with me till the end of the slide and I'll show you. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm creating a table, adding this header here, and then basically getting data from the users and then converting that data into HTML elements and then adding it to our HTML web page. This is what it looks like. Let me try and add another data and then this will be fetched dynamically. So if I add another user and instead of James, I type in John. Save it. Now you get the ID to be 3, name, email, and password. So if I refresh this, as you can see, I get both the usernames and passwords that are available in our database. So that way you can build a REST API quite easily. Now, again, this was a very rudimentary example, mainly because REST APIs are quite deep topic and they take a lot of time to cover. But this should give you a basic understanding how you can use Flask and how you can do it. Now, another question that you might be wondering about is why are we separating things into other files like user model and user services? We could have just created it in the same folder and then called the queries and all. But when you're trying to build a good application, main thing that you need to consider is separating things into smaller pieces and then separating those responsibilities into other classes, functions, modules, etc. So, for instance, the reason why we are using another layer of service instead of just using the model is because if in future, let's say that you get a assignment that says that this API is working, but we want to convert it into JSON, but not in JSON, but we want to convert it into XML and we want to cache it as well. So for caching it, you can just go to the user service, add your caching code here, and it will work just fine. And for sending it back to the user as XML, instead of JSONify, you can use another function. So instead of you having to then dive deep into the code and then figure out which line or which file of the particular project do I need to change, you already know how to do it. And it's easy to understand as well. We can just take a look at the application and understand the flow of request and response. And finally, we are just running this application in debug. Debug allows us to take a look at errors if we run into any. And we also take a look at port. So the port is 8001. You can change it here. This is exactly why I'm getting my API running on the 8001 port. If I change it there, it will be changed here as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Python by answering this question. What do we use to define a block of code in Python language? A. Key. B. Brackets. C. Indentation. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now that we know how popular Python is, let's head on to our interview questions. Right, so this is our first question. What are keywords in Python? So you can consider these keywords to be special reserved words which exist for a specific purpose. Now you cannot use a keyword name as a variable name or an identifier. So these are some of the keywords which exist in Python, such as true, false, not, continue, and so on. And in total, there are 33 keywords in Python 3.7. Now you also need to keep in mind that these keywords are case sensitive. That is, if you look at the keyword true over here, then you see that T needs to be capital. So our next question is, what are literals in Python? And then we'd have to explain about the different types of literals. So literals are the constants used in Python. Or in other words, this is the data which is stored in a variable. And there are 4 types of literals in Python. So we have string literals, numeric literals, boolean literals, and special literals. So let's look at string literals. So you can create string literals by just enclosing the text within quotes. So here we have created 2 string literals, John and James. So we see that John is enclosed double quotes and James is enclosed within single quote. So this is how you can create string literals. Next up, we have numeric literals. So numeric literals comprise of all of your digits. Now, if your numeric literal doesn't contain any decimal, then it is of the integer type. And if your integer is too long, then it would be of the long type. And if your literal consists of a decimal point, then it would be a float. And finally, we have a complex number, which consists of a real part and an imaginary part. Going ahead, we have Boolean literals. So these Boolean literals comprise of just true and false values. They are generally used when we are dealing with some condition whose output is either true or false. Now we'll head on to special literal. So Python consists of this special literal called as none, and it is used to specify a field that is not created. Here in this example, I have assigned none to the variable val2. So this variable would basically be empty. So this is our third question. What is a dictionary in Python? And we'd also have to create a dictionary where the key is fruit name and there are 4 fruit names as values. So a dictionary is an unordered collection of elements, and these elements in a dictionary are stored as key value pairs. For example, here we have a dictionary with the name my dictionary and we have 3 key value pairs. So here our first key is 1 and the value for this key is John. Second key is 2 and the value for this key is Bob. And then we have the final key, which is 3, and the value for this is Alice. Right, now let's head on to Jupyter Notebook and create our own dictionary where the key is fruit name and the values would be 4 fruit names. So I'll name the dictionary as my dictionary, and we can create a dictionary with the help of these curly braces over here. So I'll give in the key name, which would be fruit name, and after this I'd have to give in values of 4 fruit names. So let's say my first fruit is apple, and then the second fruit is mango, third fruit would be orange, and the fourth fruit would be guava. Now all I have to do is hit on run and then let me print this out. So I'll just type in my dictionary over here. Right, so we have created a dictionary with the name my dictionary where the key is fruit name and the values are apple, mango, orange and guava. And if you want to extract the individual key and individual values, this is how we can do it. Now I'll type in the name of the dictionary, which is my dictionary. I'll put in dot and then I'll just type in keys. I'll click on run and we see that the key for this dictionary is fruit name. Similarly, if I want all of the values, I just have to type in values over here. Now let me click on run. So for this dictionary, the values are apple, mango, orange and guava. So our next question, what are classes and objects in Python? So simply put, you can consider a class to be a blueprint and objects to be real world entities which are defined and created from classes. For example, over here you can see the actual blueprint of a house. Now, this blueprint can be used for the rapid creation of unlimited number of copies. So these copies of the blueprint are nothing but your objects. And here we have created 3 houses, or in other words, 3 objects from the original blueprint, which is our class. So I'm repeating it. So our class is nothing but a blueprint, and from this blueprint, we'll be creating a set of objects which are our real world entities. So over here, this house number 1, house number 2, and house number 3 are our real world entities, which are nothing but objects created from this class. Next, we'd have to create a simple class with the name human, which would give out the name and age of the person. So let's do this. Right, so to create a class, I'd have to use the keyword class, and then I will give in the name of the class, which would be human. Now inside this, I will create 2 variables. So the first variable would be name, and initially I'll just assign none to it. And my second variable would be age. Again, I'll assign none to it. So we have created our variables. Now we'd have to get the value of name and the value of age from the user. So for this, I'd have to create some definitions or methods. And to create a definition, I'll use def. After this, I will give in the name of the method, which would be getName. And inside this, I will pass in self. Right. So now over here, I'll just use the print function and type in enter your name. And after this, I will get the name and the self.name. So basically self.name basically means that whatever value the user enters, it would be stored in this name variable of the object. Right. And I'll just type in input over here. So this input function is used so that we can get a value from the keyboard. Right. So this is how we can get the name of the person. Now similarly, let's go ahead and get the age of the person. So I'll type in def and I'll name this method to be getAge. Again, I'll pass in self inside this. Right. This time I'll use print and I'd have to enter the age. So enter your age and then I'll store this in self.age equals input again. Right. So we have created two get methods where we'll be getting the name and the age of the user. Now after this, we'd have to print out the name and the age. So it'll be def and I'll create the method to be put name. Again, this will be self and I'll just print out the user's name. So your name is self.name and then similarly, I'll create another method which would be put. Methods would help me to print the name and age of the person. Right, I'll click on run. So we have created this class. Now once we create our class, which is basically our blueprint, we'd have to create the objects from this class. So let's say I create an object and name that object to be person1. Now this would be our first instance and I just have to call in human. So I'm creating a person instance of the human class. Now from this person object, I will invoke the getName and getAge methods. So person1.getName. Let me click on run. I'd have to enter the name of the person. Let's say the name of the person is Sam. Right. So now it's time to get the age of the person. So I'll type in person1.getAge. I'll click on run. And let's say the age of the person is 28. So now I have successfully fed in the name of the person and the age of the person. Now it's time to print out both of those. So it'll be person1.putAge and person1.putName. So person1.putName. Right. So your age is 28 and your name is Sam. Right. So we have successfully created our class which would print out the name of the person and the age of the person. Right. So next question. What do you understand by the init method in Python? And after that, we'd have to give an example of it. So you can just consider the init method to be a sort of constructor in Python. So it is a special method in a Python class which is used to initialize the variables. So now that we've understood what init method is and what it is used for, let's go ahead and work with this init method. So now over here, what I'm going to do is create a student class with the init method in it. So let me do that. Class student, and over here, I'll just create the init method, and these are the parameters of this init method, self. So, and after this, it'll take in the name of the person, and after name, it'll take in the age of the person, and after this, it'll take in the branch of the person. Right. Now, what I have to do is just store these values inside the original variables. So that'll be self.name equals name, and then our next variable is age. So self.age equals age, and then we have the final variable, which is branch. So it would be self.branch equals branch. So we have created our init method. Now after this, wait, so we actually have to put in def over here because this is actually a method. Right. So we have created our init method, which is basically a constructor. And going ahead, we'll just create another method which would help us to print all of these values. Def print student, and I'll take in self, and all I do over here is print in all of these values. So print of name would be self.name. After this, we have age. So let me change this to be age over here. And this would be self.age. After this, we'll have to print in the branch. So let me just put in branch over here. And this would be self.branch. Right, so we have created the student class which has the constructor. I'll click on run. Now let me create an object of the student class. I'll name the object to be student1, and let me go ahead and create an instance of this. Now, since we have this constructor over here, so I can go ahead and initialize the student object here itself. So I'll give in the name of the student. So let's say the name of the student is Bob. After this, the age of the student is 12. And then which branch is he studying? So let's say this guy is studying engineering. Let me just put in engineering over here. Run. Now student1 dot, I will call in the print student method over here. Right, so we have successfully created this instance student1. Right, so what do you understand by inheritance in Python? And then we'd have to give an example of it. So inheritance refers to the property of one class acquiring the properties of another class. For example, let's say you have inherited your features or properties from your parents. So if you see over this family tree over here, you can understand that traits such as hair color and poor eyesight are passed from one generation to the next generation. So over here, this is generation 1, generation 2 and grandparents. So your parents are inheriting their traits or their features from their grandparents, and you are inheriting your traits from your parents. Now let's go ahead to Jupyter Notebook and work with an example of inheritance. So here what we are doing is we have a base class with the name fruit, and this base class is being inherited by another class, citrus. Now this is our base class fruit, which has a constructor, and this constructor just prints out I am a fruit. Now after this, what we are doing is we are creating another class with the name citrus, and this class inherits from the fruit class, right? So if a class has to inherit another class in Python, we'll just give the name of the base class as a parenthesis inside our new class. Now again, inside the citrus class, we have created another constructor, and inside the constructor of the citrus class, I am using the super method. So with the help of super method, I can invoke the variables and functions from my super class, right? So over here, I want the init method from my super class. So I'll just use the super method, and I'm invoking the init method from this fruit class. Now, apart from this init method from the fruit class, I would also print something else. So over here, I am also printing I'm citrus over here, right? And I'll create an instance of this class citrus, and I'll store it as lemon. Now the result is I'm a fruit, I'm citrus. So this value I'm a fruit is coming from the super class, and this value I'm citrus is coming from our new class or the child class. So this is how we can do single level inheritance in Python. So next, so what is NumPy and how can you create a basic 1D and 2D NumPy array? Well, NumPy is the most widely used Python library for linear algebra, and it is used for performing mathematical and logical operations on arrays. And to import the NumPy library in Python, you just have to use the command import NumPy. So again, let's head to Jupyter Notebook and create a 1D NumPy array and a 2D NumPy array. So I'll start off by typing import NumPy as NP. After this, I'll create my 1D NumPy array. So A equals NP dot array. Now I will give in a list of values. So this is my 1D array A, and then let me just print it out. So this is my 1D array which comprises of the values 1, 2 and 3. Now I'll go ahead and create a 2D array with the name B. So again, the syntax would be the same, np dot array. So it'll basically comprise of a list of lists. So the first list would comprise of 1, 2 and 3. And the second list would comprise of 4, 5 and 6. Let me print this out. Right, so this is our 2D array which comprises of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So this time we'd have to initialize a 5 cross 5 numpy array comprising of all the zeros. So there's a 5 cross 5 numpy array, that is there need to be 5 rows, 5 columns and all of the values need to be 0. And to initialize an array with all zeros, we can just use np.zeros method from the numpy library. Let me just type in import numpy as np, and inside a I'll just state np.zeros, and I'd have to give in the dimensions of this array. So the dimensions of this array are 5 cross 5. Let me just print out a. So we have successfully created our 5 cross 5 numpy array where all of the values are just zeros. Now let's say we have two numpy arrays like this. So this is our first numpy array, this is our second numpy array. First numpy array comprised of 1, 2 and 3. Second numpy array comprised of 4, 5 and 6. Now I'd have to add the individual elements. So 4 plus 1 needs to become 5, 5 plus 2 needs to become 7 and 6 plus 3 needs to become 9. Again, our first step would be very simple. I'd have to load the numpy library, import numpy as np. I will go ahead and create my first numpy array, a equals np.array, and the values are 1, 2 and 3. Similarly, I'll create my second numpy array, which is b. I'll change this variable to be equal to b, and the values are 4, 5 and 6. Now to add the individual elements, I'd have to use the np.sum method. Now inside this, I'd have to give in my first parameter. So my first parameter would be the numpy arrays which I'd have to add. So I want to add a and b, and I will set the axis to be equal to 0. So when I set the axis value to be equal to 0, this would individually add the elements. So this will do 4 plus 1, 5 plus 2 and 6 plus 3. Right, and this is what we have. 4 plus 1 is 5, 5 plus 2 is 7 and 6 plus 3 is 9. Now let me actually change the axis value to be 1 and let's see what do we get. Right, so when I change the axis value to be 1, then the addition happens across the row. So when you do 3 plus 2 plus 1, you get 6, and when you do 6 plus 4 plus 5, you get 15. So now we'd have to get the n largest values from a numpy array. So this is our numpy array over here, and this comprises of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 elements, 12, 43, 200, 54, 5 and 68. And I'd have to get the first two largest values, which over here are 100 and 68. Now let's go to Jupyter Notebook and let's see how can we do this. Right, so again we'll start off by importing the numpy array, import numpy as np, and I'll create this array. X is equal to np.array, and I'll give in all of these values. Now to get the indices of values which are arranged in ascending order, we can use the np.argsort function. Now what I'll do is I'll actually insert a cell below, and I'll go ahead, I'll do Control X, I'll do Control V. So we have successfully created our numpy array. Let me just print in X over here. So this is our numpy array. Now what I'll do is I'll just copy this np.argsort of X, and I will print it over here, and let's see what do we get. So what we get over here are index values. So 0, 1, 2, right? 0, 1, 2, this is our lowest value. And then we have 5, so element at index number 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 2, 5, and then we have 0, which is 12, and then we have 43, right? So we basically have the indices of the values arranged in ascending order. So 2, 5, 12, 43, 54, 68 and 100. So this is how it goes. Now if I want the indices of the first two highest values, then I'll just put in -2 colon over here, and I have 6 and 3, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 68 is the second highest value, and then we have 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So 100 is the first highest value. Now what I want to do is I want to arrange this in descending order. So to arrange this in descending order, again, I'll put in braces over here, I'll put double colon, and I'll put in -1 over here, and I have sorted the indices in descending order. Now if I take all of this, I'll cut this and I will paste this inside of X. I'll click on run, and this is how I get the first two highest values from this numpy array. So 100 and 68 are the two highest values from this numpy array. So now we'd have to give some examples for creating a data frame from list and dictionary. So this is a very common and easy question which is asked in most of the Python interviews, right? So first we'd have to go ahead and create a list, and we'd have to convert that list into a data frame. Similarly, we'd have to create a simple dictionary and convert that dictionary into a data frame. So I'll type in import pandas as PD. So I'd have to start off by importing the pandas library. Now I will go ahead and create a list. So I'll name this list to be equal to L1. So L1 equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have created our list. Now to convert this list into a data frame, all I have to do is use pd.dataframe function. So over here we need to keep in mind that D is capital, right? pd.dataframe, and I will pass in L1 inside this, and I will store this in, let's say, data1, and I'll just print out data1 over here. So we have successfully created a data frame from a list where the list values are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now similarly, we'll create a dictionary and create a data frame out of that dictionary. So I will name this dictionary to be dt1, and the key is fruit name, and the values are apple, mango, and let's say orange. After this, we'd have to create our second key value pair. So our second key value pair would be count, and the values would be, let's say, 12, 24, and 36. Right. So we have created this dictionary. Now again, to convert this dictionary into a data frame, we'd have to use pd.dataframe, and I will pass in dt1 inside this. Right, so we have created this data frame where our first column is fruit name and the second column is count, and fruit name comprises of apple, mango, and orange, and the count of the fruits is 12, 24, and 36. So now we have this iris dataset which comprises of all of these columns. So we have sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and species. Now out of this, we'd have to extract some specified rows based on a condition. So we'd have to extract only those records where the sepal length value is greater than 5 and the sepal width value is greater than 3. So I'll start off by loading the pandas library, import pandas as PD, and after this, to load a CSV file, I'd have to use the pd.readcsv function, and I'll give in the name of the file. So the name of the file would be iris.csv, and I'll just store this in a new object and name that object to be equal to iris. Now let me have a glance at the head of this data set. Iris.head. So this will give me a list of the first few records, right? Sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and species. Now let's see how can we extract only those records where sepal length is greater than 5 and sepal width is greater than 3. Right. So I'll start off by giving the name of the data frame, and I'll put in these braces over here, and I'll give in the first condition. So the first condition is again iris, and from this I'd have to select only those sepal length columns where it is greater than 5. So sepal dot length, this value needs to be greater than 5. So I've given my first condition. After this, I'll go ahead and give my second condition. And this time I'd have to extract only those records where sepal dot width. Let me type this out, and this needs to be greater than 3. Now let me also put this inside these braces over here. Let me cut this and let me paste it over here. I'll click on run. Right, so this is our list of values where sepal length is greater than 5 and sepal width is greater than 3. If I scroll down, you'll see only those values where sepal length is greater than 5 and sepal width is greater than 3. So what we do is, we give in the first condition where sepal length is greater than 5. After that, we'll use the AND operator, and then we give the second condition, which is sepal width is greater than 3. Right, so after this, we again have this iris data frame over here, and we'd have to introduce NaN values or null values in the first 10 rows of sepal width column and petal width columns. So if you see this original data frame over here, you see that these two columns comprise of some values. But then again, we'd have to fill the first 10 rows of these two columns with NaN values. So I'll start off by loading the required packages, which would be pandas and numpy. So import pandas as pd and import numpy as np. After this, I'll load the iris dataset. So iris equal to pd dot read csv, and I will pass in the name of the dataset, which is iris.csv. Let me again have a glance at the head of this dataset. So iris.head. Right. So now to introduce NaN values, I can use the np.nan method. So now what I'll do is I'll actually create a duplicate copy of this object. So iris1, and I will store this data frame into iris1. Now I'll type in iris.ilock, and I would want to make changes in the first 10 rows and the second column and the second column, right? So first 10 rows and the second column. So the index of the second column would be 1. And what I'll do is I will introduce all of the NaN values. So np.nan, let me put an equal to over here. Now let me have a glance at the head of this modified dataset. So iris1.head, right? So we see that this is our original data frame, and with the help of np.nan, I have introduced NA values from actually the first row. So let me actually change this to be 0 over here. I'll click on run. So now I have NA values for the first 10 records. Similarly, I'll also go ahead and introduce NA values in the petal length column. So over here, I just have to change the index of the column, which would be 2. Let me have a glance at the head, iris.head. Right, so now we'd have to get the number of NaN values present in each column of this enhanced data frame. So this is our data frame over here, which comprises of these columns. So we have age, BMI, HYP, and CHL. And we see that these 3 columns over here comprise of NaN values. And we'd have to find the count of the NaN values present in each of these columns. So I'll start off by loading the pandas data frame. I'll type in import pandas as pd. Let me just wait till the package is loaded. Right, so now that we've loaded the package, I'd have to load the CSV file, which is enhance.csv. And for this, I'll be using pd.readcsv function. And I'll give in the name of the file, which is enhance.csv. And I'll store this in a new object and name that object to be enhance. Now, if I want to get the count of number of NaN values, this is what I'd have to do. Enhance dot, so I have this na function, and after this I will just print it out. Let's see what do we get, right? So we just get a bunch of true or false labels. So wherever there is an NaN value present, we have a true label. So over here in the BMI column, the first record, this is an NaN value. This again is an NaN value. So wherever you see true values, it basically represents all those NaN values. And if I want the sum of all of these NaN values, I just have to type in sum, and now I click on run. Right, so we see that age column has no NaN values, BMI column has 9 NaN values, HYP column has 8 NaN values, and CHL column has 10 NaN values. Now we'd have to open and read a file in Python. So let's see how can we do that. So I actually have this file with the name Sparta, and it is present in my D drive. So let me actually copy the path over here, right? So this is just the path which I have to copy. So first, to open a file in Python, I'd have to use the open function. So I'll just type in f equals open, and this takes in 2 parameters. The first parameter is just the path. And after the path, I'll give in the name of the file, which would be sparta.txt. And the second parameter is the mode which I want to open this file. So I want to open this file in the read mode. So again, I'll just give in double quotes and I'll type in R. So R basically means that I am opening this file in the read mode and I'm storing this in this object F. Now let me go ahead and read this. So F dot read. Right. So this is the sentence which was stored in this file. This is Sparta, and we have successfully read the sentence. So let's head to the next question. So what is a lambda function? And we'd have to create a simple lambda function to add 10 to a given number. Well, a lambda function is an anonymous function and it can take any number of arguments, but it should have only one expression. And this is the syntax of a lambda function. So you'll type in lambda and then you'll give in all of your arguments. After that, you'll put in a colon and then you'll give the expression. So let's go ahead to Jupyter Notebook and create a simple lambda function to add 10 to a given number. Right, so let me just type in lambda and I'll give the name of the variable to be a. I'll give a colon and all I have to do is add 10 to whatever variable is sent into this. And I am naming the function to be, let's say, x.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.
So this is how we can create a simple lambda function. Now, I'll call the function and pass in a number. So let's say I'll pass in 8. Now, this is returning 18. So all I'm doing is adding 10 to the number which I'm passing into this. Now again, let's say if I pass 5 into this, I'll get 15. Similarly, let's say if I pass 100, I'll get 110. So we have successfully created a lambda function which takes in a parameter and adds 10 to the given parameter. So now we'd have to create a simple line plot like this, where x and y axis values range from 0 to 10. And the title of the plot is y versus x label is x-axis, y label is y-axis. So a simple line plot, and we can create this line plot with the help of the matplotlib package. So let's quickly head on to Jupyter Notebook. I'll start off by loading the required packages. So I would need the NumPy package. So I'll type in import NumPy as np, and I would also need the matplotlib package. So I'll type in from matplotlib import pyplot as plt. Alright, so now that we've loaded the required packages, let's go ahead and create our data. So our x-axis and y-axis values range from 0 to 10. So I will name x and I'll get the values with the help of a range. And since the values go from 0 to 10, 0, 10, and the step factor is 1. So let me just print out x over here and let's see what do we get. Right, so these are all of the values which I have over here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, now similarly, let me also go ahead and create the y values. It'll be the same thing over here. It's just that instead of storing the values in x, I'll be storing them in y. So I have my x and y values to be ready. All I have to do is use these data points and create the line plot. So plt dot plot, and I'll pass in x, comma y, and this is my plot over here. Now I'll also go ahead and add the labels for x-axis, y-axis, and I'll also give in the title. plt dot x label. So the label would be x-axis. Similarly, plt dot y label, and the label would be y-axis for this. After this, I'd have to give in the title. So the title would be plt dot title and x versus y. Right, so we have created our line plot where the label of x-axis is x-axis, the label of y-axis is y-axis, and the title of the plot is x versus y. So it's as simple as that, guys. So this is how you can create a simple line plot with the help of the matplotlib package. So now we'd have to create a simple bar plot. And we have these fruits over here represented on the x-axis. So we've got apple, banana, and orange. And we've got the cost of the fruits on the y-axis. So let me start off by loading the required library. From matplotlib, I'll be importing pyplot as plt. After this, I just have to create my data. So I'll be creating a simple dictionary over here, and I'll name this dictionary as data. I'll put in braces over here, and it consists of 3 fruits, which are apple, banana, and orange. So apple, and cost of apple would be, let's say, $50. After that, we have banana, and the cost of banana is 20. After that, we have orange, and the cost of orange is 30. Right. So now I'll separate the keys and values from this. So let me get the keys first, data.keys, and I'll get the list of this. I'll paste this inside this, and let's say I'll store this in an object named as names. Now let me get all of the values similarly. Values, and I'll be getting data.values. So I have the names, I have the values. Now all I have to do is make a bar plot. And to make a bar plot, I'll be using plt.bar, and I'd have to pass in the names as well as the values. Right, so we have successfully created a bar plot, and on the x-axis we have the names, and on the y-axis we have the cost. Next question. So what do you understand by a module in Python? So when we write everything in a single page, it becomes difficult to track. And not just this, let's say if you want to make a change at a certain place in the project, then it would affect the entire project and may prove to be disastrous. And this is where we'll be using the concept of modules. So instead of writing one big software in one page, we would have to break it down into parts. So a module basically helps us to organize our Python code. Now let's say you want to write a program to create a calculator. Now instead of writing all of the features in the same file, you can create separate modules for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Now if you want to perform addition, you can invoke the addition module. Similarly, if you want to perform multiplication, you can invoke the multiplication module. So for every single purpose, you can have a separate module so that your work becomes easier. So now we'd have to randomize the items of a list in place in Python. So let's say we have a list which comprises of these elements. So let's say the first element is Mary, and then we have had a little lamb. Now I'd have to randomly shuffle all of these elements inside the list. And to randomize the items of a list, we can use the shuffle function. And the shuffle function is part of the random library. So I'll type in from random import shuffle. So I have loaded the function. Now let me go ahead and create the list. Mary had a little lamb. Right. Now I will just pass in this inside the shuffle function. Now let me print in X. Right. So this is in place shuffling inside the list, right? So initially the list was Mary had a little lamb, or the sequence of the elements inside this list was Mary had a little lamb. And after passing this list inside the shuffle function, the elements changed and the sequence now is a lamb Mary had little. So now we'd have to write a program to get the length of the string ophthalmology without using the len function. And to get the length of the string, we can just use the for loop. So what we'll do is we'll start a for loop and it will iterate through all of the characters in this string, and we'll get the count of the number of characters present in the string. So let me name the string. So it is OPHTHALMOLOGY. So let's hope this is actually the spelling of ophthalmology. Right, now let me initialize a counter and set the value of counter to be equal to 0. After this, I'll start the for loop. So for I in A, what would basically happen is count equals count plus 1, and finally I'll print out the value of count. So what is happening over here is initially i's value is 0 and it will loop through all of the characters of the string which is present in A. And so let's say the loop starts over here. Initially i's value is 0 and it will enter O. Now the count increments by 1. Again it will head to the next character, the count again would increment by 1. It will head to the next character and the count would increment by 1. So till the end of the string, it will keep counting the number of characters present. Right, and we get the result. So the number of characters present in the string is 13. So now we'd have to replace all the odd numbers in this numpy array to -1, right? So this is our numpy array which comprises of the numbers from 0 to 9, and we'd have to replace all of the odd numbers. So 1 would become -1, 3 would become -1, 5 would become -1. So wherever odd numbers are present, all of those odd numbers would become -1. Let me load the NumPy library, import NumPy as NP. After this, what I have to do is create my NumPy array. So ARR equals NP dot A range, and it will go from 0 to 10. Let me just print out this NumPy array over here. This is my NumPy array. Now let me go ahead and replace all of the odd values with -1. So what I'll do is I will basically divide each element with 2 and see what is the remainder. So ARR percentage 2, and if it is equal to 1. So what I'll do is I will divide 0 with 2, I'll check the remainder. Similarly, I'll divide 1 with 2 and I'll check the remainder. I'll divide 2 with 2 and I'll check the remainder. So wherever the remainder is equal to 1, those elements I'll be changing it to equal to -1, right? So first I'll divide 0 with 2 and I'll check what is the remainder. And since the remainder is not equal to 1, nothing will happen. After this, I'll divide 1 with 2 and I'll check the remainder. So if the remainder is equal to 1, I'll replace this with -1. Similarly, over here, if I divide 3 with 2, the remainder which I'll be getting is 1. And again, this value would be replaced with -1. Right? So the changes have been done. Now let me print this. This was my original array. After performing this step over here, all of the odd values have been replaced with -1. 1 has been replaced with -1, 3 with -1, 5 with -1, 7 with -1, and 9 with -1. Now we'll have to perform an operation so that we get the common items between two NumPy arrays. This is our first NumPy array. This is our second NumPy array. Now let's actually check the common items. So if we look closely at these two arrays, we see that 2 and 4 are the only two common items present among these two arrays, and I'd want to extract these two. Right, so we have created our arrays over here. This is the first NumPy array and I'm storing it in A. This is my second NumPy array and I'm storing it in B. Now to get the common elements, I have the np.intersect1d method. So np.intersect1d, and I just have to pass in the two NumPy arrays inside this as the parameters. So A, comma B, I'll pass in these two, I'll click on run. Right, so I've got the common elements present in these two arrays. Right, so we have a pandas series over here, and we'd have to convert each of these elements into title case. So Mary had a little lamb. So we see that all of this are in small cases. Now I'd have to convert all of these elements into title case. So let me start off by loading the pandas library. Import pandas as PD. Now I'll create the series pd.series, and I'll pass in the values, which are basically Mary had little lamb. Right, so this is done, and I'll store this in, let's say, ser. So I have created my series. I'll just print it out now. Right, so this is my pandas series. Now I'd have to convert all of these elements into title case. That is, M needs to be capital, H needs to be capital, A, L and L needs to be capital. Right. And as I've already told you, we'll be using the map method, which helps us to replace or substitute values or all of the values inside a pandas series. So ser.map. Now inside this, I'll use a lambda function to convert all of these elements into title case. So let me type in lambda over here, x, colon, and I just have to convert this into title case. So let me just put in title over here. Now let me click on run. Right, so we have successfully converted all of these elements into title case. Now let me store it back to ser. Now let me print ser over here. Right, so all of these elements have been converted into title case. So now we have the same pandas series. So Mary had a little lamb. Now I'd have to calculate the number of characters in each word of the series. So this is 1, 2, 3 and 4. So there are 4 characters present in the word Mary. There are 3 characters present in the word had. This is a single character, right? So we'd have to find out the total number of characters present in each words or each of these elements inside this pandas series. Import pandas as PD. Let me again create the series. Ser equals pd dot series, and I'll give in all of the elements. Mary had a little lamb. So now to get the length of each of these words present in this pandas series, I'll have to use the map method. So ser dot map, and inside this I'll again create a new lambda function, lam bda a colon, and since I have to get the length, I'll use the length function, and I have to get the length of each of these elements inside a. Right, so we see that the length of the word Mary is of 4 characters. In hat there are 3 characters, A is a single character, and in little there are 6 characters, and in the word lamb there are 4 characters. Time for next question. So again we have this iris data frame, and we'd have to change the column name sepal length to s underscore length. Let me load the package, import pandas as pd, and I'll also load the file. So pd dot read csv, and the name of the file is iris.csv, and I'll store it back into iris. Let me have a glance at the head of this data frame. So it'll be iris.head. So we have all of these columns over here, and I'd have to change the name of the sepal.length column to s length. So to rename the columns of a data frame, I have the pandas.rename method. So first I'd have to give in the name of the data frame, which is iris, and then I will invoke the rename method. Now I'd have to give in all of the column names which I'd want to change. So I'll type in columns over here, I'll create a dictionary, and my key would be the name of the column which I'd want to change. So I would want to change the name sepal length to be equal to s underscore length. So it'll be s underscore length. So this is how it goes. So iris dot rename, and the original column name is sepal dot length, and I'd have to change it to s underscore length, and I'll store it in a new object and name that object to be equal to iris1. Now let me just print out the head of this. So iris1 dot head. So now we'd have to build a linear regression model on top of this Boston data frame, where the independent variable is this RM column over here, and the dependent variable is this MEDV column over here, and the train and test split needs to be equal to 80-20. So this question is basically related to machine learning with Python, where we are implementing a linear regression model on top of this data set to understand how does this MEDV column vary with respect to this RM column. Or in other words, MEDV column is our dependent variable and RM column is our independent variable, and we are trying to understand how does MEDV change with respect to RM. So let me start off by loading the pandas library, import pandas as pd. Right, now we'll go ahead and also load up our Boston dataset. So pd.read_csv helps me to load up the dataset, and the name of the dataset is boston.csv, and I'm loading this file in this object Boston, and then I'll have a glance at the head of this. So these are all of the columns which are present in this data frame. So I've got Crim, Zn, Indus, Cas, Nox, RM, and so on. And MEDV is my target and my feature is RM, or in other words, MEDV is my dependent variable and RM is my independent variable. Now I'll separate the feature and the target, right? So pd.data frame, and so from this entire Boston data frame, I am selecting only the RM column and I am storing it into the X object. Similarly, from the entire Boston data frame, I am selecting only this MEDV column and I am storing it into this Y object. So X would have the feature values and Y would have the target value. So now I've extracted the feature and the target. Now it's time to divide this dataset into training and testing set. So the train test split needs to be 80-20, or in other words, 80% of all of the records would be present in the training set and 20% of all of the records would be present in the testing set. And to do this, I'd need the train test split from sklearn.model selection. So I'll type from sklearn.model selection, import train test split, and this method takes in these parameters. So first I'd have to pass in the features and then I'd have to pass in the target. So X, Y, and then I'd have to give in the test size. So the test size is 0.20. So this again means that the test set would comprise 20% records and the train set would comprise of the 80% of the records. And the values would be stored in xtrain, xtest, ytrain and ytest. So xtrain would comprise of all of the training values or all of the training records for the features. And xtest is basically the test set for the features. Ytrain is the train set for the target and ytest is the test set for the target. So we have our training and testing sets ready. Let me click on run over here. Alright, now it's finally time to build the model on top of the train set. So from sklearn.linear model, I will import the linear regression and I'll create an instance of this. So I'll name that instance to be regressor and I will fit this model on top of xtrain and ytrain, or in other words, I'm fitting the model on top of the train set. Alright, so now that we've fit the model, it's finally time to predict the values on top of the test set. And to predict the values, I'll use regressor.predict and the parameter which I'm passing inside this is x_test and I'll store this in y_pred. Now, once we predicted the values, I have to find out the root mean square error. So I'll import metrics from sklearn and this is how I'll get the root mean squared error. So metrics.mean squared error, and this takes in two parameters, ytest and ypred. So ytest comprises of all of the actual values and ypred comprises of all of the predicted values, and I will pass these two inside mean squared error. Now when I do this, I'll get only the mean squared error, but I want the root mean squared error. So I'll use np.square root. So I would also have to import the numpy library over here. I'll type in import numpy as np. Now I'll click on run. So now we've arrived at our final interview question, and we'd have to build a decision tree classifier on top of this iris data frame, where the dependent variable is the species column and the independent variables are the rest of the column. So sepal length, sepal width, petal length and petal width would be the independent variables, and your species column is your dependent variable, and the train test split is 70/30. So I'll start by loading the requisite packages, which are numpy and pandas. So import numpy as np and import pandas as pd. Then after this, I'll load my data set. So pd.read_csv. I'll pass in the file name iris.csv and I'll store this in the iris object. And we have a glance at the head of this data set. So these are all of the columns present in this data frame. We've got sepal length, sepal width, petal length, petal width, and the species column. Now out of this, the species column is our dependent variable, and these four columns, the numerical columns, are our independent variables. So now I'll go ahead and separate the features and the target variable. So these are all of my features, these first four columns. So I'll just extract sepal length, sepal width, petal length and petal width from this iris data frame, and I'll store that into this X object. Similarly, I'll extract only the species column from the entire iris data frame and I'll store it into Y object. So I have my features and the target ready. Now it's time to divide this entire data frame into train and test split. So I'd have to import train test split from sklearn.model selection, and this takes in these parameters. First parameter are the features, second parameter is the object which comprises of the target label, and the test size is 0.30. So 30% of the records would go into the test set and the rest 70% of the records would go into the training set, and I am storing the results into xtrain, xtest, ytrain and ytest. So xtrain is the training set for the features, xtest is a test set for the features, ytrain is the training set for the target, and ytest is the test set for the target. Now we'll import decision tree classifier from sklearn.tree. So I will go ahead and create an instance of this decision tree classifier, and I'll name that instance to be classifier, and I will fit this classifier on top of the training set. So classifier.fit, and I'll pass in xtrain and ytrain inside this. So we have successfully fit the model on top of the train set. Now we'll go ahead and predict the values on top of the test set. So classifier.predict. So I'll store the result into ypred. After this, we'll calculate some metrics. So we'll get the confusion metrics and we'll also get the accuracy score. Right. So this is my confusion matrix and this is the accuracy. So the left diagonal which you see in this confusion matrix, all of these are the values which have been predicted or classified correctly. So this first row represents the species of Setosa, second row the species of versicolor, and the third row the species of virginica, right? So you see that all of the species of Setosa have been classified correctly. When it comes to versicolor, 16 of them have been classified correctly and 2 of them have been classified incorrectly. And when it comes to virginica, 13 of them have been classified correctly and 2 of them have been classified incorrectly. So to get the accuracy, we'll have to add 12 plus 16 plus 13 by all of the values. So let me just do that. 12 plus 16 plus 13 divided by 12 plus 16 plus 13 plus 2 plus 2. So the accuracy is the same and it comes out to be 91.11.
If you want to make a career in data science, then Intellipaat has IIT Madras Advanced Data Science and AI Certification Program. This course is of very high quality and cost effective, as it is taught by IIT professors and industry experts.